Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day two and finals day here at the Otago Rowing Championships for 2025, brought to you by Meridian. Big thanks to them. The first race to get underway very shortly will be the girls under 18 Cox 4, and just why they are moving themselves into the chute, and they are, I'll give you those fields too. In lane 1, Christchurch Girls High School number 3, Alice Bradshaw War, Phoebe Colley, Charlotte May, Sophie Cleve and Savreet Marley the Cox. Lane 2 will be St Andrews College 1, Lucia Apps, Hadissa Timo, Chloe Lowe, Katie Taggart, Violet Sigley is the Cox. In lane 3, Marion College 1, Olive Barak, Peyton Moss, Olivia Walker, Sophie Davis and Lexi Fackery House. In lane number 4, St Andrews College 2, Charlotte Galvin, Sailor Hedgecock, Alana Brook, Lauren Bolton and Emily DeJoux is the Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Sophie Keir, Sophia Robertson, Emily Shearer, Oliver Cooper and Greta Brokenshire the Cox. In lane number 6, the first of the two Rangiruru crews, that's Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Mania Sheed, Lucy Horton and Charlotte Gorman, with Amelia Jones and Charlie White as the Cox. Number 4 crew, actually in lane 7 is Georgie Stalker, Tyler Gilbert, Chloe King, Amelia Wilkie and Penelope Sutton, the Cox. And actually 3 crews here for Rangiruru and the girls under 18 Cox 4. In lane 8, their number 3 crew, Isabella Wilson, Toya Sheed, Chloe Malone, Olivia Long and Phoebe White, the Cox. St Andrews 3 will be in lane 9, Nia Freya, Sophia Lagaias, Lucy McWhirter, Charlotte Oliver and Georgia Elwood as the Cox, and completing a big full field in this first race for us today on Sunday. In lane 10, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Emerson Lowe, Emily Scrimmager, Greer Bowman and Summer Smith, Georgetta Heller as the Cox. They are sitting in there and just waiting for the starter to let them get themselves ready, and while they do, I'll hand over to Will, who'll take you through for this first session. Remember to get that sunscreen on early, team, get the water up, and we look forward to a fantastic day here on day 2.
Right, first race of the Meridian Otago Rowing Championships Day 2 is well and truly underway as the girls under 18 4 begins to approach the K. So So just looking at the lineup for these crews, we're looking at Lane 1, Christchurch Girls High School 3, Lane 2, St Andrews College 1, Lane 3, Marion College 1, Lane 4, St Andrews College 2, Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School 2, Lane 7, Rangiruru 4, Lane 8, Rangiruru 3, Lane 9, St Andrews College 3, and Lane 10, Christchurch Girls High School 1. So a lot of the more prominent sweeping schools in this race. We're just looking at the 1A final, and it's a packed event, all 10 lanes filled out. We'll see who's leading as they come into the K here. So we are looking to the middle lanes. I think one of those Rangiruru crews, I think maybe Rangiruru number 2, Mania Shed, Lucy Houghton, Charlotte Gorman, Amelia Jones, and Greta Brockenshire there might be leading the field just about a boat length. Tough lighting here, but it is Rangi in front. I think they've got clear water. Then we'd be going inside to St Andrews College number 2. They're looking to be pretty comfortably in second there, but it is clear water to Rangi as they approach the K. St Andrews just 3/4 a length up on that crew inside of them, which is Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Then looking to 5th place, that is St Andrews College number 1, and then Rangiruru Girls School 3 are in 4th. So that's the standings as they go into the K. Some big pushes will be done coming out of the K. Usually crews tend to do a move into the K and out of the K, or do a move exactly at the K. But this is a girls under 18 4, so this is quite a highlight event, especially going into the high school regattas. We're looking at the top age group in high school rowing here, and wonderful conditions. Just a very slight amount of wind on the course, but pretty much flat water. So looking forward to another good day of racing here. On the outside contending there, that might be Christchurch Girls High School 1 putting up a good fight on the outside lane. They'll be in lane 10, so they'd definitely be defying the arrowhead effect there. So based off heat times, what you should see is lanes 5 and 6 leading the field, and then each crew going out from there just being a bit further back. But obviously, you can have a better race on finals day than you do on heats, and vice versa, and that seems to be what's happening here. As Rangiruru is just really leading the field here, and they've opened up a massive gap on the next leading crew, which is St Andrews College, now sitting in second as they approach the 500 metre mark. So it is heating up in the girls under 18 4. This event's sponsored by CNR Insurance. So Rangiruru just moving there as they enter that last 500. So the coxswain of that Rangiruru crew, Charlie White, will be trying to attack this last 500, try and open up, because on the outside, I think making a move, that might be Christchurch Girls High School 1, trying to move up into second over St Andrews College, but St Andrews College is sitting pretty firmly in second, just about 2.5 lengths back on Rangi, but the real challenge seems to be for third place. I think that's the 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews currently battling. It's just a canvas to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. That crew, Sophie Kerr, Sophia Robertson, Emily Scherer, Olive Cooper, and Greta Brockenshire is the cox. So the 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews currently battling for that bronze medal position in this first race of the Otago Regatta, but it is Rangi. It's the yellow, white, and blue storming its way down the course. And the blue and white of St Andrews holding on to second. They're trying to push away from the 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews. It is Christchurch Girls High School on the outside to find that arrowhead effect. They're definitely having a better race this morning. So that Christchurch Girls High School crew on the outside, we're looking at Emerson Lowe, Armley Scramiga, Greer Bowman, Summer Smith, and Georgita Haler is the cox. But Rangi's through. They're into that last 250 now. As the boys change to yellow, they're trying to open up as much as they can. They're pushing out to about 3 lengths over St Andrews. St Andrews in turn trying to push away from Christchurch Girls. The battle is going to be between the 2 Christchurch Girls crews for the 3rd place here. So let's see who takes it over those 2. But Rangi's entering the last 100 metres now. They're attacking. They've got their rating up and they're rowing beautifully in this under 18 4. St Andrews have opened up to Clearwater over Christchurch Girls High School, and the 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews. Let's see who crosses first over the 100 metres. I think it's just on the the outside. The outside crew has now moved away from their number 2 crew, so watch Christchurch Girls High School number 1 move over to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So it's lane 10, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, and I think they're starting to challenge for St Andrews now. They've removed that clear water, and St Andrews is going to have to make a push in these final strokes to keep that clear water over Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So it's going to be St Andrews that take the second. Christchurch Girls High School number 1, just a canvas over their number 2 crew. Go inside to St Andrews College number 1. For the 5th, back to Rangiruru Girls School number 3, then to their number 4 crew, inside to Marion and St Andrews College number 3, and then Christchurch Girls High School number 3, rounding out the field there. Next up, we have the B final of the men's open single. So in this race, we're looking at lane 1, Avon 6, Sam Mones. Lane 2, Dunstanarm 6, Lewis Meets. Lane 3, Dunstanarm 11, Luke Brock. Lane 4, Avon 4, Lawrence Birch. Lane 5, Avon 3, Joshua Clark. Lane 6, Dunstanarm 5, Harry Lightfoot. Lane 7, Otago 1, Alexander Hatchell. Lane 8, Dunstanarm 8, Josh Bartlett. Lane 9, Avon 1, Jimmy Middleditch. And Lane 10, Dunstanarm 13, Angus Lowe. So this is a B final coming down. Still pretty competitive for a B final. Is this men's open single. And there's one rower clearly leading it there as they go into the 500 metre mark, and then it's looking like a very close race for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. That's how these singles work. Anything can change very quickly. Can change that boat speed in a heartbeat, unlike an 8. It takes a bit more to slow down and speed up. But I think we are looking at, it's a Dunstanarm rower there in the middle of the field. I want to say that's Harry Lightfoot in lane 6, potentially leading it there in this B final. Also on the outside though, looking strong, might be Avon 1. That could be Jimmy Middleditch. So those are the 2 contending for 1st and 2nd in this B final, but right now it is Harry Lightfoot. Then we'll probably be looking inside to lanes 2 and 3, the 2 Dunstanarm crews of Lewis Meets and Luke Brock there in lane 2 and 3 respectively. Probably challenging for that 3rd spot, but it is Harry Lightfoot charging away into this final 250 now. He'll be winding it up, trying to get some clear water over Jimmy Middleditch from Avon. Also in the middle there, looking good to take that 3rd spot might be, it's lane 5, that's Josh Clark there. Avon number 3 currently sitting in 3rd, and I think he's trying to push away from lane number 2 there, Dunstanarm 6, Lewis Meets, who's having a go in this final 110 metres here, but it is Josh Clark and Lewis Meets battling for that 3rd spot as Harry Lightfoot's trying to get some clear water over Jimmy Middleditch. Josh Clark pushing up on Jimmy Middleditch. I think Josh Clark might be trying to shoot for the 2nd here. It's half a length between those 2. I think Josh Clark might have just run out of water, and it's looking close between those 2 Dunstanarm crews as well as Otago and Dunstanarm number 8, Josh Bartlett. It's a very close race there in the B final of the men's open single. So men's open single sponsored by Otago Community Trust as the A finals start beginning to come down now. Lane 1, Wairo 1, Ruben Cook. Lane 2, Dunstanarm 9, Hamish Yeatman. Lane 3, Dunstanarm 3, Henry Clatworthy. Lane 4, Dunstanarm 1, Matthew King. Lane 5, Dunstanarm 4, Finn Ellison. Lane 6, Dunstanarm 12, Sam Barnett. Lane 7, Oamaru 22, Logan Doherty. Lane 8, Dunstanarm 10, Charlie Manser. Lane 9, Avon 5, Logan Freshwater. And lane 10 is Dunstanarm 2, Matthew O'Meara. So it should be a sea of Dunstanam in this A final of the men's open single. Just looking to see who the contenders here. It looks very close for that first and second spot as well, that third spot. So it's a very close race here in the men's open single. As they're coming past that 500 metre marker now. And the black boat there contending in lane number 10, looking good there. I wouldn't say he's in the lead, but that is Matthew O'Meara holding his own there. But I think we'll look into the middle of the field. And that's lane 5, Dunstanam 4, Finn Allison, who's currently in a bit of a battle with Dunstanam 1, which is Matthew King. Those are the two I'd say that are fighting for first and second in this A final of the men's open single. So this is a tough event. This is one of the premier events here. And those are the two, and I think Matthew King's done a bit of a push to try and get away from Finn Allison here. Those two have separated away from the rest of the field. Going back to third place, we're seeing 3 Dunstanam crews look to Hamish Yeatman, Sam Barnett, and potentially Charlie Manser there for that third spot. But it's all Dunstanam, and I think we're looking at lane 4 and lane 5. So that is Matthew King and Finn Allison. I think Matthew King's trying to steal a march over Finn Allison here, but Finn Allison holding his own as we go down to the last 120 metres. It's anyone's race. It's bow ball for bow ball at the moment between Finn Allison and Matthew King. Matthew King on the inside there. Matthew King's reaching. I can't tell between those two. Last 100 metres have both got their rating up. I'd say Matthew King's got the wind. He's opening up to a canvas here over Finn Allison. Finn Allison's going to have to settle for second if Matthew King holds up this pace. Then looking for third. Third looks to be a close race as well. Look on the inside there, Henry Clatworthy, as well as just on the outside there. Stealing a march is lane 8. Lane 8, that's Charlie Mance there. Charlie Mance has gone for that third place over Henry Clatworthy and Sam Barnett. Then we go to the inside. That's Wairo Ruben Cook for 6th. Then on the outside, we'll look at the row from Oamaru. That's Logan Doherty. Very fast race here. And back to Matthew O'Meara. Inside to Hamish Yeatman and Logan Freshwater rounding out the field in that very quick men's open single. Next up, another good event. We've got the Women's Open Coxless Pair. This event sponsored by New Zealand Community Trust. And they are just coming past the K there, and we're seeing the white boat of Avon. Seeing 3 Avon crews there in tight contention. So in this race, we look at lane 1, Dunstanam 2, Nevo Doherty and Charlotte McKenzie. Lane 2 is Dunstanam 3, Kira Patterson and Isla Nicholson. Lane 3 is Avon 4, Tyler Stewart and Emily Ryle. Lane 4 is Avon 3, Anya Leeson and Isabel Welsh. Lane 5 is Avon 2, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. Lane 6 is Avon 1, Georgie Bethel and Jessica Tavendale. Lane 7 is Avon 5, Olivia Studham and Coco Flood. Lane 8 is Dunstanam 1, Macy Barnes and Ella Barnes. Lane 9 is Cashmere High School 7, Lucy O'Connor and Melly Lloyd. And lane 10 is Avon 6, Isabel Williamson and Imogen Boxall. I'm struggling a bit here to see the crews with the lighting of the camera, but looks to be closer between 2 crews here. Just have to see the distance there on the outside. Sometimes these lanes can look a bit deceiving. That's a white boat coming across the 500 metre marker. Then I'd say we're looking just 2 lengths back to another Avon crew there. Okay, so that's lane 5 there. That's Avon number 2, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier leading the field. And then just outside of them, currently sitting in second, is lane 6, Avon number 1, Georgie Bethel and Jessica Tavendale there as they enter the last 400 metres of this race. Let's see who's got a wind here. Those are the 2 crews, I'd say, that separated away from the rest of the field. Also got it inside, I think, lane number 4, Avon number 3, Anya Leeson and Isabel Welsh are holding their own. Probably sitting in that 3rd spot there, but it's definitely those 2 Avon crews who have separated away from the rest of the field. So Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier are absolutely fireballing down the course here in the women's open coxless pair oars. They've got that rating up, coming into the last 300 metres here. We'll have to see the distance as they come through. So they're into the last 250 now. And they're just sitting up, trying to get as much distance as they can over Avon number 1. So Avon number 1, Georgie Bethel and Jessica Tavendale just sitting about 2 lengths back over Avon number 2, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. Then we're looking a bit back to third place, maybe 5 or 6 lengths to... I'll be sitting in that third spot. I think we'd be going inside. That will be Anya Leeson and Isabel Welsh currently sitting in that third spot, but it looks tight between them and Avon 5, Olivia Studham and Coco Flood. But going through now, the last 100 metres is Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier, just sitting 2 lengths up on Jessica Tavendale and Georgie Bethel there. So pretty close race between these two. Just, I'm going to say that's a length and a half. No, 2 lengths. We'll call it 2 lengths there. Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier go through into the final strokes. They're going to win this women's open coxless pair oars. Sitting 2 lengths behind is Georgie Bethel and Jessica Tavendale. And then it looks to be a pretty close race for the third spot between the two Avon crews. This is a lot closer than I thought. I think we're looking at Anya Leeson and Isabel Welsh. That's lane 4 and lane 7. So lane 7, Olivia Studham and Coco Flood. I think I'm going to give it to the inside here. Just maybe a canvas to Avon 3, Anya Leeson and Isabel Welsh. Over Avon 5, Olivia Studham and Coco Flood. Then we're looking at the crew from Dunstanam, Macy and Ella Barnes. Go outside to Cashmere, Avon 6. Inside to Dunstanam 2, Dunstanam 3. And then I think there might have been a bit of a steering issue there to Avon number 4. All right. Next up is the boys under 16 double sculls B final. This event sponsored by Foursquare Mackenzie. So this is the B final here. Lane 1, Dunstanam 1, Kiowa O'Neill and Boston Irving Dowling. Lane 2, Selwyn Rowing 2, Max Eberhard and Dylan Eberhard. Lane 3 is Wakatipu 4, Henry Haas and Kaito Nakazawa. Lane 4 is St. Bede's College 1, Lennox Lowry and Eddie Robertson. Lane 5, St. Andrews College 2, Jess Saunders, Toby Moore. Lane 6, Wanaka 1, Travis Lee Cooper and Jasper Lambert. Lane 7 is Otago Boys High 2, Sam Glover and Charlie Anderson. Lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 2, Jack Gibson and Nirvana Girardi. Lane 9 is St. Bede's College 4, Jay Anderson and Conrad Van Herel. Lane 10 is St. Andrews College 1, Oscar Wilson and Cooper Rogers. So in this B final, I think we might be looking at the blue and white of St. Andrews just in the middle leading there. So we're looking at Jess Saunders and Toby Moore. Potentially on the inside as well. Who's that? St. Bede's probably sitting in second. I'd say that might be the race at the moment. No one writes out St. Bede's trying to get the win here in the B final. And then maybe for third, we're looking at the inside there to Selwyn Rowing potentially. Selwyn Rowing 2, Max Eberhard and Dylan Eberhard potentially sitting in that third spot, as well as maybe St. Bede's College number 4, Jai Anderson and Conrad Van Herel trying to get up for that third place. But I think it's St. Andrews leading them. St. Andrews doing well here. They're looking clean coming into this last 100. They're leading St. Bede's by clear water here. So St. Bede's College number 1, Lennox Lowry and Eddie Robertson just sitting in second. And then I think we are looking at Selwyn Rowing, Max Eberhard and Dylan Eberhard in third. Go outside St. Bede's College number 4 in fourth. But St. Andrews is going to take the win here pretty comfortably in the speed final. Then we're going to St. Bede's College number 1, Selwyn Rowing. St. Bede's College number 4 in the middle to Wanaka. Then we're looking at Wakatipu. Back outside to Otago Boys High, as well as Shirley Boys. Inside to Dunstanam. and outside to St Andrews College 1. All right, A final coming down now, just approaching the 500 metre mark there. We're looking at lane 1, Shirley Boys High School 1, Callum Skelton and Zach Brookles. Lane 2, St Andrews College 3, Logan Scott, Isaac Keane. Lane 3, St Bede's College 2, Oliver Chum and William Ellett. Lane 4, Cure Boating Club 2, Marcus Laverley and Tommy Baldwin. Lane 5, Wakatipu 2, Ruben Davis and Phineas Thomas. Lane 6, Wakatipu 3, Baxter Kingan and Henry Mornier. Lane 7, Wakatipu 1, Zebby Jarvis and Flynn Webber. Lane 8 is Otago 2, Archie McDonald and Ollie O'Connell. Lane 9 is Cure Boating Club 1, Fletcher Howden and Xavier Laverley. Lane 10 is Otago Boys High 1, Hunter Knox and Angus Coley. So that's the lineup here, and just looking for that first place. I think we're going to the gold boat of... Is that Wakatipu? I'm going to say that's Wakatipu leading it here. There might actually be 2 Wakatipu crews currently sitting in first and second. So we're looking at lane 7 there. Lane 7 is Wakatipu number 1, Zebby Jarvis and Flynn Webber. Leading over their number 2 crew, Ruben Davis and Phineas Thomas. That's your 1 and 2. Potentially looking at the third spot. I think we might be going to Otago on the outside there. Also looking good in contention though for that third spot might be that crew from St Bede's College number 2, Oliver Chum and William Ellett. But I think I'll give it to Otago to Archie McDonald and Ollie O'Connell at the moment. But the 2 Wakatipu crews putting out a pretty dominant performance. Wakatipu number 1, Zebby Jarvis and Flynn Webber, just a length over their number 2 crew, but their number 2 crew is closing down on them. The number 2 crew's got a wind, and I don't think there's going to be any clear water there. So that number 2 crew just down by 3/4 of a length. That's Ruben Davis and Phineas Thomas looking for the third spot. We're going to give it to Otago 2 at the moment. That's Archie McDonald and Ollie O'Connor. Go inside to St Bede's, then a bit of a battle between St Andrews, Wakatipu number 3, Shirley Boys on the inside. Then we'll probably look at Cure Boating Club on the outside to Otago. No, that's not Otago 2. Cure Boating Club number 1. And just rounding out the field is Otago Boys High School there. So much closer racing today so far. That's the boys under 16 double. Boys under 17 double B final coming down now. Lane 1 we've got St Joseph's, Gregory Terrace 1, Jess Ferguson and Rupert Kozlowskis. Lane 2 is Timaru 30, Murphy Hopper Park, Baxter Hopper Park. Lane 3 St Thomas of Canterbury number 2, Luke Sweeney and Liam Jessup. Lane 4 St Bede's College number 2, Rory Wright and Connor Thwaites. Lane 5 is Wakatipu 2, Mike Perry, Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 6 is St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Harry Gallagher and Lucas Dowling. Lane 7, Otago Boys High 1, Jack McSkill and Jude Smiley. Lane 8 is North End 1, Edward Hager and Harry Lyons. Lane 9 is Christ College 2, Charlie Syme and Freddie Parfitt. And lane 10 is St Bede's College number 1, Harrison Seal and Ryan Atwood. I think Christ College number 2, they're doing well. Just on one of the outside lanes, a bit of a sleeper pick for this B final. I'd actually call them in the lead at the moment, apart from maybe there's one other crew on the inside, which I think is St Thomas number 2. That's Luke Sweeney and Liam Jessup. So that's your 1, 2, and then we're probably looking at Wakatipu number 2, Mike Perry, and Louis Dela Cruz currently sitting in that 3rd spot. So pretty clear 1, 2, and 3 there. I'd probably say St Thomas now just moving on the inside there over Christ College, who are sitting in 2nd. We'll see as they come across the 100. It might actually be Christ College. Good move coming from Christ College here. They've got really good length there in that boat. So Christ College, more of a sweeping school, but they're doing well in this B final of the 17 double. That's Charlie Simon, Freddie Parfitt, just leading just by length over St Thomas. Let's see what St Thomas can do coming into the last 50 metres. I think they're just going to run out of runway to do anything about this Christ College crew. So we're going to say Christ College wins the race there, giving it to St Thomas 2nd place. Wakatipu number 2 will get the 3rd. Go inside to St Joseph's, then St Thomas and Timaru in a bit of a battle there for that 5th and 6th place. Then we're looking at Otago Boys High School, then to the 2 St Bede's crews rounding out the field there in the B final. And next up, we've got the A final of the boys under 17 double. So we're looking at lane 1, Christ College 3, Matthew Vance and Alex Richards. Lane 2, Christ College 4, Arthur Brown and George Campbell. Lane 3, Otago 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. Lane 4, Oamaru 22, Jacob Rollback and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane 5 is Shirley Boys High School 2, Silas Freeman and AJ Jordan. Lane 6 is Shirley Boys High School 1, Ruben Sagers and Dominico Freaker. Lane 7 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Alex Wynn and Cosmo Kakafagidis. Lane 8 is Wakatipu 1, Liam Faley and Ollie Watson. Lane 9 is Otago Boys High 2, Tom Coley and Leo Garden. And then lane 10 is Christ College number 5, George Haddon and Thomas Richmond. So pretty clear leader here as they've come past the 500 metre mark now. I think that's Wakatipu. I think that's Wakatipu number 1 in lane 8. Liam Faley and Ollie Watson are putting up a pretty good performance here. They're leading the rest of the field. Maybe for the 2nd place, I think that might be a bit more tightly contended. We're looking at Oamaru, and is that potentially Shirley Boys up in the mix for a top 3 placing in this boys under 17 double. Also look outside to Otago Boys High School if they can get it up in this last 250 metres. But Oamaru, Shirley Boys try to chase down this Wakatipu number 1 crew, and I think they might do it. Wakatipu number 1 is not looking comfortable here, so Liam Faley and Ollie Watson are going to need to charge ahead because Shirley Boys, Oamaru, and also on the inside, don't write off Otago 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley getting up for a mix for a top 3 finish here. Oamaru's in 2nd. Oamaru's in 2nd. Let's see whether they can chase down this Wakatipu. Wakatipu through the 100 now. It's looking close for the 2nd place. It's Oamaru and Shirley. Bowball for Bowball. Just a half a boat length back to Otago number 1. So it's looking like a close race. And these 3 crews are chasing down Wakatipu. Wakatipu's lost their clear water here as Shirley Boys are coming as well as Oamaru. I think Shirley Boys have stolen a march. They're moving up on Wakatipu, closing down to half a length. Half a length up on Oamaru, who in turn have half a length up on Otago. So that's going to be your 1, 2, 3, Wakatipu, Shirley Boys and Oamaru, back to Otago, inside to Christ College, outside to Otago Boys High School. Then we're going right outside to Christ College number 5, then to Shirley number 2. Then finishing off the field is Christchurch Boys High School number 1 and Christ College number 4. So boys under 17 double, sponsored by Lion Foundation. Next up, we're moving to a pretty interesting race here. This is the girls under 15 octuple. So 16 all race here. We're looking at lane 1 Otago 1, lane 2 North End 1, lane 3 Invercargill 1, lane 4 Timaru 11, lane 5 Oamaru 22, lane 6 Christchurch Girls High School 1, lane 7 Wakatipu 1, lane 8 Villa Maria College 1, lane 9 Rangiru Girls School 1, and lane 10 is Union 1. Looks like they've got a way to go before they approach the K. So just going past the 500 metre island there. So just a straight final in this girls under 15 Cockstock Topple. We're looking at, this is sponsored by Bobby Foundation. And I did see one crew was pretty clearly leading it at the K, but that second and third spot seemed to be in tight contention. It was between Timaru and was it maybe Christchurch Girls High School, but one crew definitely leading it by a lot. We'll see, catch them as they come down. I would say Wakatipu, but I think it might actually be Oamaru or potentially Invercargill there. Hold on. That's lane 5, so that's Oamaru 22. We're looking at Sasha Wright, Isabella Wainwright, Ava Goodall, Pippa McMillan, Annabelle King, Matilda Eisbister, Summer Brosnan, Emily Tartan, and Greer Dixon is the Cox, and they are pretty comfortably in front, just 2 lengths. I don't think Timaru's gone any further away from them since the K. So Timaru, I think, is pretty comfortably in second now. They've pushed in front of, let's just see the colours there. It's definitely Oamaru in front. I think Timaru's pushed in front of Christchurch Girls High School, who in turn are being challenged on the outside there by Wakatipu number 1. But it is definitely Oamaru. They're doing it, and they're doing it easy. Timaru 11, this crew made out of Genevieve Wiggins, Penny Bell, Emma Johnson, Sophie Burden, Maisie Hayward, Lauren Crawford, Kelly Van Heerden, Pippa Raymond, and Bella Westgarth is the Cox. So Timaru's pushed out to a pretty comfortable second. Christchurch Girls High School and Wakatipu just a bit of a battle right now, but I would give it to Christchurch Girls High School over Wakatipu as Oamaru is now into that last 250. Doing it clean for this point in the season. They're all rowing together. They're all in time. So pretty good job coming from Oamaru here. They're just sitting about, let's say, 3 lengths up on this Timaru crew, who I think in turn have clear water on Christchurch Girls and Wakatipu. Christchurch Girls and Wakatipu, this one might be close for that 3rd spot. Then I think would be going inside to Invercargill looking for the 5th spot. Through the 100 is Oamaru, and Timaru is just approaching the 100. We'll get there soon. A pretty decisive win there from Omaru. And then we're going back to Timaru through the 100 now. And let's see these two crews as they cross the 100-metre mark. I'd actually give it to Wakatipu. So Wakatipu is walking through Christchurch Girls High School at the moment, trying to challenge for that third spot. They're not going to be able to catch Timaru, but I think Wakatipu is just climbing to a canvas over Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls just taking a couple of rough strokes as they open up to a quarter of a length. They've got 2 seats now, pushing out to 3 seats. Wakatipu's got 3 seats over Christchurch Girls High School, over the line. Then we're going back to Invercargill, inside to North End 1. Then we're looking at Rangi, Villa Maria, outside to Union, inside to Otago 1. Next up, pretty high stakes event here. We've got the boys under 18 Coxed 4, lane 1 Christchurch Boys High School 3, lane 2 Timaru 30, lane 3 St Bede's College 1, lane 4 St Joseph's Gregory Terrace 2, lane 5 Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 6 St Joseph's, lane 7 St Andrews College 1, lane 8 St Thomas of Canterbury 1, and lane 9 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2. And there's one crew that is absolutely dominating out there. That's on the one of the middle crews on the inside. Is it the blue and the black? I think it just might be. I think we are looking at Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Charlie Greenslane, Matthew Burns, Ruben Fifield, Hugo Parnham, and Cooper Dean is the Cox there. They're really leading the field. I think St Joseph's might be the crew currently sitting in second, just about 3 lengths back over this Christchurch Boys High School crew, sponsored by Sharon Bennett Photography. So one of the premier events in high school rowing coming up here, and it is pretty dominantly. There doesn't look to be much challenge for Christchurch Boys here. They're just sitting up in front comfortably here. St Joseph's might be under a bit of a threat from the outside, which might be Christchurch Boys High School number 2. So if Christchurch Boys High School could get first and third here, that would be very impressive. And then we're going inside to St Thomas and St Andrews there in a bit of a battle for 4th and 5th. Also look to St Bede's and St Joseph's number 2. So the rest of the field's coming and they're attacking St Joseph's, but no one's going to attack Christchurch Boys here. They're thrown to the last 50 metres, 2.5 lengths up on St Joseph's. Doing it well, doing it easy, just a couple of rough strokes there as they come to the finish, but they'll be all right. St Joseph's comfortably in second, and then we're looking at St Joseph's number 2, who've now walked past Christchurch Boys, currently sitting in that third spot. St Bede's just 3/4 of a length behind them. So St Joseph's looking for a second and a third here. Then it's looking like a very tight race for these minor placings. We're looking to St Bede's in 4th, Christchurch Boys High School number 2 in 5th, St Andrews in 6th, and then inside to St Thomas for 7th, and then Timaru 8th, and inside to Christchurch Boys High School at number 3. Next up is the men's club double sponsored by Foursquare Mackenzie. Lane 3, Avon 1, Jamie Soper and Henry Robertson. Lane 4, Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong and Geordie McGillan. Lane 5, Cure Boating Club 1, Che DeLuca and Jong Hu O. Lane 6, St Andrews College 1, Oliver Barker and Tig Maloney. Lane 7, Waihopai 1, Tristan Duffel and Jason Rutledge. And then Lane 8 is Cromwell 1, Jack Spriggs and Stiang Langvik. Might be St Andrews and Wakatipu, potentially. No, we're looking at Ashburn, so that's Ashburn number 1 and St Andrews College number 1 in a battle for that first and second in the B final here. So St Andrews College, Oliver Barker and Targ Maloney just battling with Caleb Armstrong and Geordie McGillen. I'd give the lead to St Andrews at the moment, but it's looking to be pretty close. These two crews have separated away from the rest of the field here. So let's see what Oliver Barker and Targ Maloney can do over Caleb Armstrong and Geordie McGillen. Those are your 1-2, and I think Ashburn might be making a bit of an attack here, might be making a bit of a move over St Andrews. Let's see what St Andrews can do. Have they got their rating up? They've got a bit good backswing there, but I think Ashburn might just be, oh, it's close. I'd actually give it to St Andrews. St Andrews still, they're through the line now. It's about 3/4 of a length to St Andrews over Ashburn. Ashburn's going to need a charge, and I think that's what they're doing. They've got their rating up, and they're attacking it in this B final. It's St Andrews currently half a length now. It's only half a length. So can Ashburn make it up? It's going to a canvas. It's a canvas, and Andrews needs to move here because Ashburn's going fast. Ashburn's really winding it up to the line, and if it's a good swing, I think Ashburn might have just gone it there in the B final over St Andrews. That was close. I'm not sure about that one. Cure Boating Club 1, Shada Luca and Jonghu O just sitting in 3rd there. And then we'll be going to Waihopai 1 in 4th. Outside to Cromwell. And then Avon is going to round out the field here. Men's club double, we'll get a full 10 lanes for this. So we're looking at the A final. Lane 1, Oamaru 25, Stuart Eisbister, Jet Rogers. Lane 2, Canterbury 2, Noah Visser, Oliver Ellis. Lane 3, Canterbury 3, Mark McDermott and Nate Renoff. Lane 4, Canterbury number 1, Sam Clark and Tim Chapman. Lane 5 is Timaru 30, George Talbot and Louis O'Sullivan. Lane 6, Dunsnam number 1, Ben Thompson and Dylan Acton. Lane 7 is Dunsnam 4, Brennan Keane and Jacob Harrison. Lane 8 is Oamaru 23, Ralph Henderson and Cooper Lynch. Lane 9 is Dunsnam 3, Luca Maines Upson and Jack McClellan. Lane 10 is Dunsnam 2, Jed Tisdall and Max Smith. Okay, so we'll be looking to the white colours of Canterbury and then the green, yellow and blue of Dunstanam. So Canterbury crew there, lane 4, Canterbury number 1, Sam Clark and Tim Chapman doing well. I think they're currently leading it over Dunstanam crew, which is, I want to say that's lane 6, Bennett. Dunstanam number 1, Ben Thompson and Dylan Acton. So those are your 1 and 2, and I think Dunstanam is definitely the one climbing here over Canterbury, but I'm not sure whether they're going to catch him in the size 250 metres, as I would put Canterbury in front there. Then looking for that 3rd spot, we're seeing the yellow and black of Oamaru prevail there. So that Oamaru crew, Ralph Henderson and Cooper Lynch. But right now the battle is for first, as Oamaru is looking pretty comfortable there in 3rd, but it is Canterbury. Canterbury going through the 100 now, Dunstanam now, so it's a length, and I'm not sure that Dunstanam's going to be able to catch them. They'll see what they do. What can Ben Thompson and Dylan Acton do to roll over this crew of Sam Clark and Tim Chapman? I think those two are going to take the lead, so Canterbury one's going to try and take the win here. It is closed down, though. It is only 3/4 of a length now. So Canterbury's going to take it. Then we go to Dunsnam number 1. Then we've got Oamaru on a bit of an island there in 3rd place. Then we've got a big lineup for the minor placings here. We're looking inside to Canterbury number 2, novice and Oliver Ellis. And then probably on the outside to lane 9 of Dunsnam 3, Luca Mains Upson and Jack McLellan. Then a Sev, Dunsnam, Timaru, Canterbury, and inside to Oamaru 25, and that will be the field there. B final of the women's club single sculls, just approaching the 500 metre mark now. In lane 1, Otago 2, Maya Still. Lane 2 and Vicago 1, Tiziana Mazda Churin. Lane 3, Villa Maria College 1, Sophia Taylor. Lane 4, Wanaka 1, Alanya Hay. Lane 5, Avon 1, Emma Gardner. Lane 6, Canterbury 2, Natalie Walsh. Lane 7, Wanaka 2, Lily Garrett. Lane 8, Cure Boating Club 1, Hannah Shadbolt. Lane 9, Otago 1, Brianna Patterson. And lane 10 is Marion College number 1, Addie Pinfold. So a full list of crews here in the B final of the women's club single scull, which is sponsored by Kapanua Rowing Activewear. Trying to see, I'm seeing the red and white of Avon, so that might be Avon 1, Emma Gardner in lane 5, so it made sense for her to be up the front, but one of these outside crews also doing well, sitting in the top 3. And that's the blue and white of Otago, so Otago 1, Brianna Patterson, clearly having a better race today on finals day as they come into the last 250 here, so it looks to be Avon and Otago, then probably going inside, maybe also trying to put up a bit of a challenge. Currently sitting in 3rd. Is that the colours of Villa Maria College 1, Sophia Taylor. So those are the 3 I'd say coming into the final 150 metres here. So Avon, Villa Maria and Otago. Villa Maria trying to give a bit of a challenge to this Avon crew. So Emma Gardner is being attacked by Sophia Taylor coming into the last 100 metres here. It is Avon in front. I'm curious to see where the second and third comes for. I think it's close. I think I'd just give it to Villa Maria over Otago on the outside there. So Villa Maria is having a charge. They've had a good last 250. Walking through Otago and trying to catch up to this Avon crew of Emma Gardner. So Emma Gardner is still leading it, just clear water over Villa Maria. And I think Otago might be moving again. Villa Maria and Otago. I think it's just Villa Maria by half a length over Otago. So Otago, Brianna Patterson's going to have to settle for a third here as Sophia Taylor crosses the line in second. Then we're looking inside to Maya Still. So Maya Still sitting in that fourth spot. Then outside to Addie Pinfold from Marion College. Wanaka Alanya Hay. Then we're looking at Hannah Shadbolt from Cure and Vicargill inside there. That's Tiziana Mazda-Charon. Then we're looking at Wanaka 2, Lily Garrett. And rounding out the field will be Canterbury number 2, Natalie Walsh. All right, A final coming down now. Lane 1, Waihopai 1, Charlotte Klein. Lane 2, Canterbury 1, Toby Reese. Lane 3, Oamaru 22, Sophie Spittle. Lane 4, Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. Lane 5, Columba College 1, Fennell Millen. Lane 6, Dunsnam 1, Isla Westlake. Lane 7, Dunsnam 4, Dana Leishman. Lane 8, Dunsnam 3, Lucy Clark. Lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Mia DeVries. And lane 10, Waihopai number 2, Mia Brown. And entering the last 250 metres here, pretty decisive lead for one of these Dunsnam crews. I think we're looking at lane 6 here. Lane 6, Dunsnam number 1, Isla Westlake, coached by Lauren Gibb, and it looks to be pretty decisive over the number 2, which is Ashburn. So Ashburn, Isla Moffat there sitting in second. Then we're going outside to potentially Dunsnam number 3, Lucy Clark. I might be mistaken there. So it's lane 8. So lane 8 is Lucy Clark currently sitting in that third spot. And lane 6, so it is lane 6, Dunsnam number 1, Isla Westlake, is sitting pretty comfortable here. She's going to take up this women's club single sculls with ease. Just going about 2.5 lengths back to Isla Moffat from Ashburton. In turn, going 2 lengths back to that Lucy Clark from Dunsnam number 3. Then we are potentially looking at Columba College, Fennell Millen there. And fourth being challenged on the inside there by Charlotte Klein. Then Canterbury, Dana Leishman from Dunsnam outside to Waihopai 2, Mia Brown. Inside to Oamaru 22, Sophie Spittle. And just rounding out the field, there's Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Mia DeVries. Next up, we've got a 1K race. This is the men's novice double sculls B final. Lane 1, Wakatipu 3, Tyler Love and Angus Brown. Lane 2, Invercargill 1, Archie Heenan and Cormac League. Lane 3, Timaru 41, Alfie Chapman and Lachlan Strawn. Lane 4, Timaru 35, Jairus Dyer and Jaeger Sims. Lane 5, St. Bede's College number 1, Fletcher Franklin and William Blackburn. Lane 6, Wanaka number 2, Travis Lee Cooper and Noah Moody. Lane 7, Wakatipu number 2, Henry Manser and Max Bazile. Lane 8 is Ashburn number 2, Luke Moffat and Lockie Oldham. Lane 9 is Waihopai number 2, Jamie Colvert and Josh Clean. Lane 10 is Selwyn Rowing, number 1, Mason Jessup and Joe Creeker. And this is all looking pretty close here in the B final. This event sponsored by Otago Community Trust. So it looks like a bit of a straight line between these crews here. Just trying to see who's in the mix. I think we're looking at the 2 Timaru crews, Timaru 41 and Timaru 35, lane 3 and lane 4 respectfully. Alright, so there's just been a van or car key found in front of the Avon tent in the spectators area. So if you're missing a car key or a van key, it's in front of the Avon tent at the spectators area. But currently this B final is looking very close. It's just a line between these crews, and I think looking at Timaru in lane 4 currently leading it. Jay Ristahia, Jaeger Sims, and then, it's anyone's game. I think we might see Wanaka pushing out to second as St. Bede's challenge the second of the Timaru crews. Also look to Wakatipu on the outside. Very close race in this B final, but we are looking at Timaru. Then I might say Timaru number 2 stepped it up as well. So Timaru 41, Alfie Chapman and Lachlan Strawn are trying to get the second here. They have that rating right up and they're really attacking it. So there goes Timaru. Then we've got Wanaka, Travis Lee Cooper and Noah Moody trying to hold on to that second spot, but Timaru's flying on their number 1 crew. Wakatipu trying to walk up on Wanaka as well. St. Bede's just a couple of rough strokes there. I think, Timaru stopped early. Very close, very close. So it'll be between Wanaka and that Timaru number 2 crew for that second. So very close racing there in the men's novice double sculls, and we've got the A final coming down now. So a bunch of Timaru crews and a bunch of Wakatipu crews in the middle here. There's a men's novice double sculls A final. Lane 1, Dunsnam number 1, Judy Stewart and Tully Rule. Lane 2, St. Bede's College number 2, Sawyer Jenkins and Arlo Franklin. Lane 3, Ashburn number 1, Caleb Jones and George Lash. Lane 4, Wakatipu number 1, Henry Huss and Tom Rennard. Lane 5, Wakatipu number 5, Tommy Carlson and Oliver Glover. Lane 6, Timaru 31, Miller Gaskin and Hakeem McIntosh. Lane 7, Timaru 32, George Neal and Oliver Wilcox. Lane 8, Timaru 33, Alex Belitho and Ben Murray. Lane 9 is Omaru 22, Isaac Fox and Jaden McMurtry. Lane 10 is Otago number 4, Vincent Holloway and Carl Schiller. And let's see who's leading here. This one seems to be a bit more decisive for the lead. We've got Wakatipu there in lane 4. We're looking at Wakatipu number 1, Henry Huss and Tom Raynard. Then maybe in second, potentially on the inside, creeping up, Dunsnam number 1, Judy Stewart and Tully Rule trying to get up for it. Also look at Timaru charging on the outside there. That's Timaru in lane 8. So Timaru 8, Timaru 33, Alex Belitho and Ben Murray. But Wakatipu's got the lead, and another Timaru crew's challenging as Dunsnam takes a rough couple of strokes. And we might have a tippage. Dunsnam, that's unfortunate. That's not what you want to happen. And Timaru on the outside charging Alex Belitho and Ben Murray, and watch their number 2 crew go at them. George Neal and Oliver Wilcox. Actually, that's one of their middle crews. That's Timaru 31, Miller Gaskin and Hakeem McIntosh will get the third. That's very unfortunate for Dunsnam. They were doing very well out there on the inside. Part of the sport there. That's novice rowing. Yeah, next race. Brilliant. All right, so next up we've got the men's Masters Coxed / Coxless quadruple sculls. Okay, interesting. Here, lane 4, we've got the Cure Boating Club composite between Cure Boating Club and Twizel. We've got Calvin Maker, Peter Midgley, Scott Berry, and Jonathan King. Lane 5 is Avon 1, Paula Munro, Jason Rakic, Brian May, and Steve Glenn. Lane 6 is Dunsnam 1, Wayne Gloag, Andrew Jolly, Phil Newsom, and Quentin Annan. that is the lineup here, and there's one crew that's sitting out in front here. They did have a head start, so let's see whether they can be caught up. We are looking at Dunstanam, number 1, pretty clearly in front here. I'd say they're sitting 5 or 6 lengths up, coming up past the 500 meter mark there. So this is a 1K race, so they're just over halfway through. Then inside we're looking at the Cure Boating Club composite crew, just sitting 5 or 6 lengths back, and then in turn they've got 4 or 5 lengths up on Avon number 1. So Avon number 1 just sitting a bit further back there. This event sponsored by Otago Rowing Association. So here goes Dunstanam there into the last 250 now. We'll be curious to see if they have a rate climb. We've got Wayne Gloag, Andrew Jolly, Phil Newsom and Quentin Annan here. And they are performing pretty well. They've held on to that head start and they've actually gone further. They've walked past Cure Boating Club composite. So that's made up of Cure and Twizel. They're really taking care of that recovery in that Cure boat. They're not rating too high, but they're really making sure they get all of that length. But Dunstanam's here. They're through the final 100 metres. They are doing well. They're performing very well there. They've actually got their rating up quite high. That's a very well synced drive. So definitely a lot of experience in that boat because they are rowing absolutely stunning out there in lane number 6. And they are going to cross the line nearly 100 metres ahead. I'd call that maybe 80 metres ahead of Cure Boating Club number 1. And they in turn are just sitting maybe 100 metres ahead of this Avon number 1 crew of Paula Munro, Jason Rakic, Brian May and Steve Glenn. So Avon's going to round out the field. Cure Boating Club across the line now. Next up is the Women's Masters Single Sculls from the K.
Thank you, Will. We're just as the men's Masters Coxless Quadruple Sculls crosses the line, the Avon crew looking very nice and tidy. Looks like they borrowed a Union boat there, and good to see that the well-stroked quad by Steve Glenn turned up on time. Obviously had a good night last night, nice and then early night. Women's Masters Single Sculls, this is a replay of what we saw yesterday. So there's 4 crews in there. There should be another crew there today. In terms of the fact that Grant McKenzie, who is one of our adaptive rowers, is out there in lane number 4. So great to see him out there from Invercargill. He'll be bringing this crew down along with Union number 3 in lane 5, which is Tanya McDonald. Union 1 in lane number 6, which is Kathy Neuhausen. And in lane number 7, Leonie Nolan from Union as well is in lane number 7. So the way the handicaps work in here is we've got Invercargill, they are a B rating as Masters, so they've got a 13-second handicap. 10 seconds for those 2 crews in lane 5 and lane 6, Tanya and Kathy. So they'll go off 10 seconds. And Leonie, she has got the E rating, so as soon as they say go, she'll be on her way. So welcome everybody again to day 2 here at the Otago Rowing Championships, brought to you by Meridian, and we thank them very much for their sponsorship. Please keep up those really cool standards we had from yesterday in terms of the rubbish that we have lying around. Don't make any of it yours. There's a couple of little bits I can see out there, but I'm sure they'll be picked up before the end of the day. Make the most of it. The sun will come out. We've got flat conditions again today. This is brilliant. Just hardly a breath of wind out here. We'll make the most of it for these scullers. The Masters are underway. Looks like a good start there from Kathy in lane 6. She's out and into it. Outside of her, Leonie. So 1,000 metres for them. After this, race 164 will be the B final of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. So a full field in there, and then we'll go, of course, into the A final. So it's all the business day today. Lots of A finals coming up. I'm sure that there are a lot of you who this is only your day 2 at Ruataniwha, making this your first regatta. So you'll be looking forward to these A finals. No doubt you've got your day sheets. If you haven't, head down to the Secretary's office. A gold coin will get you one of those. Then you can get out your highlighters and colour them in and look at where those that are nearest and dearest to you are doing their thing today. Down through the first 250 metres, we are now great to see Grant there underway in lane number 4 from Invercargill. And now Tanya looks like she's edged ahead of Kathy and Leonie, using all that experience that she's got as the umpire's boat just escorts them down the course. Thanks, of course, from Otago Rowing to Promo X, who are bringing you this race. So get on to them in Hillside Road in South Dunedin for all of your branding, business embroidery and screen printing requirements. Just about halfway now, and Tanya doing the business out there with Leonie now. So just ahead of her, Leonie in lane number 7. Good to see a couple of dogs out on the course. Remember, we love having the dogs here as long as they're on the lead, and they all are, which is fantastic. And if they do leave any little presents, if we can stick them in a plastic bag, that'd be lovely. Bring you the time there for the men's masters quad. That very experienced Dunstan crew, 3:31. They'll be pretty happy with that. Cure in the feature race. Of course, Calvin Maker was in that crew. He's the caretaker here on course from Twizel Rowing. Peter Midgley, head safety officer here for South Island Rowing. So some big nuts in that one. They finished second in 3:49, and the very accomplished Avon crew finished in 4:30, taking out that third spot. Couple of lengths now advantage for Leonie here as she starts to come down into the last part of the course through the red boys. That's Kathy just sitting there rating quite nicely at 26. And Tanya just inside there, then Dave, and then we've got Leonie on the outside. So we'll give you the field for the girls under 18 at Coxless Pier. They're underway through into the first 500 metres of their race in lane number 1, Rangiruru Girls School 5. That's Isabella Wilson and Amelia Wilkie. Lane number 2, Marion College 1, Peyton Moss and Olive Barak. Lane number 3 is Invercargill 1, Madison Dyack and Mila Sheehan. Lane number 4, Columba College 1, Anika Laser and Nova Fiston. Lane 5 is Rangiruru Girls School number 4, Georgie Stalker and Amelia Jones. In lane 6, Avon 1, Julia Middleditch and Phoebe Burden. Lane number 7, Villa Maria College 1, Maggie Kurnane and Arana Rakic. And in lane number 8 is Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard and Kate Burgess. Lane number 9, Christchurch Girls High School 4, Sophie Kerr and Sophie Cleave. And as they go through 500 metres, looks like it's coming out of the middle there with Rangiruru Girls School number 4, just inside of them Columba College, and on the other side of Rangiruru in lane 6 will be Avon 1. And then we go to Avonside Girls High School. So those are the ones you'll see. And if this is your first regatta, as we get to finals day, generally you'll see them with the arrowhead. So across the line here in the Women's Mixed Masters Single Sculls, congratulations to Kathy. She's taken that one out, about 4 boat lengths ahead of Tanya now coming down to take the buzzer in second. And great effort there from Grant McKenzie from Invercargill. He'll be happy with that. Looking very smooth there in his singles he goes across. And just Leonie in lane 7, making the most of her time on Lake Ruatana for great conditions for anybody out there in a single. So good start in the B final actually on lane number 1 from Rangiruru Girls School 5, Isabella and Amelia. They're right in the middle of this. In the mix as they come up towards the 1,000 metre mark. If you didn't get a chance to wander down to the 1K mark yesterday, please do so. That's where all the coaches gather on their bicycles. Then the peloton makes its way back up to the finish. But a good way to go down and experience a lot closer what's going on in these races and see the gear changes as they come through the 1K in some of these races. Lane 4 leading them down, Columba College 1. Just on the inside of them would be Rangiruru Girls School 4, then Avon 1, which is Julia and Phoebe. I'm sure Paul and Sarah are watching intently as they make their way down. Just outside of them is in lane number 7, Villa Maria. But nice little effort there from Kate and Kate from Avonside Girls High School in lane 8, making their presence felt. 9 crews in this B final. A lot of A finals today where we've got 10 crews, which is just brilliant, and we've got 10 crews lining up right now for the A final of the girls under 18 coxless pair. They'll make their way down shortly. City Podiatry, Lauren Farndon, thank you very much for your support. You've brought us this race, the girls under 18 coxless pair. Heavily involved with the Otago rowing is Lauren. She's sitting in the control centre right now, helping with the judging. Through the 1K comes the B final. And lane 4 at the moment, Columba College, Annika Laser, Nova Fiston, coached by Beth Anderson, Ashton White. Then Avon, then back to Rangiruru right in the middle. So it's lanes 4 and lane 6. Then very little between Rangiruru and lane 5 and out to lane 8, Avonside Girls High School number 1. So they've just got started in the A final, so I'll give you the field for that. And lane number 1, Christchurch Girls High School 2, Emily Shearer, Oliver Cooper. Lane number 2, St Andrews College 3, Alana Brooke and Lauren Bolton. Lane number 3, Ashburton 1, Georgia Scammell and Zara McMillan. Lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Alice Duffy and Tallulah Nelson. Lane number 5, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Phoebe Ensor and Maddie Young. Lane number 6, Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton. So we should see a Rangi arrow coming down the middle of the course. If they go with form, lane 7, St Andrews College 1, Chloe Lowe and Olivia Connor. Lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Greer Bauman and Summer Smith. Lane 9 is Christchurch Girls High School 3, Amelia Scrimmager and Sophia Robertson. And in lane number 10, St Andrews College 2, Katie Taggart and Lucia Apps. They're underway, they're through 250 metres, very even start, although just looks like it's starting to come out of Ashburton, Rangiruru, those 3 Rangi crews. As the B final continues, so we'll take the B final through until we get some clarity on what's happening with the A final, and focus on that A final, which is where we all need to be. So it still is with Columba College out here. See the orange caps of Columba. Avon holding second, back inside to Rangiruru number 4, there in the middle. Then we're still there with the crew on the outside from Avonside Girls out there in the green, the red and the white. They can't quite shake off Avon and Columba, so Avon going to make a wee push and get over the top of them. Just sitting there comfortably around about 30 at the moment. They might try and lift as they get out of those red boys into the golden boys and put a push on. They're looking quite comfortable, Avon. And now taking the attack to Columba. Rangiruru starting to come again at them, and on the outside, not clear out of it yet, is Avonside Girls. Then we go back in from them to Villa Maria. Back down to lane 1 would be Rangiruru Girls School number 5, then Marion College lane number 2. Back across to the crew from Invercargill, I think, down there in lane number 3. And right on the outside, Avonside Girls, Christchurch Girls High School number 4. So heading up to the last 150 metres, Columba College still have half a boat length over Avon. Avon now starting to tick it up a bit. Rangiruru holding on to 3rd. On the outside we go to the crew from Avonside Girls, back into Villa Maria, still back down here to Rangiruru number 5, then to Marion College, then across to Christchurch Girls High School number 4, and back down there in lane number 3, Invercargill number 1. Coming through the 1K mark now that we are in the A final though, and it is coming out of lane 4, which is Rangiruru Girls School number 1, lane 2, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, and then Rangi number 3 sitting there in lane 6 along with Ashburton right close to them in lane number 3, looking pretty close in the middle. Just bring this B final through to conclusion, and Columba still holding on to that lead over Avon. They've done well here, have the Columba ladies, and they'll take a half a boat length through to win the B final from Avon. Finishing third will be Rangiruru, across to Avonside Girls, then it'll be Villa Maria, back down to Rangiruru, just down here in lane number 1, just adjusting their steering a little bit, over the crew from Marion, out to Christchurch Girls High School, and then it will be Invercargill to complete that field. And they come in the A final though, still sitting with those Rangi crews in the middle. Can the rest of the field take the attack to them? Let's wait and see. Lane 4, Rangi number 1, Alice Duffy, Tallulah Nelson. Just, I think, from Phoebe Ensor and Maddie Young. Phoebe and Maddie might just have an advantage. Then on the outside of them again to Rangi number 3, which is Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton. Not sure that they're all there actually. Doesn't look like Christchurch Girls are there. Okay, that makes a difference. It means it is coming out of Rangiruru number 1 in lane number 4 and Rangiruru number 3 in lane number 6. Then we go across 2 from them to Christchurch Girls High School number 1, pretty handily placed. St Andrews College number 2, not too far away from it either. Then we would come back to Rangiruru number 2. So right in the mix of it, it's Rangi number 3. Bringing them down from Rangi number 1, so Rangi number 3, Charlotte and Lucy. This is the final of the girls under 18 coxless pairs. So who's going to break up the Rangi party? Let's just see who that could come from. They'll have to be pretty good. St Andrews, Christchurch Girls maybe. They're in a line just on the outside there. St Andrews number 1, Christchurch Girls High School number 1 and St Andrews number 2. Very little between those crews, but they're all battling for 4th because it is Rangiruru number 3 leading down by 2 boat lengths now over Rangiruru number 2. So might have put a push in there just with 7:50 to go as they come up to 500 metres left to run, and they'll be coming past their supporters anytime soon. They'll be pretty happy to see those 3 crews out in front. St Andrews College number 3 down there in lane number 2 trying to put some pressure on the rest of the field, but they'll have to work hard to get into it from there because it is all with that lane number 6 here. Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton, coached by Fee Patterson, and they're continuing to move away from the rest of the field, taking Rangiruru number 1 with them, Rangiruru number 2 in between those 2 crews, and then we've got 2 boat lengths back to the best of the rest, which would be St Andrews College, which is Chloe and Olivia out there in lane number 7. Then we go to Christchurch Girls High School, just trying to ease ahead of them now. That's their number 1 crew, Greer Bauman and Summer Smith. And they are ahead of St Andrews College out there in lane number 2. So really starting to move through now, these crews. They're coming up out of the Red Boys, around about 300 metres to go. Looking quite comfortable now is this Rangiruru crew out in front. Good effort here from Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton. And just winding it up now. You can see they've taken it up as a notch. They get through the last of those Red Boys. They're a couple of ticks ahead of the other crew just to the inside, so really winding it up at 36. They've now gone to a boat length, and now coming back at them again, though, is Alice Duffy and Tallulah Nelson. Will there be a bit of a scrap here in the last 150 metres? They're trying to hold them off, I think, but they're going ahead with them. Still third in there is Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Coming back at them now, St Andrews College 1 having a crack, along with Christchurch Girls High School number 1. They've got a chance of getting this third placing here in the under-18 coxless pair final, but no doubt about who's going to take this out. I think it'll be Charlotte Gorman and Lucy Houghton. Rangiruru Girls School number 3, down with 100 metres to go, and under pressure now is Rangiruru number 1 from the number 2 crew coming at them, and also out there in lane number 8 is Christchurch Girls High School 1. Holding the position, just coming again at Christchurch Girls High School, trying to get that third spot. You're going out now to 3 boat lengths, so to take this first big final for the under 18s today, under 18 coxless pair. Down the line now comes the crew from Rangiruru Girls School number 3. Congratulations to Charlotte Gorman, Lucy Houghton. They'll finish first. Second will go to Alice Duffy and Tallulah Nelson from Rangiruru Girls School number 1. And then the number 2 crew will take out the third, Phoebe Ensor and Maddie Young. Following them over the line now will be Christchurch Girls High School number 1, then St Andrews. Down here in lane number 1 will be St Andrews College number 3. Across on the outside of St Andrews College number 2. Back down to Ashburton here in lane number 3. And then we go across to complete the field will be Christchurch Girls High School number 3. Final of the men's open double sculls on its way down. Lane number 1, Avon 1, Jimmy Middleditch and Payo O'Sullivan. Lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 8, Oliver Hamilton and Angus Lowe. Lane number 3, Avon Composite 4, which is between Avon and Wairau. So Ruben Cook from Wairau and Scott Shackleton from Avon. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm 5, Lewis Mate, Sam Barnett. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 3, Harry Lightfoot, Charlie Manser. Lane number 6, Dunstan Arm 6, Matthew King, Hamish Yateman. Lane number 7 is Dunstan Arm number 2, Luke Brock and Finn Ellison. Lane number 8, Oamaru 22, Patrick Spillane and Logan Doherty. Lane number 9 is Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy from Dunstan Arm 1. And Josh Bartlett and Dylan Ackland, Dunstan Arm number 9 are in lane 10. Dunstan have got a reasonable chance in this race. As they make their way down, what have we got? Everybody's there. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's coming out of lane number 4. That's Dunstan Arm 5, Lewis Mate, Sam Barnett. There will be a real drag race here. They are right across the field. There's a good even field here. They've got the lead at the moment, have the number 5 crew. Then the number 3 crew, I think, right from the Avon Composites there about as well. So Avon Composite, Dunstan Arm number 5 leading it. Avon Composite just inside from them. Outside of the number 5 crew is the number 3 crew, which is Harry and Charlie, ex-Whakatipu. Right next to them, the number 6 crew, Matthew King, ex-Cromwell, and then Hamish Yateman right alongside him. Very even between them and Luke Brock and Finn Ellison, the number 2 crew. Then we go to Oamaru right there as well, and then across to Dunstan Arm number 1. They're not all there. There's a scratching in there. Lots of scratchings today. So forgive me, team, if I start to get a couple of these missed because we've not got the computer feed coming up here. Avon number 1 down in lane 1. We've got them sitting in there. Just to the right of the umpire's boat is Dunstan Arm number 5, I think Lewis Mates and Sam Barnett. Then it is outside in front of them would be Charlie Manser and Harry Lightfoot. That looks like them that are leading down there in lane number 5. Back from them is Matthew King and Hamish Yateman in lane 6. So Harry and Charlie got this all under control. They've got a boat length right on the outside from them. They've got to watch out for this other Dunstan crew in lane number 9, which is Josh Bartlett and Dylan Ackland. So Matthew O'Meara and Henry not racing in this. They're scratching from them. But it is for the 2 Dunstan crews. It's a street race here between the number 9 crew and the number 3 crew. The number 3 crew getting, look how long they're going there. Number 3 crew, Charlie Manson says, we're off. Crikey. They are going quick there. They've got up on the foils and they're flying. They're going to go straight over the top of that lane number 9 crew, this Dunstan crew. What a great finish from them. They've gone out and they've taken out by 3/4 of a boat length when they get down the finish. So Charlie Manson, Harry Lightfoot, Dunstan Arm number 3 will take that out from the number 9 crew. Then very close on the inside. I'll just about give that to Avon down here, Jimmy Lightfoot and Paolo O'Sullivan. We come back into Dunstan Arm number 2, just over Oamaru, back down here into lane number 4, Dunstan Arm number 5, with Lewis Mates and Sam Barnett, completing down here lane 2, Dunstan Arm number 8. Wow. Righto, let's go to the women's intermediate Cox State. Lots of different crews here, so it should be easier for us. In lane number 2, Marion College 1, Ava Thomas, Annabelle Carter, Charlotte O'Loughlin, Cami Harrison, Freya Burgess, Jenna Brennan, Asher Clark, and Olivia Walker with Alexi Factory House is the Cox. Lane number 3, Whakatipu number 1, Jessie Bates, Andy Clark, Arena Sale, Xanthi Spence, Cinnamon Williams, Posey Manser, Annie Clark, Mimi Blundell, Bella Naughton is the Cox. And lane number 4, Union 1, Inez Peters Bush, Fiona Norris, Felicity Wright, Nina Mackay, Zelda Glass, Emily Gilmore, Billy Rochford, Pagan Hay, Lisa Samara is the Cox. And lane number 5, Avon 1, Zahara Abasekara, Bridget Moyer, Amy Skosrowski, Minette Prinsloo, Natalie Sherman, Isabella Galvin, Zara Ford, Nina Mackay, and Annabelle Wynne Williams, they're very experienced Cox. And lane number 6, Oamaru 22, Isabel Wainwright, Bailey Pearson, Georgie Newton, Evie Mitchell, Ava Goodall, Amelia Tartone, Peyton Dixon, Sarja Wright, and Isla Capely is the Cox. Dunstan Arm number 1 on lane number 7, Grace Wardell, Grace Weaver, Bailey Thomas, Liesl Tolson, Maria Teresa Screams, Isla Westlake, Alyssa Nelson, Gemma Mead and Mila O'Kane as the cocks. In lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 5, Dana Hickey, Cora Greer, Maya Tatangati, Chloe Pollock, Mia DeFray, Zara Shepherd, Cage Battersea, Sophie Keane and Bonnie Giddens as the cocks. And North End number 1 out there in the red and black. They're in lane 9, Amelia McKeever, Ava Woodcock, Isla Thompson, Jess McLeod, Leila Wool, Evie Moore, Olive Robertson Gray, Amelia Bolstead and Bryn Allison as the cocks. This is the women's intermediate coxed 8. They are through into the last 1,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Someone's not. Oh, yeah, they're all there. That's cool. Lane number 3, Union 1. Good start from them. You can see just to the right of that Union crew is the crew from Avon, right in the middle of the field. They should be doing pretty well with Avon. Outside of them is Oamaru. Then we go to Dunstan Arm. Then Christchurch Girls High School out there in lane number 8. And just back a bit there in lane number 9 is North End. So they're into the last half of the course, coming up towards 750 metres to go. And it's Avon with a boat length now over inside of them to Union. Right along Union is Whakatipu. And down there in lane number 2, Marion College just sitting ahead of the Whakatipu crew as they come up towards their supporters. Brought to you by City Podiatry as this race. We thank them for their support. And the red and white of Avon showing out now. Annabelle Wynne-Williams would have called a move as they got to the 1,000. And they've got this under control. So a bit of work to do for the rest of the crews. Sitting with form just inside them is Union now starting to push ahead of Marion, who are holding on to that 3rd spot before. Then we go 2 across to Dunstan Arm, number 1, starting to get some momentum in that crew as Mila O'Kane, their cock, starts to get them moving. Then we go outside of them to Christchurch Girls High School, just level pegging probably with Oamaru, might be just ahead of them now by maybe half a canvas. Then we come back on the outside, lane 9 is North End. This is the final of the women's intermediate cock state. Next one to run will be the girls under 16 cocks 4. They're underway now. They're heading up through their starting sequence, so it have started to go a little bit longer now. All those short strokes they have at the start. If you've been down and had a little bit of a look at that or watched it on the live stream, now they'll be going long and strong as they get up towards the 500. Back down here into the women's intermediate cock state, though, it is all Avon. Dunstan Arm holding on to 2nd now, clearly. 3rd now is where the money seems to be getting fought for, and that is between Union across to Oamaru, and then back from then Christchurch Girls High School, across to lane number 2, Marion College 1, then back to Whakatipu. Then we go outside in lane number 9 to the crew from North End. Nice down the control. You can see the connection in that Avon crew as they get to the catch. Real strong drive, just all connected from there. Sorry, there's a fly attacking me in here. As they sit nicely in the early 30s, handy rating. The Clearwater now back to Dunstan Arm. They've got this all under control. The final of the women's intermediate cock state have Avon. Now Union start to move down there in lane number 4, trying to take over that 2nd spot from Dunstan. Oamaru were holding on to that, but Union have moved along with Dunstan and starting to leave the rest of the pack behind. They've moved clearly into 3rd now, have Union, so they'll be happy there in the Union camp. Oamaru now starting to wind up to try and get themselves back into that 3rd spot. Then we go back to the crew from Marion College inside to Whakatipu on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School, but it's all Avon. 100 metres to go now for this crew. Looking very tidy here. Congratulations to Zara, Bridget, Amy, Minette, Natalie, Isabella, Zara and Nina, with Annabelle Wynne-Williams well used to going across the line in 1st. They'll take this out by 2 boat lengths over Dunstan, and Union now have got themselves nicely ahead of Oamaru. Oamaru coming back at them for 3rd, so there's a battle within their minor placings there as Avon takes the 1st. 2nd goes to Dunstan, and they're coming back at them again. Oamaru, it's Oamaru and Union trying to fight out for 3rd now, and it is Oamaru poke their nose in front. Down they go down. They tell you that'll be on the line, but I think maybe Oamaru got there over the top of Union. We'll wait and see for the photos. Across on the outside to the crew from Christchurch Girls, back inside to Marion College, then Whakatipu, and then we go to North End to complete that field in the women's intermediate cock state. I can tell you that in the girls under 18 coxless pairs, it was Rangiruru number 3 in a time of 7:52. That was Lucy and Houghton and Gorman, and then Nelson and Duffy for Rangiruru number 1. They finished 2nd in 7:58. We'll get a confirmation on how they finished in that women's intermediate cock state. Meanwhile, the girls under 16 cocks 4, their final is underway. and it is a full field of 10, and they're all there. Columba College number 2, India Scott, Stella Ingalls, Zoe Wallace, Trelise Mitchell, and Pippa Carey is the Cox. Lane number 2, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Jasmine Collins, Isabel Carnahan, Adi Cathaway, Mila Wilkie, and Rose Chapman is the Cox. Lane number 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Ruby Clark, Kira Knight, and Emily Kutsi, Maya Jones, and Brooke Sykes is the Cox. St Andrews College number 2 in lane 4, Lucy Fraser, Talia Christie, Ivy Castles, Georgie McGrath, and Lily Profit is the Cox. And lane number 5 is Christchurch Girls High School 1, Izzy Strawn, Lily Irving, Lola Grace Wood, and Millie Parsons with Greta Brokenshire, the Cox. Columba College 1, lane number 6, Charlotte Scott, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earle, Isla Petty, Jade Bogus, the Cox. Lane number 7, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Zoe Clements, Zoe Fahey, Bo Collier, Olivia Long, and Lily Frost is the Cox. And lane number 8, Timaru 11, Sophie Burton, Amy de Ruyter, Heidi Harper, Juliet Griffin, and Daisy Campbell. She's coxing. Lane number 9 is St Andrews College 1, Tyler Darling, Lily Parry, Scarlett Bailey, Sarah Williams, Georgia Elwood as the Cox. And Selwyn rowing in the A final of the girls under 16 Cox 4. They'll be delighted to be starting in this. They're out there in lane number 10, Olivia Kershaw, Isla Misera, and Zoe Livingston with Meredith Dunbar and Chloe Creeker, the Cox. They are well into the race, heading down into the last part of them, 750 metres to go. It's all with Christchurch Girls High School number 1 out there in lane number 5, across to Rangiruru Girls School number 2 sitting there in lane number 7. Then third, there's a line-up for third there too. Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in lane 2. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School number 1, and then St Andrews in lane 4. Those 3 crews right next to each other. Time for the men's open double sculls. Dunstan Arm 3 winning that in 6:40. Charlie Manser and Harry Lightfoot. Henry Clackworthy and Matt O'Meara in lane number, they were at Dunstan Arm number 1, winning 6:41. My apologies, I didn't quite pick them there. We had a number of scratchings and lots of Dunstan crews. And third was Avon, just on the line, Peo O'Sullivan and Jimmy Middleditch. Girls under 16 Cox 4, the A final. The under 17 Cox 4 A final is on its way down too. Just 3 crews in that. Rangiruru Girls School 2, Rangiruru Girls School 3, and Oamaru 22. Looks like Rangi number 2 are leading that down. We'll get to that. But pretty clear what's going on out here. This is the girls under 16 Cox 4 final, and it still is with Christchurch Girls High School number 1. Well clear with Rangiruru Girls School number 2 just sitting in that second position. And then third is now emerging from lane 3, Avonside Girls High School number 1, just right alongside St Andrews College number 2. So a real battle going on in there for that third spot, and across to also with the crew from St Andrews, it looks like as well. Columba in the mix for third. But it's all Christchurch Girls High School and Rangiruru Girls School number 2. Then we go back in that line-up for third between Columba, Avonside Girls and St Andrews. Now, where's the fight going to come here from Rangiruru Girls School? They've got a kick to go and chase down this Christchurch Girls High School crew. Columba still hanging on that third from St Andrews, and inside of them to Avonside Girls, trying to come back at them again also as the Rangiruru Girls School number 1 crew. Nice effort here though from Christchurch Girls High School. Izzy Strawn, Lily Irving, Lola Grace Wood, and Millie Parsons with Greta Brokenshire, the Cox, sitting there in the bow. She can look down the course, she can see no one else anywhere near them. They've got 2 boat lengths over Rangiruru. Rangiruru then have 2 boat lengths, maybe 3 back to the third position, which is still Columba, but coming at them still is St Andrews, and also coming at them is the crew from Avonside Girls. And then we go across to Rangiruru number 1, got a bit to do. 50 metres to go down here in the final, though, the girls under 16 Cox 4. Fantastic effort this here from Christchurch Girls High School. Congratulations to them. They'll come down and take the buzzer and the Otago title for 2025. There they go, 2 boat lengths over the Rangiruru Girls High School number 2 crew, and Columba have just edged ahead in the last 250 metres to hold on to that third clearly. They've now got a boat length and a half over the crew from St Andrews. They'll come down and take third, will Columba College. Congratulations to them. Then St Andrews. Then we go to the crew from Avonside Girls, across on the other side to St Andrews College number 1, back down here to Rangiruru Girls School number 1, and then Columba number 2, and then completing the field out there will be St Andrews, the Timaru crew. That was Timaru have already over, but St Andrews out there in lane number 9, and they'll be followed by Selwyn rowing number 1. That girls under 17 Coxed 4 final is just into the last 500 metres in lane number 4, and comfortably in front is Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Jessica Skinner, Kate Oliver, Mania Sheed, Toya Sheed, and Charlie White is the Cox there. Holding on to second out there in lane number 6 is Oamaru 22, Indig Joes Horgan, Bridget Spittle, Emily Wainwright and Tessa Wright with Tempe Oliver the Cox, and just in that third spot in between those two crews in lane number 5 is Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Martha Richards, Bo Cruikshank, Georgia Kelso and Matilda Beresford. Isabel Burns is the Cox. So the girls under 17 Cox 4 brought to you by the High Country Lodge. Thank you for their support. No doubt a number of you are staying there and enjoying their facilities, so great to see. Let's see if we can get... Women's Intermediate Cox State, Avon first in 7:24. Dunstan was second in 7:33, and then it was on the line, Oamaru just over Union on the surge. Goodness me, 0.03 of a second between the two. Oamaru finished third in the time of 7:37.85. Union finishing fourth in 7:37.88. That is very close. I'm sure the judges had fun with that. Not quite so close out in front of us here is the under 17 Cox 4 with Rangiruru Girls School number 2 holding on to a 3 boat length lead over Oamaru, who in then turn have got a 2 boat length lead over the crew from Rangiruru in that third position. Men's Intermediate Double Sculls B final is through the first 1,000 metres. I'll give you that field shortly just while we finish this final out in front of us. So great effort here in the girls under 17 Cox 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Jessica Skinner, Kate Oliver, Mania and Toya Sheed with Charlie White doing the coxing and about to take them over the line, coached by Fee Patterson. Standard rigging on all 3 boats here, so nothing exciting in terms of the rigging, but some very tidy sweeping as they come down, take the buzzer now. Congratulations to Rangiruru number 2. Oamaru across the top in lane 6, Indig Joes Horgan, Bridget Spittle, Emily Wainwright, Tessa Wright and Tempe Oliver now down to take the buzzer, and second position here at Otago Champs for 2025, and the field will be completed by the third place getter out there in lane number 5, Rangiruru Girls School number 3, Martha Richards, Bo Cruikshank, Georgia Kelso and Matilda Beresford. That B final for the men's intermediate double sculls. Looks like they're all there. Lane number 1, Timaru 30, Miller Gaskin and Yoka McIntosh. Lane number 2, St Bees College 1, Ryan Atwood and Harrison Searle. Lane number 3 is Wanaka 1, Mackenzie Hay and William Pearson. Lane number 4, Avon 1, Henry Robertson and Harvey Cross. And lane number 5 is St Andrews College 2, Isaac Sieta and Isaac Keane. Lane number 6, North End 1, Alex McKeever, Gabe Scott. Lane number 7 is St Andrews, is not, is St Thomas is in. St Thomas is at Canterbury 2, Noah Fidau and Jacob Henderson. Lane 8 is Cure Boat Club out there in the purple, Tommy Baldwin and Xavier Lavallee. And the composite between St Bedes and Union, that's out there in lane 9 with Blake Waterhouse from Union, Connor Thwaites from St Bedes. And in lane 10, Otago 1, Carl Schiller, Vincent Holdaway. This is the men's intermediate double sculls. Thank you to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust for their support of this race. All coming out of the middle, and that is with St Andrews College number 2 in lane 5. North End pretty handily placed just outside of them. Then we go across to just the left, the umpire's boat would be the crew from Avon. No, we've got a scratching by the look of it. North End doing a great job out there actually. It is Alex McKeever and Gabe Scott in lane 6. So it looks like St Andrews might not be there. No, St Andrews are there. It's just the distance. So St Andrews holding on to second actually, and North End holding on to first. So good effort there. We come right down though on the inside. There's a crew sneaking through there, hoping that no one's going to notice them. And that's St Bedes College. Then we go across Wanaka just a bit further back. So it looks like it's Timaru that haven't made the start, or they're just a little bit further back. But North End holding on to this nicely. Alex McKeever, Gabe Scott in the B final from St Andrews across to St Thomas's. Then we go back to St Bees. Maybe St Bees pushed into second. Now they've done a great push in the last couple of 100 metres in this B final. So it still was with North End, Alex and Gabe. We come back to the St Bees crew now, pushed ahead of St Andrews and St Thomas's. Just outside of St Thomas's is Cure. Then we come back inside to Avon, Henry Robertson and Harvey Cross. Across on the outside of the composite crew of St Bees with Blake from Union and Connor from St Bees. Then we go to Otago and back down into the crew from Wanaka. That's the B final, the men's intermediate double sculls. The A final is well underway. They're heading into the 1,000 metre mark. Just get this B final to finish first to let you know where they are. So a nice effort here from North End. Look how long they are. And good effort here for this intermediate double sculls. Nice and tidy around the finish. Get themselves back into a nice tidy catch. And with a 3-4 boat length lead they've got now. Nice push coming there from St Thomas's down there in lane number 7. But St Bees is still holding on to second. St Thomas is trying to roll over the top of them. They've finished and won this B final, have North End. And it will be St Bees that will take second by a half a canvas over St Thomas's. Then St Andrews, then Cure, then Avon, then across to the composite. Then we come back to Wanaka and the Otago crew on the outside. The A final. In lane number 1, Selwyn rowing number 1, Fergus Johnson and Samuel Lindors. Lane 2, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Kieran Clark and William Thiel. Lane number 3, Whakatipu 1, Liam Major and Liam Feely. There's a scratching in lane 4. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Boston Irving Dowling and Aidan O'Doherty. Lane number 6 is Oamaru 22, Jacob Rawbach and Ike Newlands Carter. And like Ike Turner, what are you doing here? Tina's not even here. And lane number 7, Timaru 2, Parker Anderson and Sterling Heffernan. And lane number 8, St Thomas's of Canterbury 1, Marcus Fisher and Liam Jessup. And lane number 9 is Cure Boating Club 2, Fletcher Howland and Marcus Laverley. And lane number 10, Cromwell 1, Jack Spriggs and Stian Langvik. They are well into the last half of the race. And it's all with Oamaru, Jacob and Ike. Lane number 6, big night down in the Oamaru tent yesterday. They were naming 3 boats, I believe, including very posthumously and fantastic boat naming for Lex Clark. Did so much down here for Ruataniwha. So great to see the Oamaru colours out leading in these finals today. So congratulations to the club for marking those auspicious people. We go outside of Oamaru though, and St Thomas is holding on to second, just back from the crew in Dunstan Arm. Right across outside St Thomas is a Cure Boating Club. Then we come down here to see Whakatipu in lane number 3, and then Selwyn rowing just sneaking along in lane number 1. So still holding on to a handy lead out here in the final of the men's intermediate double sculls is Oamaru. Pushing through there is lane number 3 is Whakatipu. We go across outside of Whakatipu to the crew from Dunstan Arm. Across from Dunstan Arm is the crew from Timaru. Right next to them is the crew from St Thomas's. Starting to come up towards Whakatipu and challenge for second are those crews. Oamaru holding on the lead, but Whakatipu starting to move on them now. They've cranked up those handles, have Jacob and Ike. They can maybe sense that attack coming from Whakatipu. They've come down to the last 120 metres now, and it is still holding on their lead is Oamaru now by 2 boat lengths over Whakatipu. The Cure St Thomas's crew moving into third, just over the crew on the inside lane here from Shirley rowing and putting a great fight in this Selwyn rowing. It is down there in lane number 1, but Oamaru doing a handy effort here. They've moved out to 3 boat lengths in the final of the men's intermediate double sculls. Whakatipu still holding on to second. Big lineup coming for third. Cure still holding third at the moment. Dunstan coming at them, as is Selwyn, but it is going to be the crew from Oamaru hold on to this. Jacob Rawbach, Ike Newlands Turner take the buzzer in the first place, the men's intermediate double sculls. Whakatipu are going to have to fight for the second. Coming at them is St Thomas's, but they get on the end there and just move ahead in the last few strokes. Whakatipu takes second. St Thomas's take third. Fourth goes to Dunstan. Fifth across the top goes to Cromwell by the look of it. No, it'd be St Thomas Cure Boating Club. Then we come back down to the crew in the middle there from Timaru. Then it is Selwyn. Then we come back down here to Shirley Boys, just finishing over the top of the crew from Cromwell. Boys under 15 double sculls, their B final is making its way down the course in lane number 1 Looks like they're all there. Otago Boys High School 1, Bede Roy and Nate Latter. Lane number 2 is Timaru 30, George Neal and Idris Hudat. And lane number 3, Whakatipu 3, Finn Coddington and Max Balsali. And lane number 4, Union 2, Zachary Dalton and Caleb Yates. Lane 5 is St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Max Hay, Jackson Marshall. Lane 6 is Shirley Boys High School 1, Yoha Merva and Callum Harris. Lane number 7 is Wanaka 2, Finley Hughes, Travis Lee Cooper. Lane number 8 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Soren Lowe, Sam Holdaway. Lane number 9, Timaru 41, Alfie Chapman, Lachlan Strawn. And lane number 10 is Shirley Boys High School number 2. That's Finn Clark. Brought to you by Meridian. Big supporters here rowing, as always, Meridian. So just the 9 crews out there. Looks like lane 9 is not there, which is Timaru. Timaru Boys 30 down there in lane number 2. We've got an advantage here in this race by the look of it. Just inside of them is Otago Boys High School. Then we go right out to Shirley Boys High School number 2 out there in lane 10. Just trying to sneak through and hope that no one's going to notice them. I can give you the result for the men's intermediate double sculls. Oamaru in a time of 7:25.99. Second was Whakatipu 7:35.12, and then 7:35.12, and then it was St Thomas's finishing third 7:33.35. Still sits with Timaru, Otago Boys High School down here, and Timaru fighting out for that first and second. Just a couple of boat lengths there to Timaru. Over the Otago crew, out to Shirley Boys High School. Then back to Wanaka 2, right out there in lane number 7. See Wanaka out there with the gold and the black Harlequins. Quarters inside from them is Shirley Boys High School number 1. Then when we come across to St Thomas's number 2, then Whakatipu 3. Then we go back to Union just to the right of, looks like the safety boat there. So I hope everything's okay mechanically with them. We'll give you the field for the A final because they're well into it. That is the A final of the boys under 15 double sculls. In lane number 1 is Otago 2, Mackley, Adams, Forbes, Mackay. Lane 2, Timaru 31, Ben Murray, Alex Balotho. Lane 3, Whakatipu 2, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown. Lane 4 is Whakatipu 1, Baker Schmitz, Flynn Webber. Lane 5 is St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Siale, Tangalavaka and Ryder Horgan. Tulangavaka and Ryder Horgan it is in lane number 5, St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Lane number 6 is Union 1, Conrad Hurst and Peter Neidhuisen. And lane number 7 is St Bede's College 1, Hunter Nichols and Luke Peterson. Lane number 8, Selwyn Rowing 1, Mason Jessup and Hugo Johnson. Lane number 9 is Wanaka 1, Jasper Lambert and Jack Jones. And lane 10 is Dunstanarm 1, Harry Farrell and Kiowa O'Neill. Through 500 metres they are in that A final, and handy effort there already from Whakatipu. Looks like Whakatipu number 2 and maybe number 1, those two crews. And it looks like they might not, oh, they're all there. B final continues, and all out here now from the crew down here in lane number 2, which is Timaru, George and Idris. They got a handy advantage over it was Otago. It's round on the outside there. You can see there from Wanaka number 2. They've done pretty well out there. Have Finley and Travis holding on to second. Now putting some real pressure on that Timaru crew is the crew on the outside from Wanaka. Third in the middle there would be Shirley Boys High School number 1 now over the top of the crew from Otago. Are starting to wind it up now. Watch these boys down in lane number 1. Otago, oh, they just missed a stroke there, did Shirley, but they're still going. And Otago, the one have gone past them to hold on to that third spot. Then right on the outside in the yellow, Shirley Boys High School number 2, giving it a real go-to in this boys under 15 double sculls. And there they go through 100 metres to go now is the crew from Timaru. And Timaru have really got a run on their boat now. And Wanaka have woken up and thought, here they come at us. I think they've gone past them now, have Timaru. So nice finish here from George and Idris to continue holding on to this over Wanaka. They were having a crack at the Wanaka, but they've kept going, working really hard. The bowman looks around and says, we're nearly there, mate, we're nearly there. And they are nearly there. They're still holding on to it over Wanaka. Third sits with now in the middle. Shirley Boys High have wound up to hold on to third here in this B final. So taken out by Timaru, second to Wanaka. Wanaka. Shirley Boys High will take out third in the B final over the top of the Otago Boys High School crew down here in lane number 1. Across the Shirley Boys on the outside, then back inside to the the Christchurch Boys High School crew, just about there. Just a little bit of a whoopsie, and now they've got over the line. Down here to Whakatipu, outside from Whakatipu will be the crew from St Thomas's. Full field of 10 coming down in the A final of the boys under 15 double sculls, and they are well separated, it would look like to me. Whakatipu in front. Whakatipu number 1, well in front from the number 2 crew. Union right in the middle of the course here in lane 6. That is Conrad and Peter doing a great job out there. So Whakatipu number 1 from Union, well clear. Then it would be Whakatipu number 2. Those three are well out in front of the rest of the pack. Then we go right across to, it would be Wanaka number 1. Inside of them, Selwyn Rowing number 1. Then Dunstan Arm number 1. Then we go a bit further back to St Bede's College, just further back on the inside from Union. The other side then St Thomas of Canterbury on just a bit further back as well. And then we go to Otago 2 and Timaru 31. So well in front here are Whakatipu number 1 in that yellow boat as they make their way down through the middle of the Red Boys. Probably about 350 metres to go for this crew. And that is Baker Schmitz and Flynn Webber, coached by John Morrison and Jasper Crawford. And this is quite a school they're putting on for the rest of the scullers here. Looking very comfortable out there in front. Sticking to their plan, and they're moving pretty quickly too. Union still holding on to second from the Whakatipu number 2 crew, who are sitting in third. Their next challenge looks like it's coming down there from lane 1, which is Otago number 2, Mackley Adams and Forbes Mackay. B final was taken out by Timaru in 8.23, 8.25 for Wanaka finishing second. Shirley Boys 8.33, just ahead of Otago Boys. But we're looking at the A final now, the under 15 double sculls, and there is daylight between Whakatipu number 1. They were well ahead of 1,000, and they've just extended from there. And hanging tough for them, though, is Union number 1, Conrad and Peter, coached by Lisa Manson in lane 6. So they're only 3 boat lengths behind, but a clear second over the Whakatipu number 3 crew. And then we've got daylight again to Otago number 2 down there in lane 1 with the red caps on. Then we go right across the other side of the course, and we're looking at Dunstan Arm number 1 right next to Wanaka number 1, just ahead of the Selwyn Rowing crew, who are ahead of St Bede's and St Thomas's. And back down here to, looks like Timaru 31, just down there in lane number 2. But congratulations here to the Whakatipu crew. Great effort this, and finishing strongly, not letting anything to chance, going through their patterns, and look at them, they're still ticking up. Very strong effort. Congratulations here to Whakatipu number 1. They take out the boys under 15A final here at the Otago Rowing Championships. Baker Schmitz, Flynn Webber take a bow. That's a very impressive effort for under 15 double sculls. Second will go to Union. They'll be delighted with that, Conrad and Peter. Nice effort from them, holding on to second. And third here will be Whakatipu number 2, Oliver Glover and Angus Brown. Well done to Whakatipu taking first and third. Now we look and see what's going to happen with fourth. It looks like it's going to come from Dunstan Arm on the outside. Dunstan Arm going to hold on to fourth over the Wanaka crew. No, it's Selwyn coming at them, and Otago finishing quickly down here in lane number 1 too. So nice finish from Selwyn. They're trying to chase down the Dunstan crew. Dunstan are just going to take it now over Selwyn, then Otago. Then we go back to Wanaka. Then we come back into lane 2, which is Timaru 31. Right across the top, it will be the crew from St Thomas's and St Bede's finishing the field for the boys under 15 double sculls. And I think we did have a scratching from an earlier race, and it looks like they're making their way down the outside of the course. Timaru crew taking the scenic route. Women's Novice Cox State, their final is underway. Let's give you the field, and then we'll get into it and see where they're at. They're just through the 500 metres now. This is the Women's Novice Cox State, brought to you by the Otago Community Trust. In the lane number 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Daisy Morrow, Molly McGregor, Evie Molata, Lacey Stewart, Jacqueline King, Meg Dunn, Neem McLean, Macy Wellsby and Sophie Rattray the Cox. In lane number 2, Timaru 1, Rachel Roberts, Madison Cooper, Zara Rawcliffe, Xanthi Nelson, Emma Gardner, Madison Berry Rankin, Terry Lee Guilford, Isabel Atkinson and Mary Thorpe as the Cox. In lane number 3, Whakatipu 1, Ruby Webber, Sophie Closton, Charlotte Galvanese, Liv Holzman, Geneva Moran, Sienna Reid, Pippa Julian, Evie Clark, Milan Matua Coresa is the Cox. Lane number 4 is Christchurch Girls High School 1. Alice Stark, Sienna Muir, Annabelle Thornton, Izzy Phillips, Polly Botherway, Gabby Burrows, Stella Cameron, Georgie Matheson, Savrit Marley is the Cox. Lane 5, Omru 22, the favourites, Charlie Burnett, Annabelle King, Pippa McMillan, Leah Coford, Hunter McClay, Millie Patterson, Kia Lawson, Grace Webster with Greer Dixon the Cox. Their challenge will come from lane 6, Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Eve Malone, Sophie Murchison, Emily Carr, Zara Pakaski, Amelia Handyside, Alice Sharp, Sophia Davison, Poppy Mule, Mel, Phoebe White as the Cox. Rangiruru's second cruise right alongside them in lane number 7. That's Anna Turner, Matilda Kuma, Sasha Flutie, Rose O'Brien, Georgie O'Neill, Billy McFarlane, Lavina Roberts, Mia Tucker and Charlie Ward the Cox. Lane number 8, Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Annabelle Walton, Ava Bryant, Isla McGregor, Chloe Wally, Zoe Greenstreet, Chloe Henry, B. Simpson, Bannister, Indy Grace and Holly Jensen as the Cox. We've got a composite in lane number 9. It's a composite with Cromwell and Dunstan Arm, Zara Dickey, Grace Webber, Annabelle, Nicole, Misha Tomlinson, Eloise Hunter, Bella Hoare, Penelope Stark, Eva Settle and Maud O'Connell as the Cox. And in lane number 10, Columba College 1, Tia Zogby, Mia North, Lucy McKenzie, Pippa Brown, Miller Garside, Ava Peters, Oswald, Alicia O'Connor, Emily North and Chloe Byrne is the Cox. They're sitting out there now in the middle of the course and it's coming out of lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School. Just alongside them is a Oamaru crew. Then we go to the Rangiruru number 1 crew, then Rangiruru number 2 crew. Those are the 4 showing out. We then go back to Whakatipu. Inside from Whakatipu is Timaru. Inside from Timaru we go to Cure Boating Club right on the outside of Christchurch Girls High School, sitting out there in lane number 8. Cromwell Composite are out there in lane 9. Right alongside them is Columba College. So there's a nice battle starting to shape up here. They're pretty even, these 4 crews. Who's going to go first? Oamaru still holding on to it. Just from the outside now of Rangiruru Girls School number 1. They've got 750 metres to go. What are the Coxes got lined up for them? Greer Dixon steering that Oamaru crew down in lane number 5 in the final here of the Women's Novice Cox Date. She can't get rid of that Rangiruru crew just outside of her number 1. They've pushed though those top 3 crews. They're starting to leave Christchurch Girls behind. Right beside them, a little bit further back now is Whakatipu. Alongside them still is Timaru. Then Cure Boating Club. Then we go outside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2, who would be 2 lengths back, and then 2 lengths back from them would be Cromwell Composite, and back to them from them is Columba College. Still leading them down is Oamaru. They know the lake pretty well. I wonder if it's one of those new boats they christened last night that they've got working there. Have the Oamaru crew coached by the full team from Oamaru. Right alongside them still is Rangiruru number 1. Rangiruru number 1 being shadowed by the number 2 crew. We come back inside to Christchurch Girls High School trying to get back into the mix, but they're 2 boat lengths back now. Another 3 boat lengths back from them to Whakatipu, then Timaru, then Cure Boating Club. Across on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School, and then further back and out of it is Cromwell Composite and Columba College. Up we go now, 500 metres to go in the final of the Women's Novice Cox Date. It is with Oamaru now. They've got half a boat length over Rangiruru number 1. Rangiruru number 2 sitting tough and trying to track down the number 1 crew. These 3 crews heading away from the rest of the field. You can see the yellow of Oamaru with the black crosses shining out in the middle of the course, sitting there in lane number 5. They're well clear of the rest now. Christchurch Girls High trying to come back into it, maybe pick up 3rd off Rangiruru number 2, but they may be too far back. Still no change back from there. Whakatipu, Timaru, Cure Boating Club. Out we go to Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and Cromwell Composite and Columba College. But Oamaru, they're in control. It'd be a big effort here from Rangiruru to pull them back. That Rangiruru number 1 crew, Phoebe White the Cox, she'll have a plan. She's trying to get at them and give them some real welly to get them doing more than what they know they're capable of. Outside of them still is the number 2 crew coming back at them. But Oamaru, they look across, they'll see in the periphery, well, the girls from Oamaru, from their gold, they'll see the blue, the gold and the white of Rangiruru, and up they go Oamaru. They're trying to make sure of this and take it home. She's giving them some real welly out there. Greer Dixon, the Cox, she's barking them like a hunt away in the high country, trying to get them to move along a bit further and make the deal here. Oamaru's well ahead now by almost a boat length there over Rangiruru number 1. Rangiruru number 2 trying trying to come back at their crew, and they are. They're taking a seat back off them, Rangi number 2. Christchurch Girls High School just too far back to make a difference here. Great effort here from Oamaru. They've led for most of the way, certainly since the 1,000. They've now gone out to Clearwater over the number 1 crew from Rangiruru. Number 2 crew can't quite peg it back. They're having a crack, but it's not quite working for them. They'll still hold on to third. 100 metres to go now for Oamaru. Working really hard. The legs will be filling it now in this novice women's cocktail. But they've controlled it nicely. They're out now. Still coming back in the Rangiruru. They've got it back down to 4 seats. And Rangiruru coming back at Oamaru. They're creeping up on them. Can Oamaru hold on now? They've only got 5 strokes to go. They've taken back out to another seat. So Oamaru come down the line now. They'll win this by 6 seats, the women's novice cocktail. Congratulations, Oamaru. Second will go to Rangiruru number 1. Rangiruru number 2 will take third. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Christchurch Girls High School. Back down here to Whakatipu in lane number 3. Then down to the Timaru crew in lane number 2. Across on the outside to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Back down to Cromwell Composite and Columba College. And completing the field will be Columba College once Cure Boating Club down here in lane number 1 have taken that one out. That's the women's novice Cox State. We move to the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. They're rattling down the course in lane number 1. Shirley Boys High School number 1. Silas Freeman, AJ Jordan, Aiden Daly, Logan Skelton and James Watson. The Cox Whakatipu number 1 in lane 2. Cameron Hall, Finn Henderson, Mike Perry, Ollie Watson, Bella Knott in the Cox. Lane number 3 is Christ College number 2. Charlie Symes, Seb Gray, Lewis Fogarty, Freddie Parfitt, Johnny Simpson. The Cox. Lane number 4 Timaru 30, Louis O'Sullivan, Cooper Gordon, Tim Bartlett, George Torbett and Ned Brown. The Cox. Lane number 5 is St Joseph's Gregory Terrace from Brisbane. Ben Gertzma, Oliver Jacks, Mitchell Bishop, William Ritchie and Maximus Fallon as the Cox. We've got Otago Boys High School number 1, Jackson Templeton, Jude Smiley, Ollie Scott, Louis Gardner, Hunter Ruxton is in lane number 6. Lane 7 is Christ College number 1, Henry Jones, Jack James, Toby Adams, Alex Lascelles and Gabriel Bevan is the Cox. St Thomas is a Canterbury in lane number 1. St Thomas, the Canterbury 1 in lane number 8, Hunter Taylor, Declan Ducey, Ben Morrison, James Lotter, Jack Dunn, the Cox. Lane number 9, the second St Joseph's Gregory Terrace number 2 crew, that is, Owen Penfold, William Ascari, Daniel Derbyshire and John Costy, George McGee, the Cox. Lane number 10 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Seth Flynn, James Chappell, Toby Brook, William Killingham and Cooper Dean as the Cox. It's coming right out on the outside there from Christ College, putting a fantastic effort in here over the top of Otago Boys High School, it looks like. It's actually Otago Boys that are leading this. Otago Boys from St Joseph's Gregory. Then it is Timaru holding on to second. So we've got Otago Boys and Timaru, St Joseph's Gregory in the middle of them. We come back to the crew down here in lane number 3 from Christ College. In this boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls, but sitting out there with the crew from Otago Boys. You can see them on white with the blue hoops. They're holding on now from it. Coming at them is Timaru 30. In the middle of them is St Joseph's Gregory Terrace. We go outside of Otago Boys to Christ College number 1. Christ College number 2 are having a crack at them as well. It's all on between Otago Boys and Timaru. Those are the two crews that are coming right at each other. There's a run coming down here from Otago 30 in lane number 4. They're going to go over the top of this Otago crew if they carry on like that. St Joseph's Gregory are holding on to third, but coming on the outside of them is Christ College. Back inside of Christ College number 2. Then right on the outside is Christchurch Boys High School. They've pushed again, have Otago Boys High School from Timaru. In the final, the boys under 18 Cox quadruple sculls. They've got it out to 2 seats now. They're holding on to Otago Boys, Jackson, Jude, Ollie, Leo and Hunter. They've still got it now down to a canvas. And Otago Boys are going to take this out from Timaru. Still holding on to third is St Joseph's Gregory Terrace. Over they go, Otago Boys. Timaru will take second. St Joseph's Gregory Terrace will take third. And then there's nothing in it between Christ College and the crew on the outside from St Joseph's Gregory from Christchurch Boys. Then we go to St Thomas as it is actually. Oh, they had it down here in lane number 3, which is Christ College number 2. Then it is Whakatipu. Then across to St Joseph's. Then we'll go to Shirley Boys. Then on the outside will be Christchurch Boys High School. It is in lane number 10. Well done to Otago Boys over Timaru. Boys under 16 Cox State makes its way down into the last 1,000. Full crew of 10 here. Goodness me, look at this. Under 16 Cox State. This is looking like it could be close to. Lane 1, Shirley Boys High School, Jack Gibson, Sam Harmon, Charlie Maddock, Ethan Danielson, Fergus Walsh, Luca Hartley, Zach Bocos and Callum Skelton with Maxwell Wilson, the Cox. Lane number 2 is Christchurch Boys High School number 2, Tim Boswell, Ben Williamson, Billy Mason, Flynn Nemo, JD De Villiers, Cooper Swell, Mark Bauman, Ben Skelton, Callum Faulkner, the Cox. Lane 3, Christ College number 2, they're handily placed. Alex Innes, Ollie Reardon, Pollop, Ollie Wells, George Grigg, Cody Ronson, Max Ingalls and Sage Chatter with Charlie Wilson and Charlie Saunders, the Cox. Christ College number 1 right in the mix here too. This is going to going to be close, this one. Gus Patterson, Cooper Ward, Toby Glasson, Leo Ackland, Tom Wilson, Johnny Leeson, Joshua Palayachi, Robbie Owens and Arthur Orbell as the cocks. Right in the middle of the field there is St Bede's College number 1. Jai Anderson, Jack Hannum, Lennox Lowry, Ruari Wright, Oliver Chum, William Arlott, Eddie Robertson, Conrad Van Heron, Theo Gilson as the cocks. Whakatipu number 1 in lane 6. Henry House, Zebi Jarvis, Koto Nakazawa, Tom Ranard, Ruben Tavis, Phineas Thomas, Baxter King and Henry Money and Jesse Glover as the cocks. Lane number 7, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Ryder Townsend, Brody Newfield, Jonty Mason, Albie Sampson, Ben Thistleton, Oliver Parnham, Lockie Honeywell and Bruno Mann with Carter Williams the cocks. In lane number 8 it is Otago Boys High School number 1. We can see now St Bede's starting to pull away on this from the Christ College on the inside of them, and then Whakatipu. But Otago Boys out there in lane 8, George Murray, Bede Perkins, Willie Chittick, Digby Sutton, Angus Colley, Hunter Knox, Sam Glover, Charlie Anderson, Charlie Swan, the cocks. St Andrews College number 1, they're out there in lane number 9. Jake Triplow, Jake Gilbert, Seth Overcomer, Cooper Rogers, Jesse Saunders, Toby Moore, Oscar Wilson, George Levings and Sam Hampton the cocks, and completing the field is that third Christ College crew, which is Leo Beck, Jari Duamu, Fergus McKenzie, Theo Lutton, Archer Manning, Freddie Rolliston, Henry Williams and Archie McComb with George Egger the cocks. You can see it is with the St Bede's crew. They've got a boat length now over the crew from Christ College number 1. This is the final of the boys under 16 Cox State. We then go 2 out now to Christchurch Boys High School. Outside from them will be Otago Boys. Then we come back inside to Christ College number 2, just battling out there on the inside lanes with Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Shirley Boys down there in lane 1. Then we go further across on the outside to, it looks like the crew from St Andrews and Christ College number 3 just a bit further back. But they're in control here, St Bede's. Theodore Gilson is coxing them, coached by Charlotte Chatter, and well in control now. They've got clear water over that Christ College crew on the inside of them. Then we go across, it is to Christchurch Boys High School. Right alongside Christchurch Boys High School, Otago Boys. Back into Whakatipu, we come down to lane 2. Christchurch Boys High School number 2, still having a crack at Christ College number 2, but they've moved at the 500, have St Bede's. They've got control of this race as they come down towards the last 300 metres. And they've got a pretty standard rigged boat out there. In fact, most of those boats look like they're all standard rigged. Yep, the coaches haven't started experimenting yet. That'll probably happen after Christmas and they'll go all funky. But clear water here. Nice effort here from St Bede's College. Jai, Jack, Lennox, Ruari, Oliver, William, Eddie, Conrad and Theo Gilson, the cocks, all under control in the final of the boys under 16 Cox State at the Otago Rowing Championships for 2025. They've got clear water over Christ College and Christchurch Boys High School battling out for second and third. On the outside coming out, Christchurch Boys High School is Otago Boys High School, then Whakatipu, then we come down on the inside to Christ College number 2 and Christchurch Boys High School number 2, but it's all St Bede's. They've got it now out to nearly 2 boat lengths as they come down to the final part of the race. 2 strokes for them, and they'll go over the line now and take the buzzer and win the Otago Championships for 2025. And the second place is going to be very close here between the crews from Christchurch Boys High School and Otago. I'll give it to Christchurch Boys. Otago take third. Christ College take fourth. We go to Whakatipu. Then we go to Christ College number 2. Down on the inside here to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Across the top will be the St Andrews crew. Then we come down to Shirley Boys High School. Completing the field will be Christ College number 3. Boys under 18 Coxed Quad, Otago 6:49.10, just ahead of Timaru 6:49.63, and then it was the St Joseph's Gregory Terrace crew in 6:53. Women's Club Cox State making its way down the course. They are not all there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews are there. Who's not there? St Andrews College are not there by the look of it. It's Villa Maria who are down there in lane number 1. So Villa Maria in lane number 1, Arena Rakic, Elish Hallisey, Aspen Henry, Abby Normalata, Scarlett Whiteside, Maggie Kurnane, India Taylor, Nicholas Sherman and Ruby Shepherd-Smith. Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane 4. They are sitting in third spot at the moment. Liesl Tolson, Micah Pyle, Kate Spriggs, Ellie King, Dana Leishman, Charlotte McKenzie, Drew Thomas, Charlotte Crosby, Kate Baskerville, the Cox. Dunstan Arm number 1 leading this field down here. Emma Bryant, Lola Ritchie, Perry Stevenson, Lucy Clark, Nemo Doherty, Ella Barnes, Macy Barnes, Gemma Mead and Fred Phillips, the Cox. They are in then lane 5. You'll see them leading from on the outside of them in second position at the moment is Avon number 1. Kate Smith, Phoebe Burden, Julia Middleditch, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Kate Ryle, Emma Gardner, Olivia Stutter, Molly Thomas and Isabel Hope Murray. Sitting alongside them is lane number 7's Columba College, Hazel McRae, Sophie Thode, Ruby Heffernan, Charlie Smith, Sarah Stevens, Nova Fiston, Annika Laser, Fenella Millen and Jade Bogus, the Cox. And out there completing the field in lane 8 is St Andrews College number 2, which is Olivia Connor, Talia Christie, Lucy Fraser, Nina Freya, Rebecca Buist, Hadassah Timo, Lucia Apps, and Laura Bolton with Lucy Profit the Cox. It is all, though, with this crew from Dunstanarm. They've got about a boat length and a half now over the crew outside of them, which is Avon. So it's been a battle this regatta all between Avon and Dunstan. They're holding on to the lead here, though, the Dunstan crew, with Fred Phillips got them expertly under control. Holding on to third at this stage would still be the crew from Dunstanarm number 2. Then we go to Columba, and in fact, it doesn't look like any of the St Andrews crews are here as they make their way down. Meanwhile, following them up is the men's club Coxless 4. Most of the crews there. Pretty commanding effort here from Dunstanarm, coached by Lauren Gibb. She's coaching both these crews, but they're well out in front is the Dunstanarm number 1 crew, still holding on to Clearwater over the Avon crew behind them. Standard rig boats for both of them. I guess a lot of hot seating going on today, which means they will be changing from one boat to another really quickly and getting up to the start. I've already called a couple of these names twice, I think, in the very short time I've been here. But Dunstan now holding on to this. They'll come down to the line. They've got about another half a dozen strokes to get them there. They've got a boat length and a half over Avon. We'll go back 4 boat lengths back to the Dunstan number 2 crew. And it looks like Columba and Villa are going to be very close for the 4th spot. Not much between those 2 crews. Congratulations to Dunstan. They take out the Women's Club Cox Date. Avon will finish 2nd. 3rd will go to Dunstan number 2. And then it looks like it might be 4th for Columba. That will be the final of the Women's Club Cox Date. It looks like we have got not an Oamaru crew in the next race. So, and this is the Men's Club Coxless 4 making the way in the last 500 metres of the race. In lane 1, Avon 5, Jack McStay, Ollie Taylor, Jack Wassell, Jack Maffei. In lane number 2 is Cure Boating Club number 1, Shea DeLuca, Jiong U, John Reedy and Dara Lynch. And lane number 4 is Avon 2, Theodore Thomas, Joseph Ritchie and Barney Evans with Hugo Van Herel. Very handily placed they are out there. And next to them is Christchurch Boys High School, Charlie Greenslade, Matthew Barnes, Ruben Fifield, Hugo Parnham. And then in lane number 6 is Avon number 1, George Wilson, Andre Simpson, Ashton Corkery, Kobe Good. Leading them down, though, in lane number 7 is the Avon number 3 crew of Bruno Dooley, William Curry, Noah Laquellic and Flynn Grace. Then there's Avon number 4, which is Henry Church, Jackson Evans, William Thomas and Corbin Newlands. Out there in lane number 9 is Canterbury 1, Liam Collins and Nat Ranulph and Oliver Ellis with Noah Visser. St Bede's won the boys under 16 Cox Date in a time of 6:33.02. Now starting to draw up alongside each other, these 2 Avon crews, though. Avon number 2 and Avon number 3. Not much between those 2 crews. In between them squeezed is Avon number 1 and Christchurch Boys High School. That's where the 3 finishing places are going to come from in this Men's Club Coxless 4. You would expect that Avon number 1 crew to come back at their number 2 crew. They've got some work to do. It's the number 3 crew that are actually leading now. So number 3, Bruno, William, Noah and Flynn holding on to this Men's Club Coxless 4 from Avon number 2. Then we go back to Avon number 1, Christchurch Boys High School. Avon number 2 starting to wind up there in lane number 4. They've got 250 metres to go, less than that now to try and take this out. It's all Avon and Christchurch Boys High. Can Christchurch Boys High upset the apple cart? They're starting to put some real pressure on that Avon crew either side of them. This will be interesting there. Avon, the Christchurch Boys High School crew, Charlie, Matthew, Ruben and Hugo, giving it a real nudge. They're still pulling up now towards 3rd. It is with the Avon crew out there in lane number 7. That's Avon number 3 holding on to the lead now over Avon number 1. Avon number 2 trying to squeeze past Christchurch Boys High School. That's where the fun's starting to happen now. Christchurch Boys coming at Avon number 2 again. No doubt about who's going to take this out. They will be Avon number 3 out there in lane 7 in the Men's Club Coxless 4. Second is going to go to the Avon number 1 crew. They're still trying harder. Christchurch Boys holding off Avon number 2. Is it Avon number 2? They've just got ahead on the line by half a canvas. Game fight there for 4th for Christchurch Boys High School. Then we go outside to the Avon 4 crew. Back inside here to Cure Boating Club. And then across the top to Canterbury number 1. And completing the field here down in lane 1 for the Men's Club Coxless 4 will be Avon number 5. Next race due to go, the men's novice Cox 4. If you're on the live stream, good morning, and I hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning coffee watching us. You're watching all the crews lined up there. No, there's been a change. That is a double sculls race. Okay, that looks like there's been a change in order. Okay, thought I saw some fours rowing off. So the next race due to go was the men's novice Cox four. So there must be a bit of a hold up with some of the crews there. I saw some of the fours rowing back off the start. So we have got now event one. Oh, this is race 180, would you believe? So this is the women's open double sculls final. And they're away, so I can give you the field. Actually, lane number 1 is Avon 4, Sasha Delman, Elka Thurston. Lane number 2 is Avon number 2, Sam Rankin, Jessica Rampin. So that's lane 2 was the Rankins for Avon number 2. Lane number 3 is Dunstan Arm 4, Maggie Hepburn, Ruby Smith. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Olivia Key, Emma Spittle. Lane number 5, Madison Neal, Bella Breen. Lane number 6, Dunstan Arm 2, Olivia Paibengwa and Melly Scott. Lane number 7 is Avon number 3, Lily Grant, Sadie Mason. Lane number 8, Avon number 1, Abby Higgins, Thea Murdy. And lane number 9, Union Composite, which is between Union and Waihopai. Sarah Hamilton from Waihopai, Lisa Manson from Union. She's been busy, Lisa, coaching those Union crews as well. And lane number 10, Dunstan Arm 5, Island Nicholson and Kiara Patterson. So across the field in the middle there, it's all Dunstan, isn't it? So that's lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6. They are pretty handily placed. Through 500 metres they are now in this final. Inside them is in lane number 2, Avon. And then we go across to, that's the Avon 2 crew, lane number 7, Avon 3, and they're really fanning out already in the arrow format, so pretty easy to pick at this stage. Says Ian about to put his foot in it. Lane number 8 is Avon number 1, Abby Higgins and Thea Murdy, and then we go across to Avon 4 and lane number 1, Sasha Tellman and Elka Thurston, and then we've got the composite crew in lane 9, and just in behind them is Dunstan Arm number 5. Men's Club Cox's 4 taken out by Avon number 3. In a time of 6:42.53. Second was Avon number 1, 6:45.78, and then Avon number 2, 6:48.22, with a very only 0.4 of a second behind them were the Christchurch Boys High School crew. They'll be pretty happy with that. Through 500 metres we go now, and it's coming, looks like it is out of lane 3 and 4. So lane 3 is number 4 crew for Dunstan, Maggie and Ruby, and then we've got Olivia and Emma in lane the Dunstan Arm number 1 crew right next to them. So just sitting ahead of them, lane 3 is Madison Neal and Bella Breen. Then we go to Olivia and Millie Scott. Into the 1,000 they go in this final of the Women's Open Double Sculls. This could be quite a close finish now, so I have to get me Dunstan numbers around the right way. So it is still coming down lane number 4, Dunstan Arm number 1 now. Very even between them, and just outside of them in lane number 3, Dunstan Arm number 4. Then we go outside to Dunstan Arm number 3, and then we go to Dunstan Arm number 2, and then we come back to Avon 3. The next one back there would be Avon 1, then Dunstan Arm number 5, back to Avon number 4, down there in lane number 1. just sitting in behind Ava number 2, and then we go to Dunstan Arm number 5 on the outside there as they start to fan down now. So it still comes with lane number 4. That's Dunstan Arm number 1, Olivia and Emma. Very even with them, and number 3 and number 2. You see with the umpire's boats sitting there, just settling them down or escorting them down. It is lane number 5 now, just moving ahead. Madison Neal and Bella Breen. Expect them to be strong here. Olivia Piebengo and Millie Scott just outside of them. That's the Dunstan Arm number 2 crew. Then we come back to the number 4 crew, Maggie and Ruby. And then it's the first of the Avon crew. So it looks like it's Lily and Sadie. Sadie, the Twizel, ex-Twizel rower, sitting out there in lane number 7. So really starting to fan out there. So we're seeing the effect of those moves that they've put in at the 1,000. Heading down now towards the 500 metre mark. This final of the women's open double sculls. Next race to go will be the boys under 17 Cox State. No, it won't be. It's actually the men's novice Cox 4, which was supposed to go. So I'll bring you through this women's open double sculls. Then Will take over and bring you back down that men's novice double, the men's novice Cox 4 that was due to go before this one they've been waiting for. So into the business end of the race, and now starting to get really clear that it is well led down there by Madison Neal, Bella Breen, Dunstan Arm number 3 out there in lane number 5. They've got a boat length over their number 2 crew outside of them, Olivia and Millie. And then they would go 2 boat lengths back to the number 1 crew of Olivia Key and Emma Spittle in lane number 4. Then we go out to Avon, Lily Grant, Sadie Mason. Then we come back across to Dunstan Arm, Maggie and Ruby. Very little between the 2 Avon crews down there behind them in the lanes number 1 and 2, which is Avon 4, Sasha Thelman and Elka Thurston, and Sam Rankin and Jessica Rankin are Avon number 2. But all with the crews from Dunstan out in the front there now. Lane 5, Madison Neal, Bella Breen. They're holding on to a boat length over from the outside of them, Olivia and Millie. What have Olivia and Millie got? They're going to have to crank back here at Dunstan Arm number 3. And so Dunstan odds on here to take 1, 2 and 3. The opportunity to upset that apple cart will come from lane 7 with Avon 3. Lily Grant and Sadie Mason just tracking down stealthily and trying to get over the top of the other Dunstan crew sitting out there in lane number 4. But it's all with the 5 crew. Very impressive sculling here. Great conditions for them. Just how clean they are at that catch. Nice and long. You got that distinctive Dunstan drive where they get right up into the catch and you can see the connection between the foot plate and the fingertips as they drive off and push that boat further and further down the course, closer to the finish. They're still holding on to that lead. They are Madison Neal and Bella Breen. Simon Smith's done a great job with these crews. He's got them out now to clear water. They are over on the outside from Olivia and Millie. We come back inside from them to Olivia and Emma, still holding on to that 3rd spot. Under pressure now from Lily and Sadie from Avon. Then we come back to the other Dunstan crew, Maggie and Ruby, across to Dunstan number Avon 1, Abby and Thea. But down the line we come. Impressive effort here from Madison Neal and Bella Breen in lane number 5. They take out the women's open double sculls. Second will go to Olivia Piebengo and Millie Scott from Dunstan, and they're going to hold on to that 3rd spot as well. It's a 1, 2, 3. Olivia Key and Emma Spittle holding on to 3rd for Dunstan over the top of the fast finishing Avon crew, Lily Grant and Sadie Mason. Then it will be, it's going to be close here between Dunstan. I think Dunstan are going to take it out here in the next spot there, which is Ruby and Maggie. Then we go across to Avon number 1, Abby and Thea. It will be Avon number 2, Avon number 4, across to the Union Composite, and then completing the field will be Dunstan Arm number 5.
So men's novice 4, all those crews just pushing up past the K now. In this race, lane 1, we have Waihopai 1. Lane 2, Timaru 30. Lane 3, St. Bede's College 2. Lane 4, Ashburton 1. Lane 5, Oamaru 1. Lane 6, St Bede's College 1. Lane 7, Invercargill 1. Lane 8, Christ College 1. And Lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School 1. As well as Lane 10, Otago Boys and number 1. So straight final for the men's novice Coxed 4 here. Looks like it is one of the middle crews leading it here, and they're doing it fairly easy. I think it's at beads for Arlo Franklin, Sawyer Jenkin, William Blackburn, Fletcher Franklin, and Lockie Manson is the Cox. Coached by Pat McQuinn and Flynn Hutchinson Ray. And it doesn't look like they're going to be challenged in this novice for second place. I think that might be a yellow boat there if I'm not mistaken. A bit more on the inside. Could be Wakatipu. No, there's no Wakatipu in this. Potentially Ashburton 1 there. Currently sitting in second. Green and yellow of Ashburton potentially there in the golden boat. Inside of them is Oamaru. Actually, outside of them is Oamaru, so the middle lane Oamaru might currently be in third. But no doubt about who's in first at St Bede's. Pretty dominant performance here from the boys as they enter the last 300 metres there. Getting ready for the sprint. So the Ashburton crew, you're looking at Luke Moffat, Lockie Oldham, Caleb Jones, George Lash, and Eve Marshall is the Cox, coached by Justin Moore and Mary Hefford. They are sitting pretty comfortable in second. Oamaru in third. They're potentially looking for a challenge. Just a couple of tough finishes there for those Oamaru rowers. Beads into those last 250. And they'll start their one. They'll start their sprint. Really pressing off the front there. Gosh, there's a big boy in that 3 seat there. He's really accelerating and giving it everything on that leg drive there. Rest of them will just be trying to go with him. They've got the standard rig there, lane 6, St Bede's, pretty dominant performance in this novice grade. Then we're looking to the Bumblebee boat of Ashburton sitting in second. Then we go to Oamaru there. So Oamaru sitting in third. No one's looking to challenge him. Potentially on the inside there. I might eat my words here. Here's Timaru. Timaru might have a tandem rig there. Tandem rig in a novice event. You don't see that every day. So this Timaru crew, Ben Murray, Oliver Wilcox, Millie Gaskin, Joaquin McIntosh, and Charlie Dwyer trying to get up for a third place over Oamaru. Looks like they're running out of runway though. Ashburton's through the 100 as beads are about to finish. Looks like they're starting to die in that beads boat. Ashburton's starting to catch them up. They will not catch Ashburton will not catch them though. We see the stern Cox boat of Ashburton watching the bow ball of that Oamaru crew. Timaru's trying to get up for that third place. It looks like they're just about to run out of runway. 3/4 of a length to Oamaru at this current stage. Ashburton's through, as are Oamaru this now. Then Timaru. Looks like we're going to Christ College for the 5th. And potentially, who's that crew in the yellow boat there, yellow and white? That might be Invercargill there. Then going to Otago. Christchurch Boys, potentially, yep. And rounding out the field will be St Bede's College number 2 and Waihopai. But following behind them pretty close is the boys under 17A, and this is only 2 crews now. We've got St Bede's College in lane 5 and St Thomas in lane 6. So St Bede's in lane 5, we've got Wyatt Dent, Carter Connolly, Isaac Guerra, Alex Walters, James Franken, Brody Clements, Cooper Titterton Leckie, Ryan Gardner, and Matthew Casey is the Cox. Lane 6 is St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Nicholas Marston, Harry Gallagher, Luke Sweeney, Seth Tranter, Calix Manahera, Cairo Horgan, Kaiden Barrow, Lucas Dowling, and Jack Dunn is the Cox. So it looks like Beads here as we enter this last 250 as the novice 4 is just about to finish up. Beads doing it well. They're sitting about 3 or 4 lengths clear of the St. Thomas crew. Entering that last 250 as the sprint begins here. So Beads known for that flat rowing stroke. That the handle height will not change much. You can just see it's minimal. They do minimal movement with the arms as they tap down into the finish and up into the catch. It's really pretty flat stroke there from St. Beads, but they're doing it well. Nice hang through the water there. Oh, hang at the front. And they're going to win pretty comfortably over St. Thomas here in the boys under 17.8. Coming down to the finish now is St. Beads. I'll be curious to see the time at this stage. Probably at Otago's, maybe just looking at a 6:20 would be good for an under 17.8. Maybe just under that. Under 18.8's probably looking to try and get close to that 6:10 mark at this stage. St. Thomas just coming to the line now. They'll finish there. Next up, we've got another 2-horse race here. It's the girls under 15.8 final. Lane 5, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Lila Jordan, Lola Vatsilius, Juno Tiller, Eddie O'Sullivan, Lily Banks, Ali Toshak, Zoe Dunning, Florence Adamson, and Lily Shackleton is the Cox. Then we go to lane 6 in Oamaru 22. Isabel Wainwright, Sasha Wright, Pippa McMillan, Amelie Tartan, Ava Goodall, Annabelle King, Matilda Eisbister, Summer Brosnan, and Georgia Guy is the Cox. So girls under 15.8 looking pretty decisive here for Christchurch Girls High School in lane 5. I'd say they're sitting just above 3 lengths up on this Oamaru crew as they come past the 500 metre marker, 500 left to go. So under 15, you're looking at first year rowers here in an 8. 8 oars, you're looking at sweeping. Christchurch Girls looking to extend there, coming into the final 300 metres of the race. Sitting tall, they're looking together, which is pretty much all you can ask for under 15 rowing at this stage. Got that timing sorted out, they're all catching together, all coming off the finish together, so looking pretty good for this stage. Entering the last 250 now are Christchurch Girls High School. Oamaru just a bit further back. Sitting about 4 lengths back on Christchurch Girls High. It's only 2 boats in this race, so pretty calm here for Christchurch Girls High. It won't be like this for all the regattas as more crews come into it. So Margaret's Rangi probably going to be in the girls under 15.8 once you get to South Island Secondary Schools. And entering the last 120 metres here, Christchurch Girls High School. Looking to finish this off. Oamaru just sitting a bit further back. So you can hear the coxswains from the bank barking orders as they get into the final section of the race. Looks like they've got their rating up, maybe just sacrificing a bit of their catches for that rating, but it's looking all right. Christchurch Girls will take the win in the girls under 15 Cox State. Oamaru will take the silver here. Next up is the men's Inti Coxed 4. 3 crews in this. We're looking at lane 4. We've got Cromwell 1, Jake Spittle, Bryn Sutherland, Jack Spriggs, Stian Langvik, and Annabelle Nicol is the Cox. Lane 5, we've got Timaru 30, Parker Anderson, Sterling Heffernan, Charlie Cooper, Harry Shearer, and Ned Brown is the Cox. Lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Nicholas Marston, Noah Fidel, Hunter Taylor, Jacob Henderson, and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox. Just entering the last 250 metres is the boys from Timaru. They're about to enter that last 250 metres, and they are sitting well clear of the rest of the field. Sitting in second, we're looking at St Thomas, I believe. So that's Nicholas Marston, Noah Fidel, Hunter Taylor, Jacob Henderson, and Carlson Fernandez is the Cox, and they in turn are sitting well clear of this stern-coxed NT4 from Cromwell. So Timaru doesn't look like they're winding at all. They're really using up the length, and it actually looks like they've dropped down the rating. So they're just cruising to the finish line here, really using up the recovery, which is quite interesting. Entering the last 100 now is Timaru. They've had a redesign of their row suits. I think they did that in 2024. And they're really using all that length. They're not taking any chances. They're not burning any more matches. They're just cruising here. And St Thomas will catch them up a bit. They won't catch them entirely. Going into the last 100 is St Thomas as well. They're definitely winding. Look at the difference in styles here. So St Thomas really fast off the back. Potentially a little bit rushed up the front. Then we've got Cromwell about to enter the last 100 metres as well, and that will do it for the men's Inti Coxed 4. So some pretty decisive wins recently in the 17-8 and the 15-8 and Inti 4. So men's NT4 is sponsored by Aotearoa Gaming Trust. Next up we have the girls under 17 single sculls. Just in that third 500 now, we're looking at lane 1, Wakatipu 6, Caitlin Roberts. Lane 2, Timaru 41, Macy Jane Chapman. Lane 3, Otago 1, Brianna Patterson. Lane 4, Columba College 1, Livy Campbell. Lane 5, Waihopai 3, Avril Kuma. Lane 6, Timaru 21, Hayley Tairua. Lane 7, Otago Girls 1, Ellie Ryan. Lane 8, Avonside Girls High School 1, Kate Burgess. Lane 9, Waihopai 4, Ellie Mae Boniface. And lane 10, North End 4, Libby Clifton. It's decently close in this B final. Let's see who's got the lead. I think potentially one of these inside crews. I think we might be looking at Columba College actually in lane 4, Livy Campbell, putting up a pretty good performance. Also, outside of her, potentially the row from Timaru, Hayley Tairua there. Those are the two I'd say currently in contention for the win here. Everyone else just a bit further back. I'd have to put my money on Columba right now. Livy Campbell taking out the win here, unless Timaru's really got a big last wind in the last 300 metres of the race. Potentially in third. We're also looking at that inside lane there. Wakatipu looking good. Timaru, no, that's Otago on the inside there. Might actually be currently in that third spot. And also on the outside, there might be an Otago Girls row there. Otago Girls, Ali Ryan also trying to look for that third place, but I think it might go the way of Otago, Brianna Peterson for that third place. But I think we're looking at Columba, Timaru and Otago. That's my 1, 2, 3 as we're entering the last 150 metres of this race. We should see a wind in this B final of the girls under 17 single. So Columba College 1, Livy Campbell. Timaru just putting in a final push here, last 120 metres to go. I don't think Timaru's got enough runway to claw this lead back from Columba, but it's actually closer than I thought. I think it's just a length in it, so Columba's really got to wind here to watch out from that row from Timaru, because I think Hayley Tairua is closing down on that. So last 50 metres, let's see what happens here. I don't think Columba's going to lose this lead. It is getting closer though. There's no clear water there. Firmly in third place is Otago. So Brianna Patterson holding on to that third place. Then we're going inside in lane 1, Wakatipu 6. Caitlin Roberts certainly having a good race there. Much better than in the heats, I imagine, to be on the outside lane. Then Otago Girls 1, Ali Ryan will take that 5th place right outside to North End, Timaru, Waihopai, and who's that rounding out the field there? I think that's another Waihopai rower. So that's a B final. A final coming down now. Lane 1, Union 1, Felicity Wright. Lane 2, Marion College 1, Sophie Davis. Lane 3, Wakatipu 2, Caitlin Julian. Lane 4, Wakatipu 1, Caitlin Purdue. Lane 5, Dunstanam 2, Maria Teresa Screams. Lane 6, Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat. Lane 7, Oamaru 22, Indig Jones Hogan. Lane 8, Dunstanam 1, Katharina Hoffman. Lane 9, Wakatipu 3, Liberty Hyde. And lane 10 is Waihopai 1, Madison Stevens. So, wide variety of schools here in this girls under 17 A final, but there is a pretty clear leader there in the middle of the field. So must have had a good race yesterday and is performing well today as well. I think that might be Ashburton there. So Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat, coached by Justin Wall. Be good to see Ashburton pick up a win here at the Otago Meridian Regatta. First regatta of the season for a lot of these crews. Sometimes these scullers tend to go a bit earlier to Aoraki, to the 1K races over there, but currently it is Ashburton currently storming away with the win here. 300 metres left to go. Let's see who can challenge, potentially on the outside, sitting in second. I'm seeing the Dunstanam colours. That might be Katharina Hoffman, currently sitting in second. And then we might actually go to the inside, having a good performance in lane number 1, Union 1, Felicity Wright. Also go to the middle of the field. I'm seeing 2 rows there in tight competition. We're looking at the Dunstanam colours, the yellow bucket hat and Wakatipu. So there we're looking at Dunstanam 2, Maria Teresa Streams, and Wakatipu number 1, Caitlin Purdue, also trying to get up for that third spot. But currently in that last 250 metres, 200 metres left to go, is Ashburn number 1, Isla Moffat, just pushing away from the rest of the field here. She's got good length and she's turning that rating up. Might have just shortened up the strokes there actually as she enters that last 120 metres, trying to put as much distance between her and the rower in second, which is Katharina Hoffman. Sitting pretty comfortable there, and that race for third is heating up. I'd currently give it to the rower from Wakatipu currently. So Wakatipu number 1, Caitlin Purdue, currently pushing away from Dunstanam number 2, Maria Teresa Streams, and also on the inside, Union's moving as well. So watch the rower from Union perform a bit of an upset here. Felicity Wright is trying to push this rower from Wakatipu. It's Balball for Balball as Dunstanam number 2 beginning to drop back as Ashburn's about to cross the line, followed by Katharina Hoffman from Dunstone number 1, but I think Union's putting up a pretty good performance here in lane number 1 to take that third spot of the row from Wakatipu. Has anything to say about it? Who's got the white? Who's got the finish? I'd give it to Union at the moment. They're just opening up to a quarter of a canvas, trying to get half a canvas now, going a half a boat length over the line. It's going to go to Union's going to take that third. Then we're looking 4th to Wakatipu, 5th to Dunstone number 2, 6th is Wakatipu number 2, back outside to Wakatipu 3, Marion College, and Oamaru, I believe. That's the end of the girls under 17 single. Next up, the girls under 18 single, so just a slight step up here in terms of speed. Looking at lane 1, Otago Girls 2, Millie Hueta. Lane 2, Otago 1, Maya Still. Lane 3, Timaru 11, Greta Murray. Lane 4, Waihopai 2, Ella Norman. Lane 5, Waihopai 1, Lila Jack. Lane 6, Union 1, Jamie Seddon. Lane 7, Avonside Girls High School 2, Kay Orchard. Lane 8, Otago Girls 1, Sienna Nicholson. Lane 9, Columba College 1, Nova Weston. Lane 10, Timaru 12, Ella Inch. All right, coming past the 500, there's a leader, but it's not safe by any means. There's 3 crews really in contention for the win, but we are looking to the middle of the field. I'm going to say that is Waihopai 1, potentially Lila Jack there in lane 5, but Timaru 11, Greta Murray is definitely sitting in second. That's the 2 contenders, I'd say. Last 350 metres to go, so these races do finish rather fast, and we do have nice conditions on the water. Be curious to see what the times are like. Not too familiar with the girls' sculling times, but I could definitely tell you the boys' sweeping ones. Here is Waihopai in lane 5, entering that final stretch. Also on the outside there, potentially also trying to get up for that gold, is the row from Avonside, lane 7, Avonside Girls High School 2, Kate Orchard. But watch the row from Timaru. I think she's taken a step up here in this recent parts of the race. So we're looking at Timaru, Greta Murray, and I think she might have just stolen the lead off that row from Waihopai. So look to Timaru on the inside, the green boat, the blue cross. Timaru is flying in this last 500 metres of the race, down into the last 200 now. We'll see a sprint from Timaru. What does Waihopai and Avonside have to say for that? Then we'll go further back to a couple more Waihopai rowers. But here it is, Timaru, pretty dominant here. They're walking away from, so this Timaru rowers, Greta Murray, walking away from Lila Jack here. Lila Jack needs to watch the charge coming from Avonside, because I think Avonside's starting to heat up there in lane number 7. So we're looking at Kay Orchard, Lila Jack, and Greta Murray. Those are the 3, and it's still Timaru at this stage, but I think Avonside Girls, Kay Orchard has just pushed up to second and is now challenging the rower from Timaru for first. So we're looking at Timaru. Avonside Girls now sitting back in third place is Lila Jack from Waihopai. It is Timaru currently just leading by 3/4 of a length over Avonside Girls High School. Then we're looking back to Waihopai. So it's going to be a very close finish in this girls under 18 single. Greta Murray's going to take it out. Just closing in now. Waihopai's still going to get the 3rd place. We're going to give Avonside Girls High School, Kate Orchard the 2nd, Lila Jack the 3rd. Then we're going to Waihopai number 2, Ella Norman, to Otago Girls High School, outside to Timaru 12, Columba College, inside to Otago Girls 2, another Timaru rower, and Otago will round out the field there. All right, not girls, boys under 15, Cox 4 coming up. Lane 1, Selwyn Rowing 1. Lane 2, St. Bede's College Composite with Shirley Boys. Lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1. Lane 4, St Bede's College 1. Lane 5, St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School 2. Lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 2. Lane 8, St Andrews College 1. Lane 9, Otago 1. Lane 10, Shirley Boys High School 1. I think we have a clear leader here as well. So a lot of dominant leads as that first crew crosses over the 500 metre mark. Might be St Thomas actually in lane 5 there. That's putting on a bit of a burner in this last 400 metres. That is the colours of St Thomas. Then we're probably looking back to Christchurch Boys and St Thomas number 2. So St Thomas has 2 crews who could potentially get up here for a top 3 finish. Also on the inside there, is that another Christchurch Boys High School crew? I think it is. That's Christchurch Boys High School number 1 in lane 3 there. But it is St Thomas most definitely. Pretty dominant performance here. Entering the last 250 now. Let's see how much they can stretch, how much they can extend this lead by as they're opening up to about 4 lengths over Christchurch Boys High School 1. Meanwhile, so that's Christchurch Boys High School 2. Meanwhile, St Thomas of Canterbury number 2 is taking a charge on them, but also on the inside, Christchurch Boys High School 1, I think, is making a move on their number 2 crew. So I think Christchurch Boys High School 1 is stepping up into that second place now if their number 2 crew has anything to say about it. As St Thomas moving into the last 120 metres now. So St Thomas of Canterbury number 1, we're looking at Jackson Marshall, Max Hay, Sonny Hasty, Ryder Horgan and Jack Clark as the cocks, and they're entering that last 100 metres ahead of the 2 Christchurch Boys High School crews who are battling with each other and both pushing away from St Thomas of Canterbury number 2. So Christchurch Boys High School number 1 and number 2 tight together. Who's going to cross 100 first? I'm going Christchurch Boys High School number 2 on that outside there. Let's see if number 1 has a header. Who's got the wind? We see the bow seat of that number 2 crew. Look out. Pressure's on for these 2 crews. I think Christchurch Boys High School 1 is just dropping back a bit as Christchurch Boys High School 2 starts to move on the outside there. They've extended to a canvas, but Christchurch Boys High School 1 is moving back again. It's Bowball for Bowball over the line for second and third. And I think number 1 just got that in at the end. Good last 50 metres there from Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Number 2 will take second, and then we're going back to St Thomas number 2. Go inside to that St Bede's College composite crew. And then we're looking at St Andrews and Otago, and then on the inside there is Selwyn Rowing. So that Christchurch Boys High School 1 crew was Soren Lowe, Theo Keller, Christopher Preston, Charlie Sparrow, and Reg Bickley. And then the number 2 crew, Owen Fife, Edward Graham, Max Pont, Angus Orchard, and Kaylin Faulkner is the cocks. So very close race there between the Christchurch Boys High School crews. Next up, we have the B final of the men's open coxless pairs. We're looking at lane 3, Avon 8, Hugo Van Hero, Bruno Dooley. Lane 4, Canterbury 2, Oliver Ellis, Noah Vizzer. Lane 5, Dunstanam 1, Jacob Harrison, Jed Tisdall. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club 1, Darragh Lynch and John Reedy. Lane 7, Avon 7, Luca Darmani and Darby Renata. So only 2 Avon crews in this. Oh, and I think there might be a scratching here from that Dunstan arm pair, so we're going to have to write off lane 5, Jacob Harrison and Jed Tisdall. So there will be a different favourite for this B final, and I think we're looking at the colours of Cure Boating Club 1, Darragh Lynch, John Reedy. Can John Reedy bring it home? Let's see. Purple rose suit there. Cure Boating Club 1, Darragh Lynch and John Reedy making a charge here, but I think on the inside having a go at it is Canterbury number 2, Oliver Ellis and Noah Vizzer. They're trying to take the lead as well. Last 250 metres, let's see what they can do. It's going to be between these 2 crews for the B final as we see the A final in the distance charging down. So it's lane 4, Canterbury, lane 6, Cure Boating Club. And then we'll be looking back to Avon on the outside there. So there's only 3 crews in this, so a couple scratching this in this event, but it's heating up in this B final. I'd say it's Cure at the moment, but it's looking close. It's only about 3/4 of a length. Cure's extending though. They're rowing pretty well, those Cure boys. Then we've got Canterbury as well, powering it on. This is the open pair. This is the top grade. So the fact that this is the B final is pretty crazy. Cure's just sitting 3/4 of a length up on Canterbury. They're going to finish in first. Canterbury's going to get the second, and then we're looking at Avon on the outside for the third. Okay, men's open Cox's pair oars A final. Pretty disappointing effort from Avon here. They've only got 9 crews out of the 10 in the A final, so should see a sea of red and white, but Canterbury's still there. So close to a perfect 10 Avon crews there. But looks like they've got a fireball ignited them behind them because these Avon boys are moving quick. Lane 1, Avon 11, Jake Burrows, Logan Freshwater. Lane 2, Avon 9, Noah Quellick, Barney Evans. Lane 3, Avon 3, Ted Main, Bede Garrett. Lane 4, Avon 6, Toby Robinson, William McIntosh. Lane 5, Avon 1, Henry Kirk, Matthew Glenn. Lane 6, Avon 10, Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton. Lane 7, Avon 4, Fergus Johnston, Harry Galvin. Lane 8, Avon 5, Charlie Poulter, Luke Tompkins. Lane 9, Avon 2, Josh Syme, Ben Allen. And the People's Champion, Lane 10, Canterbury 1, Sam Clark and Nat Rainoff. So currently I'm seeing the white boat of Avon there. I think we are looking at, I think that's Henry Kirk and Matt Glenn there in lane 5. They look to be leading pretty comfortably over. It's that Bede Garrett and Ted Main maybe sitting in second there. Actually, I think that's where the battle's between out of these 2 Avon crews. I think it's Henry Kirk and Matt Glenn against Ted Main and Bede Garrett. No, it's lane 6. That's Sam Wilson and Scott Shackleton versus Henry Kirk and Matt Glenn. So the middle 2 lanes, and I think the white boat of Sam Wilson and Scott Shackleton's pushing away here, so I'd give it to those 2 at the moment, just maybe a length up over Avon number 1, Henry Kirk and Matthew Glenn, looking for the 3rd spot, potentially more on the outside there. We're looking at lane 7 as well as lane 3, so lane 3 we're looking at 10 Main, Bede Garrett. Lane 7 we're looking at Fergus Johnson and Harry Galvin for that 3rd spot, but it's looking like a pretty comfortable win for Sam Wilson and Scott Shackleton, really using that length, really extending. That's pretty fast leg drive there despite having such good length at the catch. So they're going to take it out. Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton. Then we're going to lane 5, Henry Kirk and Matthew Glenn. Then it's going to be tight for that 3rd place between these 3 crews. We're looking at lane 7, lane 3 and 4. There's Toby Robinson and William McIntosh finish 5th. 9, Josh Syme, Ben Allen. This is lane 8, Avon 5, Charlie Poulter and Luke Tompkins will finish next. Then on the inside there, we've got Jake Burrows and Logan Freshwater. And then Canterbury will be the next up. All right, next up we've got the men's intermediate Cox Day. It looks like a pretty well spread out race. We've got 3 crews in this. Now I've just been made aware that there's been a diabetes pack found and it has been handed in to the Secretary's office. So if that's you, I'll be at the Secretary's office for you to collect. So in this race, we're looking at lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 5, Wakatipu 1, and lane 6, Otago Boys High 1. I think it's Wakatipu, pretty dominant performance here. The other two crews look to be battling between each other, but on the inside, I'd give it to Christchurch Boys High School 1 over Otago Boys High 1. So this Wakatipu crew, looking at Cameron Hall, Baker Schmidt, Kaito Nakazawa, Tom Raynard, Flynn Webber, Phineas Thomas, Baxter Kingan, Henry Monier, and Jesse Glover is the Cox. So they'll just be looking to pedal away in this NT8. So we're looking at second year rowers or rowers. I think it's if you haven't made a final in the national regatta, you are still considered NT even after your second year rowing. But on the inside, we're looking at Christchurch Boys High School 1. Nick Dampier, Crossley, Mason Tucker, Thomas Scott, Ben Williamson, JD DeVillas, Ben Skelton, Tim Boswell, Bryn Flowerday, and Cameron Palmer is the Cox. And it looks like a bit of a battle between Otago Boys High School and Christchurch Boys High School. So I'd give it to Christchurch Boys High School currently, but looks to be pretty close as they cross their 100 metres. I think Otago Boys High School are the ones moving here. I think they're actually moving into second. So good wind here coming from Otago Boys High School. Who's the Cox there? Hunter Ruxton. He'll be trying to get these boys past the black and blue of Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys just starting to rip it at the front. That's not what you want to do, boys. And Otago Boys High School's ripping it as well at the front, but it's still working. They've got a seat, moving out to 2 seats now. I think Christchurch Boys High School's just going to take the second place over Otago Boys High School over Christchurch Boys High School. That's how it's going to go in the NT Cox State. Next up, we've got another straight final. Women's Club Coxless 4. Lane 3, Avon 1. Lane 4, Oamaru 22. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1. Lane 6, Canterbury 1. Lane 7, Dunstan Arm 2. And Lane 8, Avon 2. So Avon 1, Julia Middleditch, Phoebe Burden, Kate Smith, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. Lane 4, Oamaru 22. Emily Wainwright, Bridget Spittle, Sophie Spittle, and Tessa Wright. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Neve O'Doherty, Charlotte McKenzie, Macy Barnes, and Ella Barnes. Lane 6, Canterbury 1, Lily Davidson, Meredith Lewis, Natalie Walsh, and Georgia Wynyard. Lane 7, Dunstan Arm 2, Elizabeth Engstrom, Ellie King, Michaela Oliver, Isla Cunningham. And then Lane 8 is Avon 2, Molly Thomas, Jessica Rankin, Courtney Preble, and Emma Gardner. So they're just coming up to the K now. So any leftover food bank donations to give to the Secretary's office. If you've got any spare food, hand it over into the Secretary's office. I think inside that was just Avon 1 leading by half a length. No, never mind. There's a crew right out in front there. That's Dunstan Arm 1, Nevo Doherty, Charlotte McKenzie, Macy Barnes, and Ella Barnes just sitting a length and a half up on that inside Avon crew of Julia Middleditch, Phoebe Burden, Kate Smith, and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. All right, last 500 metres now for the women's Club 4, and I think there might be a bit more competition than I originally thought. It's Dunstanarm there still leading the way in the middle of the field, and then the two Avon crews seem to be battling a bit more with each other on the outside. Avon number 2's crept up in that last 500 metres, and I think they've just taken the inside Avon number 1 crew. So Avon number 2, they've closed down, and there's no clear water to Dunstanarm number 1 anymore. So this Avon number 2 crew, Molly Thomas, Jessica Rankin, Courtney Preble, and Emma Gardner, trying to challenge this Dunstanarm number 1 crew of Neve O'Doherty, Charlotte McKenzie, Macy Barnes, and Ella Barnes, coached by Lauren Gibb. So watch out between Dunstanarm and two Avon crews. Avon number 1 just dropping back a bit in the last 500 metres, so they'll need a charge in this last 250 if they want to have any say in this. They're currently sitting in 3rd. Let's see as they cross the 250 markers. I'd say it's still Dunstan. I think Dunstan's holding their own, maybe a couple of rough strokes. Avon just sitting 3/4 of a length down, so it is close. Then we're still looking back at Avon, who number 1, who's entered the last 250 now. So you've got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3. Avon maybe just wanting to watch the steering there, hitting a couple of boys. So Dunstanarm in the middle there versus 2 Avon crews. Let's see what Avon number 2 can do in this last 100 metres, because I think they're climbing. Molly Thomas, Jessica Rankin, Courtney Preble, and Emma Gardner are climbing on this Dunstanarm crew. And I think they might steal the lead coming into the last 100 metres. I think it's Avon now. Avon on the outside, so Avon number 2 is charging over Dunstanarm, and I think they're walking out to a canvas, going to half a length. Dunstanarm still pushing away from Avon number 1, so it's become a 2-horse race as we enter this final stretch. What can Avon and Dunstanarm do? I'm going to give it to Avon at the moment. They've walked away to half a length, going to 3/4 of a length. Good wine there. Dunstanarm still sitting in 2nd. They're going to take the 2nd. Looking at Avon for 3rd. Then we're going dropping back to Canterbury and Oamaru there. Then maybe just a bit further back to Dunstanarm. B final of the women's novice Cox 4 coming down now. We're looking at lane 2, Columba College 1, lane 3, Cromwell 1, lane 4, Ashburton 1, lane 5, Columba College 2, lane 6, Avonside Girls High School 1, lane 7, Rangiruru Girls School 4, lane 8, Timaru 11, and lane 9, St Andrews College 1. I think there's just been a mishap with steering there, either that or somebody's missed their race. Just behind those coach boats there, but going to the front of the field, I'm seeing the yellow boat of Ashburton 1, so we're looking at Sesame Kazumi, Elise Gill, Georgia Gill, Sienna Hart, and Kate Shepherd. And 2 other crews looking to be in contention as well. That is Timaru and Avonside Girls. For Avonside Girls High School 1, we're looking at Grace Orchard, Eve Reese, Bridie Hand, Logan Bell, and Emily Ash is the Cox. Then that Timaru crew, lane 8, we're looking at Sylvie Campbell, Scarlett Moore, Emma Johnston, Evie Arthur, and Olivia Moffat is the Cox. And I'd say it is Avonside Girls currently leading this B final through for the novice 4. So a lot of variation, but Avonside Girls doing well here. Just holding off Ashburn and Timaru and a slight arrowhead effect. May have been some scratchings here, but we see the stern Cox boat of Ashburn once again. So Avonside Girls doing a good job getting that rating up. They've got the wind a bit better than these other 2 schools, I reckon. Bit more relaxed off the back. So I'd say Avonside Girls right now. Then for second, potentially Ashburton over Timaru. Say maybe just about half a length in it. So Ashburton over Timaru, half a length in it. But it is close. It's actually a bit closer as Ashburton takes a rough couple strokes. Timaru will try and take advantage of that. Then we'll be going back to Rangiruru just on a bit of an island. But here comes Avonside Girls for the win here in the B final of the novice 4. Still holding half a length is Ashburton over Timaru. So Ashburton's going to take the second there, looking at Timaru for the third. Rangiruru in 4th. Then we're going inside to Columba College 1. Then looking at St Andrews, Cromwell. And I think that's it for this race. So that's a B final done. So Rangy comes across the line. Next up, we've got the A final of the women's novice Cox 4. Lane 1, Selwyn Rowing 1. Lane 2, Christchurch Girls High School 3. Lane 3, Oamaru 23. Lane 4, Christchurch Girls High School 2. Lane 5, Rangiruru Girls School 1. Lane 6, Oamaru 22. Lane 7, Christchurch Girls High School 1. Lane 8, Rangiruru Girls School 3. Lane 9, Timaru. And Lane 10 is Rangiruru Girls School 2. So this one looks a bit more tightly contested here in the A final. But it is definitely Rangy in front. Never mind, Rangy's putting out a pretty good performance here. They're leagues in front of the rest of the novice crew here. So we'll be looking to the gold, white and blue of Rangy. Second and third, it looks to be a bit closer. I'd say you're looking at Oamaru, potentially Christchurch Girls on the inside. As well, another Christchurch Girls school in there for contention, but I do think it is between Oamaru and Christchurch Girls for that second and third position. Right now, though, it's Rangy every day of the week. So this school, I think this is Rangiruru 1. Sophia Davidson, Mia Tucker, Amelia Handyside, Poppy Moore, and Penelope Sutton is the Cox, coached by Fee Patterson. just entering that final stretch there, looking at the last 250. There's a couple crews on the outside there. I don't actually think they're in this race. So Rangi's through, Sternpear's leading that boat well, a bit of power behind that boat, and then we're looking at Oamaru and Christchurch Girls High School. I'd say Oamaru is currently sitting in second, then we're looking at Christchurch Girls High School in third. So Christchurch Girls High School made up of Polly Botherway, Lola Vetiselius, Stella Cameron, Gabby Burrows, and Greta Brookenshaw is the cocks. So they're trying to open up to a bit of clear water, but it is Rangi entering that last 100 metres now. They're doing it well, just sitting about 4 lengths clear. I think Oamaru might have just caught them up a wee bit. I think Oamaru's putting in a pretty good performance in this last 250 metres here. And they've pushed away to Clearwater over Christchurch Girls. Then we're looking to the inside to that's not Christchurch Girls. No, it is Christchurch Girls High School 3, Annabelle Walton, Sienna Moore, Arla McGregor, Chloe Wally, and Bonnie Giddens just fighting against Christchurch Girls High School number 2 for that 4th position. Then we've got a couple Rangi crews lined up as well, but a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 in the women's novice Cox 4. And then it's just a whole lineup for some of those minor placings there. We're looking at the 2 Christchurch Girls High School crews in a battle, as well as Oamaru number 2 and Rangi number 3 and 2 there. So that's the novice 4 done, and now we're looking at the boys under 18 double sculls straight final here. Lane 1, Otago 1, Vincent Holloway, Alexander Hatchell. Lane 2, Christchurch Boys High School 1, Alex Wynn and Cosmo Kakofagidis. Lane 3, Selwyn Rowing 1, Fergus Johnson and Samuel Lindors. Lane 4, Otago Boys High 2, Ollie Scott and Tom Coley. Lane 5, Otago Boys High 1, Jude Smiley and Jackson Templeton. Lane 6, Oamaru 22, Jacob Rawback and Ike Newlands Carter. Lane 7, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Hunter Taylor and Declan Ducey. Lane 8, St Andrews College 1, Tig Maloney and Oliver Barker. Lane 9, Shirley Boys High School 1, Aidan Daly and Logan Skelton. Lane 10, Christ College 1, Louis Fogati and Toby Adams. So looking pretty close this one. St Andrews actually up in the mix from lane 8, so I won't show my bias there, but St Andrews doing a pretty good performance there. You're looking at Ollie Barker and Tig Maloney, but I think we're seeing Oamaru there. Oamaru's having a good performance in lane 6, and I'd say they've currently got the lead. Oamaru 22, Jacob Rawback, Ike Newlands Carter currently sitting in the lead. I might eat my words there because I think there's another crew on the inside. That might be Otago Boys High at number 2, Ollie Scott and Tom Colley. That's the battle right now between Otago Boys High and Oamaru, and then we've got St Andrews currently sitting in 3rd, as well as a bit of a battle between them and St Thomas. So let's see what happens here. We got Oamaru charging in lane 6. They've got a wind. Who's got the wind? Is it Otago Boys High or Oamaru? It's between those. I'd give it to Otago Boys High at the moment. They're charging coming into the last 120 in the boys under 18 double scull. So these boys will have experience in the double flat conditions. They're loving it out here and they're speeding through to the finish. But watch Oamaru. Oamaru's got a quick finish here and they're charging. Oamaru's taking seats from Otago Boys, St Andrews and St Thomas in a bit of a battle for 3rd and 4th right now. So looking for gold is Otago Boys High, but here's Oamaru. Oamaru's coming fast. Oamaru's attacking Otago Boys High School. Who's going to take it? I think it's just going to be Otago Boys High School by half a canvas over the line. Then we've got Oamaru. St Andrews just sitting a canvas up on St Thomas. They need to watch that charge. I think St Andrews is going to take the 3rd over St Thomas. Then we're going back to Otago Boys High School, number 2 in 5th. Then we're looking outside to Shirley Boys, inside to Christchurch Boys, outside to Christ College. Then we're looking at Selwyn and Otago rounding out the field there, and that's the boys under 18 double sculls done. Next up, another straight final. Looks like we've got a bit of distance till this one starts to heat up. But approaching the K now, we're looking at lane 1, St Andrews College 2, lane 2, Shirley Boys High School 1, lane 3, Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School 2, lane 5, St Bede's College 1, lane 6, St Andrews College 1, lane 7, Christ College 2, lane 8, Christ College 1, lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School 3, and lane 10, St Bede's College 3. That's approaching the K, and it is bow ball between 2 schools here. It is St Bede's College number 1, and it might be It might be Christ College number 2. I think it's one of the Christ College crews there because there is a bit of a gap between them and St. Bede's. They've got white blades there. There's definitely St. Bede's and one of the Christ College crews in front at the moment, so a very tight race between those two. So just coming up to the 500 metre mark now as the boys are under 16.4. So it's a pretty close race at the K. Balbal for Balbal, but there will be a race reset. And I think Bees has just charged ahead of one of those Christ College crews on the outside there. So we are looking at the St. Bede's crew of Oliver Chum, Rui Wright, Eddie Robertson, William Ellett, and Theodore Gilson is the Cox. So looking to St. Bede's, maybe on the inside there, Christchurch Boys High School having a pretty good performance as well, so don't write them off. Christchurch Boys High School, I think that's their number 2 crew, so that's Lockie Honeywell, Flynn Nimmo, John T. Mason, Bruno Munn, and Keelan Faulkner is the Cox of that boat, so they're trying to get rid of that clear water that Bede's currently has at the moment. But those are the two I'd say that are in contention for the 1 and 2 here. Then we've got a bit of a battle going back to St. Andrews and the 2 Christ College crews tight together. So St. Andrews there, that is George Levings, Jess Saunders, Toby Moore, Oscar Wilson, and Samuel Terry as the Cox. And then outside of them, Christ College number 2, we're looking at Ollie Wells, Leo Ackland, Tom Wilson, Johnny Leeson, and Charlie Saunders as the Cox. But it is currently St. Bede's, but I think Christchurch Boys have just clawed back a couple of seats. So here comes Christchurch Boys on the inside. We're seeing a bit of a battle in this boys under 16.4. St. Andrews College opened up to a firm 3rd place there. But watch Christchurch Boys High School number 2. They're charging at St. Bede's. St. Bede's does not have a comfortable lead here. Christchurch Boys are moving fast. St. Bede's through the 100 now. Christchurch Boys now. So I'd say it's about half a length. St. Bede's just need to close out this race if they want to take out a win in this boys under 16.4. Just 2 seats to St. Bede's, potentially moving to 3. I think St. Bede's have stolen a charge in that last section of the race. St. Bede's half a length up on Christchurch Boys. Then we're looking at St. Andrews College, who have just a length over Christ College number 2 and number 1. Then we're going inside to Christchurch Boys High School number 1. Shirley Boys, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, St. Bede's number 2, and St. Andrews College number 2 will round out the field there. So great racing in the boys under 16.4. And now we're moving to the boys under 17.4. So in lane 1, we've got Wakatipu 1, lane 2, Timaru 31, lane 3, St. Bede's College 2, lane 4, St. Bede's College 1, lane 5, Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 6, St. Joseph's Gregory Terrace 1, lane 7, St. Thomas of Canterbury 1, lane 8, Timaru 30, lane 9, St. Andrews College 1, and lane 10 is St. Andrews College 2. Alright, so it looks like a bit of a line here in this boys under 17.4. This looks to be a pretty close one. So it'll be the penultimate high school season for these rowers. Most of them, some of them could be row down, some of them could be row ups. So it looks to be a close for that second and third. I think first place is a bit more decisive, but I can't pick the cut. Yeah, that might be St. Joseph's Gregory Terrace, made up of William Ritchie, Jess Ferguson, Rupert Kazlauskas, Lincoln Palmer, and George McGee is the cocks of that boat. Looking at second, third, and fourth, though, I think we're seeing the red and black of St. Bede's inside of them as well. We're looking at Christchurch Boys High School 1. Those two are probably contending for the second and third spot. Also, St. Thomas, don't write off St. Thomas of getting a top 3 finish here in the boys under 17 Coxed 4. So St. Bede's Culture number 1, you're looking at James Franken, Brody Clements, Cooper Tititin-Leckie, and Carter Colony. Matthew Casey as the cocks of that boat, and he's going to have to keep his eye on Christchurch Boys, who look to be moving. Christchurch Boys trying to move up into second here. What can Bede's do? So Christchurch Boys High School 1, you're looking at James Chappell, Freddie Sampson, Donahue Doyle, Romy Johnston, and Cooper Dean is the cocks of that boat, and they're both closing in on St. Joseph's. Also watch out for St. Thomas, but I think the closest race right now is for second and third. I think Christchurch Boys are starting to move up, and they're both closing on St. Joseph's here. St. Joseph's lead is not safe because Christchurch Boys High School is charging. So I'm sure they'll be tired right now. Their arms will be burning like fireballs right now. Christchurch Boys is charging at St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's is only up half a length. St. Bede's just dropping back in third, and watching that charge from St. Thomas. St. Bede's half a length down on Christchurch Boys. Christchurch Boys just a seat down now on St. Joseph's. St. Joseph's in that tandem rig now have responded, then they've pushed back away to 3 seats. Christchurch Boys up half a length on St. Bede's. Back to St. Thomas. Then we're looking at Timaru, St. Bede's number 2, Timaru 31 on the inside, and then we're going to the 2 St. Andrews crews back to Wakatipu 1, and that's how we're going to round it out. And the boys under 17 Cox 4, and I'll hand over to Ian now, and it will take you through the next section of the day.
Thanks, Will. I can tell you that in the boys under 16 Cox 4, that was taken out by St. Bede's in a time of 7:15.40. Christchurch Boys High 7:16 behind them in that one. The men's B final of the club single is on its way down the course now, and a couple of scratchings by the look of it. I don't know they've got lane 2. Lane 1, Avon 1, Kobe Good. Lane 3, because I don't think lane 2 is there, is Oamaru 24, Ralph Henderson. He'll know this lake pretty well. Then we go to North End 1, Alex McKeever in lane number 4. Lane number 5 is Christ College, Seb Gray, pretty handily placed. Looks like he's sitting about 3rd at this stage. Then we go to Dunstan Arm 3, Aidan O'Doherty. He's leading them down along with Ralph Henderson. And lane number 7 is Ashburton 2, which is Geordie McGillan. Then we go across to, I'm not sure Cure are there. Don't think they are. No, they're not. And then it's Avon 3. Mark Dermott, Avon 5, Jack McStay. Time there for you in the under 17 Cox 4 was St. Joseph Gregory Terrace, our Queensland visitors, 7:05.45. They took that out of Christchurch Boys High just in behind their second, 7:07 to St. Bede's, 7:08.72. High Country Lodge, the sponsors of this race you see out in front of you right now, so thank you very much for their support of this and numerous other races throughout what has been a very successful so far Otago Rowing Championships for 2025. Thank you to Meridian for what they've brought to us. We look out there and we can see the men's B final and still continuing to hold a nice lead out there. From Dunstan Arm is Aidan O'Doherty. pretty well under control. Just watching a nice push for Kobe Good down here in lane number 1. He's gone over the top of Ralph Henderson from Twizel. He's just starting to move his hands a little bit quicker, get away and get some pressure on, try and get a bit of run back onto that boat and then take on out there Dunstan Arm. He's tried to crank up there too, Aidan. So nice little three-way sprint coming here in this final of the B final towards the finish. And he looks like he's timed his run pretty well here, Kobe Good. He's got himself in front of Ralph. He's now got nudged in front of the Dunstan Arm sculler, Aidan O'Doherty. So good push since he got from the 250 metre mark from Kobe. He's holding on to it. He's got the run on his boat, and I think he might have rode over the top of maybe broken Aidan out there in the middle of the course. He's just got more happening down here in lane number 1. So nice race strategy for him. He'd be pretty happy with that. Still holding on to that lead. Ralph coming back at him in lane number 3 from Oamaru. But it looks like Kobe Good. He looks across the right. He says, yep, I might have this. But he's coming back at him now, Aidan from Dunstan. It's still holding on with Kobe. Nice push from Aidan, but I think it will be Kobe. He's got this under control, comes down, takes the B final. Dunstan second, third goes to Oamaru across the top. We go to Avon 5, which is Jack McStay ahead of Mark McDermott from Canterbury. Back into the middle of the course is the sculler from, it's Alex McKeever, is it out there? No, he's from North End. It looks like Christ College, maybe Seb Gray. And then we finish with Ashburton 2, Geordie McGillan. Men's Club single finals, the A final is on its way down. Lane number 1, Oamaru 23, Cooper Lynch. Lane 2 looks like a scratching to me. Lane 3, Canterbury 2, Liam Collins. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Dylan Acton. He's got this crew under this race under control almost. I think his big challenge will come from lane 6, White Arrow 11, which is Zachary Jenkins, and between the two of them, Oamaru 22, Patrick Spillane. Then we go out to lane 7, Henry Church is Avon 2, across to Tim Chapman, Canterbury 1, he's in the mix. Then back to Luca Mains, Upston, Dunstan Arm number 2, and then Ashburton 1 are out there in lane number 10. That's Caleb Armstrong. Sitting there with Dunstan Arm, Dylan Acton. He looks across, he can see Zachary Jenkins. Zachary was really impressive yesterday in the heat, and he had the fastest time going into this final. So it looked like it was going to be between these two. It is, because they're leaving the rest of the field behind them a wee bit. Next to the best is Tim Chapman out there in lane number 8. Then we come back down to Cooper Lynch in lane number 1 from Oamaru. Back into the middle again would be Patrick Spillane from Oamaru 22, across to Henry Church from Avon 2. Right out there is Luca Mains Upson from Dunstan Arms. He won't give it up without a fight. Back we go outside of him to Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong. And then Liam Collins, just ahead of Caleb, I think, Canterbury 2. Down we come through the last of the Red Boys, into 250 metres to go. Zachary pushes now. He's got the advantage over the Dunstan Arm sculler, Dylan Acton, coached by Lauren Gibb. Zachary's made the distance down here in those familiar white colours out there. He's got the green with the white V on the back, and just looking very smooth, isn't he? The boat doing all the work. Nice V splash at the catch, and good length on that stroke. Dunstan, is he going to kick to try and chase him down? He could. Just watching and getting ready to go. In the middle of them still is Patrick Spillane from Oamaru 22, just ahead of him. Oh, Cooper Lynch has gone ahead of him down here on the inside to take that third spot. Then on the outside is Tim Chapman. Singles can change quickly. Up he goes Dunstan. Zachary still looking in control out there from Wairoa, coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Grant Morgan. He's got it out to almost clear water now here in the Men's Club Single Sculls A final. Push on the outside now from Tim Chapman. He's moved himself into third position quite nicely over the two Oamaru scullers. Down to the line they come, and it will be a good effort there from Zachary Jenkins. Congratulations, he takes out the A final. Second goes to Dylan Acton from Dunstan, and then across the top to Tim Chapman. Finishing in the middle with Patrick Spillane from Oamaru. Down here to Cooper Lynch from Oamaru. Then we go across to Avon 2 to Henry Church. Outside to Luca Main Upston. Back then we go down here to Liam Collins. And then just finishing across the top will be Caleb Armstrong from Ashburton. Girls under 16 Cox State, they're on their way. We've got 6 crews in here. No, we haven't in. We've got 7. Marion College 1, Claudia Craze, Neem Jennings, San Jenkins, Amelia Kelly, Charlotte McLaughlin, Jordis Kramer, Annabelle Carter, Aisha Clark and Lexi Factory House is the Cox. Villa Maria College winner in lane 3. Sarah Burke, Leila Murphy, Neve Butcher, Isabel Armour, Isla Whiteside, Victoria Talbot, Isabel Ingalls, Jade Ingalls, Ruby Shepherd Smith is the Cox. Lane number 4, Columba College 1, Zoe Wallace, Stella Ingalls, Chillies Mitchell, Livy Campbell, Devon Skivington, Lucy Earl, Charlotte Scott, Isla Petty, Jake Bogue is the Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. They're out there in the middle. Mia DeFrays, Zara Shepherd, Paige Battersby, Sophie Keane, Lola Gracewood, Izzy Strawn, Lucy Irving, Millie Parsons, Georgetta Heller as the Cox. Outside of them in lane number 6, geez, Christchurch Girls High are a boat length ahead of anybody else out there. Whakatipu number 1, Jessie Bates, Annie Clark, Posey Mansa, Liberty Hyde, Cinnamon Williams, Kira Lightfoot, Isla Goldstone, Caitlin, Julian, Bella Naughton as the Cox. Just further back from them is St Andrews College number 1 out there in lane 7. Tyler Darling, Scarlett Bailey, Lucy Fraser, Anna Lewis, Rebecca Bewis, Talia Christie, Ivy Castles, Georgie McGrath and Lily Profit as the Cox. And lane number 8 is North End 1. Olivia Williams, Ruby Anderson, Sophie Small, Emma Basketball, Isla Turner, India Garden, Isla Thompson, Marley Hoare and Sophie Palmer. It's all Christchurch Girls High School being expertly guided down the course there by Georgetta Heller. They've got clear water over the inside of them. Columba College holding on to second. Then we go outside to Whakatipu. Back across we go to Villa Maria. And then outside in lane number 7 is St Andrews College. Then I think it's probably North End just ahead of Marion College down there in lane number 8. This is the final of the girls under 16 Cox State, brought to you by Breen Construction. As the sun starts to sort of trickle its way through this slightly overcast start to the day that we've had, which is fantastic conditions for rowing. Look how flat it still is. The flags are limp. And it is superb conditions here for Otago Championships. We don't recall a long time having it like this, so let's make the most of it. Great rowing out here, and we're seeing that from Christchurch Girls High School. They are just moving ahead with this race from the rest of the field. Standard rig boat, and she's having a dream ride down the lake at the moment, is the Christchurch Girls High School Cox Georgetta Heller. Columbia College moving into second now, just going over the top of Whakatipu. It's between those 3 crews that will get the 3 placings that we've named, and a great example of the arrowhead effect that Millsy always talked about. You can see that now with Christchurch Girls High School well out in front and extending out to 3 boat lengths from Columba, and Whakatipu just a half a boat length in behind them. They'll go a boat length, nearly 2 back to the St Andrews crew. Back we go to Villa Maria, those familiar sky blue blades just cutting in and out of Lake Ruataniwha. And great exhibition for this, you parents from Christchurch Girls High School. Good start to the season for your under 16 Cox State. They're looking pretty well drilled. And she just looks very easy and laid back. I'm sure she's working pretty hard there, Georgetta. But they're just gaming their plan and doing it all properly. Handful of strokes left for this crew. So congratulations to the Christchurch Girls High School under 16 Cox State. That's Mia, Zara, Paige, Sophie, Lola, Grace, Izzy, Lily, Millie and Georgetta. They come down to the finish line, take the buzzer now. Congratulations to them. And Whakatipu pushed nicely in the last 100 metres just ahead of Columba. They're going to get out to 7 seats and maybe clear the coxswain down on the line. Trying to encourage her team back into it from Columba College's perspective is Jake Bode, but she's done a great job coxing. They'll take out third. Second goes Whakatipu, congratulations. Third goes to Columba. Then it will be St Andrews College. Back we go to Villa Maria, and completing the field will be the crew from North End, followed by Marion College in the girls under 16 Cox 8 final. Couple of reminders, team. If you do have any food bank donations, so leftover food from the schools and clubs, and you don't want to biff it, which would be a terrible waste, please get that back down to the secretary office and it gets donated to the local food bank. I can see some future lost property on the green in front of us, mainly boys' shoes, so we can pick those up now. You'll know where they are later. And just a reminder, the sun is starting to peek through, so get that sunscreen out there. And keep yourselves dehydrated. Keep yourselves hydrated. There's a diabetes pack being found in the secretary's office. If you're missing one or it's fallen out of your bag, go and see the team there and they'll look after you. I think that's all the messages we have for the moment. Let's turn our attention to the girls under 17 Cox 8, which is brought to you by the New Zealand Community Trust. And number 4, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Alice Bradshaw War, Phoebe Colley, Charlotte May, Sophia Robertson, Sophie Kerr, Sophie Cleve, Emily Shearer, Olive Cooper and Greta Brokenshire. The very busy cocks today. Lane number 5, Rangiruru Girls School number 2, who are leading. Jessica Skinner, Zoe Clements, Ashley Brooks, Matilda Beresford, Chloe King, Tyler Gilbert, Chloe Malone, Kate Oliver and Charlie White is the cocks. Number 1 crew sitting out there in lane 6 and currently second would be the Rangiruru number 1 crew of Georgia Kelso, Jasmine Collins, Martha Richards, Isabel Carnahan, Bo Crookshank, Mila Wilk, Eddie Cathray, Zoe Fahey and Phoebe White. Coxing them and just completing that field out there, just sitting back a little bit in 4th. Villa Maria College number 1, Aurea Morton, Camelia Tauroa, Sophia Damiani, Elizabeth Cochran, Selena Climo, Sarah Nicholson, Sophia Taylor, Abby Norman Lata and Alyssa Clark is the cocks. 250 metres to go, well under control here. Rangiruru Girls School, familiar boats there, blue in the bow, gold in the stern, white in the middle. And they've nearly got clear water over that Christchurch Girls High School crew. Men's Club single sculls. Zachary Jenkins going through in 7:46, 3 seconds quicker than Dylan Acton, who finished second, and then Tim Chapman, 7:52, taking out that 3rd spot. Girls under 16, Coxed 8, just completed Christchurch Girls High School, going through in a time of 7:18.72, and that was a good 15 seconds clear of Whakatipu in 7:33.87. Christchurch Girls High moving in front of the Rangiruru Girls School number 1 to take that second position at this stage. Will Rangi come back at them? And you get the clear difference between these two cocks, as we pointed out yesterday. You can see Phoebe out there, Phoebe White, quite hunched over, keeping herself as low as possible, whereas Charlie White sits a bit more upright in the coxswain seat for that number 2 crew, which is leading. Now have clear water over Christchurch Girls. It's between Christchurch Girls and Rangiruru, of course. So who's going to take second? Very little between those two crews. Clear on who's going to win it. They're coming. Oh, they've just got in front. Their nose back in front again. Have Rangiruru number 1. So they've pushed again with about 100 metres to go. It's paid dividends for them. Just got the run on the boat. They'll take second by a seat and the bow over the Christchurch Girls High School crew. That's how they'll finish in the girls under 17 Coxed 8 final. And with Villa Maria just completing the field, making their way down in lane number 7. They'll be over the line pretty shortly. We move now through to the Women's Open Coxless 4. And some high quality sweepers on display here. Many of the athletes who are on the national pathway, we'll see them making their way down as part of these crews. Rangiruru Girls School number 1 in lane number 3. This is the Women's Open Coxless 4. Brought to you by CNR Insurance. We thank them. Lane number 3 is the Rangiruru Girls School number 1. Phoebe Ensor, Alice Duffy, Tallulah Nelson, Maddie Young. Lane number 4 is Avon 3, Sasha Delman, Emily Ryle, Tyler Stewart, Tegan Smith. Lane number 5, Avon 2, Lily Grant, Sadie Mason, Anya Leeson and Gemma Burrows. Lane number 6, Avon number 4, Isabel Williamson, Coco Flood, Jessica Tavendale and Georgie Bethel. Lane number 7, Avon 1, Elka Thorston, Imogen Boxall, Phoebe Collier and Isabel Welsh. So there's a few New Zealand universities rowers in there. Had a pretty full program over winter. And if we look down the course, we can see that it is Avon number 4, Isabel, Coco, Jessica and Georgie, who seem to be out in front there with the number 3 crew, Sasha, Emily, Tyler and Tegan. Just back from them is that Avon number 2 crew, Lily, Sadie, Anya and Gemma. And then it would be the Rangiruru crew, Phoebe, Alice, Tallulah, Maddie. And then we go out to Avon 1, Elka, Imogen, Phoebe and Isabel. Anybody's guess whether the numbers mean anything? The coach is just putting their combinations together. It's really not until the new year when we get the actual South Island Rowing Championships they'll start to sort their combinations out. I'm sure that girls under 17 Cox State Rangiruru going through in a time, the number 2 crew that is, in 7:18.27. 250 metres to go now and very even. These two Avon crews sitting out in front, number 4 and number 3. Number 4 has the advantage, number 3 is second, and now you can see the number 2 crew starting to push up alongside Rangiruru and outside into Avon number 1. So if Avon number 1 decided they want to gain their ranking and they've kicked in, tandem rigging on stroke side out there in that Avon number 4 crew. You can see that if you've not noticed that before and you're a novice spectator, you'll see they've got the 2 strokers in the middle sitting in seats 2 and 3. 100 metres to go for them now. So they've got a boat length, have that crew from Avon number 4. They've just pushed Isabel, Coco, Jessica and Georgie into that first position. So nice push from them. A couple of ex-Rangiruru rowers in there. Second position as they come down. The women's open coxes 4 will be taken by Avon number 3. Nice push on the outside for the number 1 crew. They'll finish third, and then the Avon number 2 crew will finish in that third position, fourth position it is, with Rangiruru finishing 4th. Men's open coxless 4. I think Avon have got a chance here. Lane number 3, Avon 5, Sam Mones, Flynn Dykstra, Luca Damayani and Darby Renata. A couple of St Thomas's boys in there. Lane number 4, Avon 3, Toby Robertson, Luke Tompkins, George Johnson and William McIntosh. Lane number 5, Avon 1, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Henry Kirk, Ben Allen. Lane 6, Avon 2, Harry Galvin, Ted Main, B. Guerra, Fergus Johnson. Lane 7, Avon 4 rather, Jake Burrows, Joshua Clark, George Young and Lawrence Birch. It's Avon number 2. No, it's Avon number 1. Avon number 1 from number 2. So Josh, Matthew, Henry and Ben. So some good pedigrees in there. New Zealand underage rowers. Looks like they've got about, well, they might have clear water over the 2 crews either side of them. So that's Avon number 1, and then outside of them is Avon number 2, Harry Galvin, Ted Main, B. Guerra, Fergus Johnson. They're holding probably just maybe third now. I think that number 3 crew might be into second, Toby, Luke, George and William. I can tell you that the ladies went through first in 7:17. That was Avon 4, Avon 3, 7:20 and Avon 1, 7:22. The women's open coxless 4. So if you are new to rowing, great opportunity to see how it's done with some of these, some of our highest athletes on their way up the international pathway, heading towards those elite teams. A lot of under 23s, under 19 experience out there, but a universities experience out there too. So a great exhibition of sweeping. If you're new to rowing and want to have a good look at how some of the good squads do it, especially on good water like this, you can just see how far out they get at the catch, leaning into their riggers. And they're not rushing when they get to the end. It's all a very smooth movement, and that's coming clearly from inside that number 1 crew, Josh, Matthew, Henry and Ben. Some good experience in there. And they'll just be sitting upright, looking at the back of the neck in front of them, not looking around in the boat and looking to see where mum and dad are. And nice push coming from that number 2 crew, Harry, Ted, Bede and Fergus. They'll hold the second in here. Third will go with the 3 crew. So going with their ranking, which is probably good. Out there in lane number 7 also is the 4 crew, and that's where they're heading. Back we come to the 5 crew down there in lane number 3, who will hold on to that 5th ranking, I think, based on where they are now. 100 metres to go now here, trying to push up on them are the number 2 crew, but number 1 holding them off. Just slightly bigger boys in there when you look at them, bigger men. And you can just see them getting some real power. Just look at the connection. They're not rushing that catch, and you can just see the power go on with each of those strokes. They've come at them, have number 2, and they're pushing right up on them, and it might go with the surge. They've got it down to, oh, it's a photo, but I think number 1 held on. Number 2 came at them, come back to Avon 3, then it'll be Avon 4 and Avon 5. Plenty more sorting out to happen in Avon when they head off to their summer camp up in Marlborough. Right, now, the girls under 15 Cox 4 final. That's on its way down. They've just been let go. Thank you to the Aotearoa Gaming Trust for their support of this particular race. Well into it now, race 203. In lane 2, Timaru 11, Genevieve Wiggins, Emma Johnson, Sophie Burton, Penny Bell, Amelia Murdoch is the Cox. Lane number 3 is Oamaru 22, Isabel Wainwright, Amelia Tartone, Ava Goodall, Sasha Wright, and Georgia Guy is the Cox. Lane number 4, it is Oamaru have got an early lead out there too, just looking at it from here. They're through about 500 metres. Lane number 4 is Rangiruru Girls School 1, Alice Johnson, Sasha Flutie, Pip Mackay, Rose O'Brien, and Rose Chapman is their Cox. Lane number 5, Christchurch Girls High School 3, Zoe Dunning, Edie O'Sullivan, Lily Banks, and Florence Edmondson with Lily Shackleton the Cox. Lane number 6, Timaru 1, Justina Courage, Paige Ellery, Paris McRae, Charlie Cooper, Matilda England is the Cox. Then we've got the second of the Christchurch Girls High School crews in lane number 7, Juno Teller, B. Simpson Bannister, Zoe Greenstreet, Eli Toshak, and Holly Jensen is the Cox. The third and number 1 crew for Christchurch Girls High School is in lane number 8, Chloe Henry, India Grace, Lila Jordan, Lola Vitselius, and Bonnie Giddens is the Cox. And out there in lane number 9, St Andrews College 1, Tabitha Fiera, Alex Hyler, Isabel Fanine, Isla Sullivan, and Emma Shee is the Cox. Time for Avon number 1 in the men's open Cox was 6:26.41, just getting over the number 2 crew, 6:26.57, and then 6:32.53 for the Avon number 3 third place getters. Heading towards the 1,000 metre mark, this is pretty even. Good, this looks good. Timaru right there along with Oamaru. Rangiruru did have the early lead. They still have it. There might be a boat length there, I think, ahead of on their left-hand side Oamaru. On their right-hand side, Christchurch Girls. And then we fan out with the ranking. With lane 6, Timaru 1. We go back to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. We go back to Christchurch Girls High School number 1, just ahead of that number 2 crew. Then out to St Andrews College number 1. So through 750 metres they come, heading towards that 1,000 metre mark. If you're looking down the course, tracking things, you can see the umpire boat. Directly in front of the umpire boat, you will see the Rangiruru Girls School number 1, so you can get your markers from there. You can see the yellow caps just starting to shine through. And if you're on the live stream, I think we've got nearly a couple of hundred people watching on the live stream this morning, talking to Hannah, who does such a great job down there before. So Rangiruru leading this cruise through. With Christchurch Girls. So right alongside each other, these two crews. And Christchurch Girls just made a move there at 750, and they've started to move past that Rangiruru crew. So it'll be interesting to see how Rangiruru respond to that. These two crews moving away. The one that's starting to go with them is Christchurch Girls High School number 1 out there in lane 8. They're the ones that can hang closest to them, I think. Then we come back, it would be to Timaru. So Christchurch Girls High School number 3 sitting right in the mix. Number 1 starting to go with them, but starting to exert some class out here is the Rangiruru number 1 crew of Alice Johnson, Sasha Flutie, Pip Mackay, Rose O'Brien and Rose Chapman. These are under 15s too, so great exhibition of forwards rowing. We move from the under 15s to the intermediate Cox 4 after this race. They are just been let go. And starting to get some real separation now. Look at Rangiruru and Christchurch Girls. Christchurch Girls High School number 3 crew doing an excellent job out here. Lily Shackleton's got them under control. They're holding off this Rangiruru crew. Starting to see a push coming on the inside of them from Oamaru 22. They're moving up into the mix, looking to fight back into this. Did Rangiruru do their move too soon? If Christchurch Girls started to move over the top of them, their number 1 crew seems to be falling away in their challenge, because it looks to me like Timaru are closer than what's the Christchurch Girls High School crew are. So it is Christchurch Girls High School holding this lead over Rangiruru, still sitting second. Oamaru 22 coming into that 3rd position now on their own. You see the yellow rose suits emerging from the deep, coming up to that last 500 metres to go. They're into the red boys now. tell you, the women's intermediate Cox 4 early doors. The crews, just to give you right across, lane 1, Rangiroa Girls School 2, lane 2, Avon number 1, lane 3, Christchurch Girls High School 2, lane 4, Avon 2, lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, lane 6, Rangiroa Girls School number 4, lane 7, Avonside Girls number 1, lane 8, Columba College 1, lane 9, Christchurch Girls High School 1, lane 10 in Invercargill. So a full field down there. It's coming from Christchurch Girls, Avon 2, Dunstan Arm and Rangiroa number 4 in the middle of the field, and that women's intermediate Cox 4 making its way down, but out here it is all Christchurch Girls High School number 3. They've moved clear of Rangiroa, the number 1 crew, and then it is behind them Timaru number 1 coming into it. Just watching Oamaru move up alongside Timaru. Those 4 crews well clear of anybody else. Faded back a bit have the inside crew, Christchurch Girls High School number 2 and their number 1 crew. They're right alongside each other. Then we go back to St Andrews College, who are well back just a bit further up. Of course, from them is the Timaru 11 crew, which is out of Craighead. You see the familiar green gear of theirs, but well ahead now is the Christchurch Girls High School crew. Looking very comfortable, just trying to rate it up a bit, Rangiroa to pull them down. They're Cox and Rose Chapman trying to encourage them to do what they need to do. But all Christchurch Girls High School looking very strong. Great exhibition from these under 15s. A long way, 2Ks for under 15 Cox 4, but they've got it all under control there. Look at that. They're coming up to 100 metres to go now. They're moving out to 2 boat lengths clear of Rangiroa. Clearly into that 3rd spot now goes Timaru number 1. But Oamaru trying to come back at them now on that inside lane in lane number 3. These 4 crews will take out those 4 spots. Timaru 11 from Craighead coming back into it, trying to. And then we've got the 2 Christchurch Girls crew and St Andrews. But with about 20 metres to go, or let's say 30 metres. No, it's 20 metres now. Christchurch Girls High School number 3 will take out this girls under 15 Cox 4. Over the line they go now. 2, nearly 3 boat lengths clear of Rangiroa. Well done. Good handshakes with each other. Nice clap from Christchurch Girls. Rangiroa takes second. They seem pretty happy with that. Then it will be the Timaru crew out there in lane number 6. Timaru number 1. Come down here to Oamaru. Will take the 4th spot. 5th will go to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 will take the next spot, just I think behind the Timaru 11 crew, and then completing that field for them will be St Andrews College 1 and the girls under 15 Cox 4. Women's intermediate Cox 4 lane 1, Rangiroa Girls School number 2, Anna Turner, Matilda Kuma, Georgie O'Neill, Alice Sharp and Lily Frost. Lane number 2, Avon 1, Zahara Abasquera, Bridget Moya, Amy Skolowski and Nina Mackay with Isabella Hope Murray. The Cox lane number 3 is Christchurch Girls High School number 2, Polly Botherway, Ava Bryant, Stella Cameron, Gabby Burrows and Greer Bauman. The Cox lane number 4 is Avon 2, right in the mix here. In fact, they might even be leading just about. Avon number 2, Bree Shaw, Manette Prinsloo, Natalie Sherman, Isabella Galvin, Timmy Heritage. The Cox lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Liesl Tolson, Maria Theresa Trames, Alyssa Wilson, Gemma Mead and Kate Baskerville. The Cox. In lane number 6, it's Rangiroa Girls School number 4, Lavinia Roberts, Billy McFarlane, Amelia Handyside, Poppy Mauler and Charlie Ward. The Cox. Avonside Girls High School number 1 in lane 7, Gabby Chapman, Kate Burgess, Olivia Lycan, Kira Knight and Emily Kurtz. Is the Cox. Columba College 1 lane 8, India Scott, Hazel McRae, Charlie Smith, Ruby Hefford, Pippa Carey is the Cox. Lane number 9 is Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Annabelle Thornton, Cora Moya, Greer rather, Moya Tangaliti and Chloe Pollock with Saverick Marley. The Cox. And in lane number 10, Invercargill 1, Mila Sheehan, Madison Dyack, Trinity Duncan, Tiziana Maceda Chran and Valerie Muniz is the Cox. Out there in lane 10, that is Invercargill. I think they're all there. Let's just, there might not be one actually. It is Avon that are leading, no doubt about that. I think it's Christchurch Girls High School that might not be there. No, it might be Rangiroa number 2 that's not there. So it is out of lane 3. It's actually Christchurch Girls High School, is it? Sitting out there in front. No, it's an Avon crew from Dunstan. There's been more scratchings today than in a student flat, but Avon number 2 are leading from Dunstan Arm number 1. Then we go outside to Rangiroa Girls School number 4. So those crews are there. That's good. And then we go back across into, looks like Avon. It's Christchurch Girls High School number 2. So it is Rangi that have scratched. Avon number 1 down there in lane number 2. Then we go right on the outside to Columba College. Avonside Girls High School, Christchurch Girls High School, back to Columba College, now to Invercargill. Well in control of this though is the Avon 2 crew. And it looks like that might be a Rangiruru borrowed boat that they've got there. And that is Bree Shaw, Minette Prinsloo, Natalie Sherman, Isabella Galvin, and Timmy Heritage. Isabella is stroking there. Timmy's sitting there in the bow seat. And they're well clear now at Dunstan, aren't they? They've got nearly 2 boat lengths over Dunstan in the final here. The women's intermediate Cox 4. The girls under 15, Cox 4. Christchurch girls number 3, 8:26.27. A good 7 seconds ahead of the Rangiruru crew. So it is out here with around 150 metres to go for this Avon number 2 crew. 2 boat lengths clear of Dunstan Arm number 1. Then we go to Rangiruru Girls School number 4. Back right across to Christchurch Girls High School. Then we come back another 2 boat lengths to Avon 1, right across to Avonside Girls, then out to Christchurch Girls High School. Back we come from there to Columba, and then out the back door would be Invercargill number 1 out there in lane number 10. Doing well to get themselves through to the final of this women's intermediate Cox 4. No mean feat, and looking pretty relaxed there now is the crew from Avon. They've done the work. Tandem rigging on the stroke side. No, she's standard, that one out there. That's pretty good. They're sitting there a good handy rating. They've got clear water still over Dunstan. And then we go out to the crew from Rangiruru. Down to the line we come now, take the buzzer. Well done to Avon number 2, Bree, Minette, Natalie and Isabella. Timmy the Cox has done a good job in there. Dunstan taking second. Third goes to Rangiruru. And it will be fourth down here to Christchurch Girls High School. And then followed by the Avon crew down here. Avon number 1 across to the crew from Avonside Girls, very similar colours to Waihopai. Back to Christchurch Girls and then Columba and Invercargill. Moving along now to the Women's Club Double Sculls. The B final's on its way. They're into the second half of the course, and they've let the A final go as well. B final, lane 1, Union 2, Zelda Glass, Nanamaki. Lane number 2 is Otago 2, Georgia Gilkinson and Olivia Duffy. Lane number 3, Waihopai 1, Stacey Thompson, Charlotte Klein. Lane number 4, Union 3, Michaela Hurst and Fiona Norris. Lane number 5, Avon 1, Jessica Rankin and Molly Thomas. Lane number 6 is Otago 1 with Maya Still and Brianna Patterson. Lane number 7 is Canterbury 2, Lily Davidson, Meredith Lewis. Lane number 8 is Timaru 20, Zara Rawcliffe and Emerson Ward. And lane number 9 is the Ashburton double out there. Ashburton number 1, Georgia Scammell and Zara McGillan. Waihopai 1 doing all the damage out there in lane number 3. And I can see Otago. I'm not sure that Union are there. No, they are. Union and Otago have changed lanes, so that was helpful. So Waihopai are leading this one down from, it will be the Otago crew just, I think, outside of the Waihopai crew. We go across and we can see the Avon crew. So doing a good job there. Or maybe that's Union 3 a bit further back. There might have been Union 2 that has scratched. That looks more likely. Look out the outside though. It's the Ashburton crew just trying to sneak through. Georgia Scammell and Zara McGillan. They're out there in lane 10. So they'll be putting some pressure on this Waihopai crew in this B final. Then we come right back across to Canterbury 2. In between Canterbury 2 and Avon is the Otago 1 crew. Then we go back to, looks like, no, that's everybody. Jolly good. Timaru 20 it is, that's the one I was looking for. So this is the B final, making their way up to the last 250 metres. Nice effort here from Stacey and Charlotte Klein, coached by Danny Young. They're still holding on the advantage over the Ashburton crew out there in lane 9. They might not even be able to see them, but they're ahead of them by about a boat length and a bit. Avon coming back into holding on to third. Then we go to Canterbury. We back inside then to the crew from Otago, across to, that's Otago 2, then Otago 1, back to the Union crew, and then across the outside to Timaru 20. That will be pretty much how they finish in the B final, because the A final's on its way. Waihopai are going to take this out. The A final in lane number 1, Dunstan Arm 4, Kate Spriggs, Charlotte Crosby. Lane 2, Marion College 1, Eddie Pinfold, Olivia Walker. Lane number 3 is Dunstan Arm 3, Drew Thomas, Emma Bryant. Lane 4 is Dunstan Arm 1, Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman. Lane 5, Dunstan Arm 5, Dana Leishman, Alia Cunningham. Lane number 6, Union 1, Jamie Seddon, Lisa Manson. Lane number 7 is Waihopai 2, Sophie Kundell and Mia Brown. Lane 8 is Canterbury 1, Georgia Wynyard, Toby Rees. Lane 9 is Ashburton 2, Isla Moffat, Tegan Marriott. And lane 10, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Kate Orchard and Brooke Sykes. That's the A final, so I hope I did take out the B final from Ashburton. Let's see what's happening in that A final. So Dunstanarm number 1, we might be going with form. Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman. Dunstanarm number 3 just outside of them. Right across the outside, Canterbury 1, Georgia Wynyard and Toby Rees. And outside them is the crew from Ashburton. Right next to them too, that's Isla Moffat and Tegan Marriott. So those are your 3 crews looking right in the mix at the moment. Next to the rest, starting to push up into it, and you can just see some activity coming in there from the Union number 1 crew, Jamie Seddon and Lisa Manson, trying to push up into that. They've drawn alongside Canterbury now. Those 2 crews ahead of Ashburton. So it is the crew from Dunstanarm number 1, Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman in second spot. Oh, it would be Canterbury and Union now. They've moved into second between the 2 of them, bringing Ashburton with them. Then also in there is Dunstanarm number 3. Might be quite a fight here for the minor placings. We come back into Dunstanarm number 4, then Marion College number 1, out the back door to Waihopai number 2. No doubt about who's leading them down. Lucy Clark, Katharina Hoffman. They've got these crews all under control. It's all what's happening next. Canterbury going nicely, taking Ashburton with them. Union still in it. Back into it comes Dunstanarm number 3. Back on the inside lane is Dunstanarm number 4. This is the final of the Women's Club Double Sculls. They're down now to 250 metres to go. Into the yellow boys they go. They're not under any danger here now, Lucy Clark and Katharina Hoffman, but it is with Canterbury. Canterbury now. Union going with Canterbury. These 2 are 2 and 3. Can they come back at them? Dunstanarm number 3. Might be a bit tough for the young Ashburton double out there in lane number 9, but they won't be short of ticker. They'll give it a bit of a crack. They're moving up into third now. They've just started to wind up of Ashburton. Robbie left it alongside them and get them going. It is Dunstan looking supreme out in the middle though. Look at that, sitting very upright, the pair of them. Nice and easy stroke as they come through. Hardly any splash with those blades. Canterbury holding on to second. Ashburton have moved into third over Union now, leaving behind the other 2 Dunstan crews. This is the final of the Women's Club Double Sculls. About another 3 strokes left for the Dunstan double. Second is going to be the Canterbury crew. They're 2 lengths back. They've got half a boat length over Ashburton, holding on to third. Coming back to them is Union on the line. Ashburton holding on to it by half a canvas though over Union, finishing 4th. Down here in lane number 3 will be the Dunstanarm number 3 crew. Then it will be Dunstanarm number 5. Down here into lane 1 is Dunstanarm number 4. Across the outside is Waihopai 2. We come down here to Marion College to complete the field for the Women's Club Double Sculls. Time for the boys under 17 singles. Haven't got that yet because I haven't raced it. Women's Club Double Sculls time. The B final, they went through in 8:26. And the Women's Intermediate Cox 4, won by Avon. They went through in 8:05 with Dunstan finishing second, about 5 seconds behind them. Girls under 18 double sculls is into the second half of the course. Thank you, Promo X, for your support of these crews. And lane number, let's have a look at they all there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Good. Lane number 1, Marion College 1, Olive Barak and Sophie Davis. Lane number 2, Waihopai 2, Billy Joe Crooks and Mackenzie Milne. Lane number 3, Columba College 1, Sarah Stevens and Fenella Millen. Lane number 4 is Otago Girls 1, Mila Hall and Sienna Nicholson. Lane number 5, Villa Maria College 1, Nicola Schumann and India Taylor. Lane number 6 is Timaru 11, Sophia Lawless and Greta Murray. Lane 7 is Waihopai 1, Leela Jack and Ella Norman. Lane number 8 is Villa Maria College 2, Scarlett Whiteside and Aspen Henry. Lane number 9 is Otago Girls 2, Millie Huata and Ellie Ryan. Last out there in lane number 10, but they are not last. They're close though. Columba College 2, Annika Laser and Sophie Thode. It's all coming out of lane number 5 though. That is Villa Maria College number 1, coached by Kevin Mates. They're out there in the sky blue. You can see those lovely blue blades just scything their way through Lake Ruataniwha. We go 2 across them, and slightly in front of them they would be Waihopai. Leela Jack and Ella Norman out there in the green and the red and the white. Those are your 2 leading crews. Back to lane 3, Columba College 1, Sarah and Fenella. Almost lined up, these 3. Who's going to go with them? Lane 1, it looks like it. Marion College, Olive Barak and Sophie Davis. They're 4th. Just inside of them is Waihopai number 2. They're going to close back up again. We go right outside to Otago Girls number 2, Millie and Ali. Then we come into Villa Maria number 2. There's a little bit further on the outside is Columba College. This is the final of the girls under 18 double sculls. Then we move into the boys under 17 double sculls, single sculls rather. And it still sits out here with the Villa Maria crew, doing a great job out there. From Waihopai, back down into lane 3, still Columba College. The orange cap starting to show there, Sarah and Finella. Then we go back just inside from Villa Maria to Timaru 11, which will be the Craighead double. Then we go right outside to Otago Girls number 2. Then back inside to Villa Maria number 2. So they're right alongside each other now, Villa Maria and Waihopai. Very little between these two crews. Who's going to go first? They've started a bit more of a run on the outside now. Waihopai starting to crank up their handles. These two crews are moving away from everybody else. Columba College, Sarah Stevens and Fenella Millen trying to get their moves going to hold on and get up into that second spot. Right in the middle of the course is Timaru 11, Sophia Lawless and Greta Murray here in the final. The girls under 18 double sculls. Then we go back into lane 1, Marion College, back across to Otago Girls. And behind Otago Girls is Waihopai, outside to the crew from Otago Girls number 2, and then it is Timaru. A bit further back than that, Villa Maria number 2. Down we come into the last 100 metres. Waihopai have moved ahead of Villa Maria. What have Villa Maria got? They'll have to come back at them, just looking a little bit longer in the stroke as the Waihopai crew, and they've got more of a run on their boat. You can see how that bow is out of the water a little bit more than perhaps Villa Maria. They've moved out now to clear water just about over Villa Maria, so that's a nicely timed run by Waihopai. Leela Jack and Ella Norman, congratulations. You're going to come over with about a boat length and a half now at the finish over Villa Maria to take out the girls under 18 double sculls. Villa Maria will finish second. Third down here looks like Columba have done a great job to time their run and go through the other two crews. They will finish here in lane 3 in third position. Across the top will be Otago Girls number 2. Then it will be Timaru 11 in the middle. Back down here into lane 1 is Marion College. Then we go to Otago Girls number 1. Outside to Villa Maria College number 2. Back down here to Waihopai number 2. And then just out there in lane number 10 will be Columba College 2. Nearly lunchtime, team. I think the pizza oven's doing its thing out there. The bacon buddies are about, and then you can have an ice cream with Steve from Mr. Whippy. You've got the roast shops open, both of them. You can get in there and get some coffees and some sweet treats. You've got Erin down there with the coffee cart, and we've got the sandwiches and pies and everything else that you need to remain a supreme athlete in the roast shop here. Boys under 17 single sculls are on their way down. They've got less than about 500 metres to go in lane number 1, Shirley Boys High School number 2, Ruben Saggers. In lane 2, Whakatipu 5, Louis Dela Cruz. Lane 3, Timaru 31, Parker Anderson. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Max Smith. Lane 5, Timaru 30, Josh Sadler. Lane 6, St Joseph's Gregory Terrace number 1, Rupert Kaslakis. Lane number 7 is Otago 2, Ethan Shirley. Lane number 8 is Whakatipu 2, Ruben Davis. Lane number 9 is Union 1, Peter Neuhausen. And lane number 10 is Otago Boys High School number 4, Tom Colley. I can tell you that Waihopai won the girls under 18 double sculls in a time of 8:03.22, a good 2.5 seconds or 3.5 seconds ahead of Villa Maria in the end as it turned out. So looking at where we are with the B final, are they all there? Looks like most of them are, and look right out in the middle of the course. And we'll see that it's coming from Josh Sadler from Timaru 30. He's got the advantage to go across to Otago 2. Ethan Shirley would be second. So it looks like maybe Dunstan Arm is Max out there. No, Dunstan not there. Timaru 31, Parker Anderson right in the mix. Next to him is Whakatipu 5, Louis Dela Cruz. Back into Shirley Boys, Ruben Saggers. Then we come across to Rupert from St Joseph's Gregory Terrace. And just pretty handily placed on the outside though too is our crew from Whakatipu. Racing in those Whakatipu club colours, which is Ruben Davis out there in lane 8. He's just ahead of Peter from Union. And it doesn't look like Otago Boys High School number 4 are out there. They're not. So a couple of scratchings there. That's the B final. A final, just watching them come through the 1,000. Lane 1, St Thomas of Canterbury 1, Seth Tranter. Lane 2, Otago 3, Ashton McNee. Lane 3 is St Thomas of Canterbury 2, Luke Sweeney. Lane 4 is Whakatipu 1, Ollie Watson. Lane 5, St Andrews College 2, Hugo Millabell. Lane 6, Shirley Boys High School 1, Domenico Fricker. Lane 7 is Otago Boys High School 3, Leo Garden. Lane 8 is Otago Boys High School 1, Ollie Scott. Lane 9, Ashburton 1, Caleb Armstrong. And Whakatipu 6 is in lane 10, that's Finn Anderson. That is your A final that is on its way down and in the middle of the course now. It's coming out of lane 1s, 3, 4 and 5. Out here in the B final though, looking very tidy is Josh Sadler from Timaru. He's got this under control by nearly 2 boat lengths over Ethan Shirley from Otago 2. Back to Parker Anderson from Timaru 31. Between him, though, just ahead of him is Ruben Davis from Whakatipu holding on 3rd. Well done to Josh Sadler taking out lane 5. There goes Ethan Shirley to take 2nd, and 3rd will be Ruben Davis in the B final. Back to Parker Anderson, then we come to Louis de la Cruz, across the top to Peter Neuhausen, then it will be Ruben Saggers, will come into Rupert Kazlakis, and that is the B final. Oh, they're nearly even, go by the buzzer. So Ollie Watson in the A final, lane 4, Whakatipu. Right alongside him is Hugo Millabell from St Andrews College. Then we go out to Domenico Fricker from Shirley Boys. Very little between him and Luke Sweeney from St Thomas's of Canterbury down there in lane number 3. Right on the outside, then they go with form Otago Boys High School 3, Otago Boys High School 1. Just ahead of Ashburton would be Whakatipu 6. That's Finn Henderson out there, lane number 10. And then down into lane number 2, Ashton McNee from Otago 3, just ducked in behind the St Thomas of Canterbury number 1 sculler, Seth Tranter down there in lane number 1. So you can see the blue row suit, the yellow boat from Whakatipu. He's right alongside Hugo Millabell from St Andrews College. These two raced well yesterday in their heats. It looks like Hugo's starting to move up there on the Whakatipu sculler. Just watching those blue blades with the white St Andrews cross. Nice push starting to come from lane 3, St Thomas's, Luke Sweeney. These singles positions can change pretty quickly. Part of a good campaign for these crews. You can see that in that Whakatipu red boat, not the yellow boat. Is Ollie Watson. And that'll be the under-17 single that they won at Marty a few seasons ago. Level these two, aren't they? Look at them. So Ollie Watson and Hugo Millabell. Not much between the pair of them. We've sit back inside from there. Luke Sweeney holding 3rd just over Domenico Fricker from Shirley Boys High School. Outside of him is Leo Garden from Otago Boys. Then we come back down to St Thomas of Canterbury. Seth Tranter, we go across to Otago Boys number 1. Then Ashburton, then Whakatipu. 120 metres to go. It's all on here between Ollie Watson and Hugo Millabell. Hugo had the advantage about 100 metres ago, but Ollie now, look at that lean back he's got. Wow, what a body swing he's got there coming from Ollie Watson and Whakatipu. He's holding on to now, coming back at him is Hugo. They can change quickly. He's got the advantage now with Whakatipu. He's out to half a boat length. Can Hugo go again? I think he might have done his dash. He's looking a little bit more tired than the sculler from Whakatipu. He seems to have got over him. A great run there from Whakatipu, timing the sprint nicely. He'll go out to 3/4 of a boat length over a game row there from St Andrews, Hugo Millabell. And down here on the inside lane, it will be St Thomas's of Canterbury. Luke Sweeney will take 3rd. Across the top to Otago Boys. Just a little stoppage in the middle there for the Shirley sculler, but he'll still finish. Across the top we go to Otago Boys High number 1, then Ashburton. Now down the inside, St Thomas's number 2, then Shirley Boys finishes now. Otago Boys just finishing down here in lane number, Otago 3 and lane number 2. Across we go right the top to Whakatipu number 6 in the final of the boys under 17 single sculls. A final. The B final was won, of course, by Josh Sadler from Timaru in a time of 8:08. We move from the under 16s to the under 17, the under 17s to the under 18s. This is the boys under 18 single sculls. Not all there, I don't think. Let's work out his there. Aidan Bennett from Wairo is leading right out there in lane number 6. You see him right in the middle of the course, and he's got daylight between him and everybody else. I think just across from him in second spot will be George Talbot, who's there in the white with the blue St Andrews cross. We go right across to, looks like St Andrews, but it's not. Cure Boating Club, Dara Lynch. Is that him down there, or is that Oliver Barker? That is Oliver Barker down there, so must be a scratching in lane number 1. Cure not there, so we go to, we've got Wairo is Aidan Bennett out in front from George Talbot, Timaru 30 sitting out there. Then we go probably just outside to Alexandra Hattrell out there, it looks like it is, in Otago number 1. He's got sitting there nicely, probably in third spot, just over the top of Oliver Barker from St Andrews. Back inside for him we go to Alex McKeever from North End. Then we come right outside to Selwyn Rowing. That is Samuel Lindors sitting out there in lane number 10. Then we come back inside from him to Otago Boys High School, and then it is Aidan Bennett, Timaru 11. Louis O'Sullivan from Timaru 31 sitting further back. So pretty commanding here from these two scullers out the front. Loving these conditions, aren't they? This is the final of the boys under 18 single sculls, and very dominant. George Talbot just starting a run down there in lane number 4. Just watch that, and he's had all this to himself. Has Aidan Bennett from Wairo 11, but George has a wicked sprint on him. On the outside there is Alexander Hattrell starting to climb in this as well. These three are well clear of the rest of them. The next to the best will be down there in lane number 2, which is Oliver Barker from St Andrews College, and in the middle it's Louis O'Sullivan from Timaru 31. He's still going, George Talbot, but under control here I think is Aidan Bennett. Just watching Alexander Hattrell, he's now chasing down George Talbot. These two have raced each other a lot on this course, and it is very easily under control though in the middle there from Aidan Bennett from Wairo, coached by Clayton Lindstrom, Grant Morgan, out to 2 boat lengths. George and Alexander having a real crack at each other. They will be on the line, I think. Well done to Wairo's Aidan Bennett. He takes the title at the Otago Championships, and George will hold on to second just on the surge. He gets another half boat length there over the top of Alexander Hattrell. A good camaraderie wave to each other over there. Well done. Then we've got daylight back to the rest of them. So in lane number 2, it will be St Andrews College, Oliver Barker. Then we'll go into the middle of the field with Louis O'Sullivan from Timaru 31. Back we come to Alex McKeever from North End. Then we go on the outside to Samuel Indoors from Selwyn. Back to Jackson Templeton from Otago Boys High, and then Logan Skelton in the A final of the boys under 18 single sculls. Boys under 17 single sculls. That was through Whakatipu in a time of 7:57. Well done, Ollie. And then Hugo Miller-Bell, 7:59 in the boys under 17 single sculls. We've got the B final of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls making its way up the course now. Through 1,000 metres they come. In lane 1, Whakatipu through Andy Clark, Gwyn Baldwin, Ariana Salek, Xanthi Spence and Mila Walker. Lane number 2 is Timaru 21, Mary Thorpe, Madison Berry Rankin, Emma Gardner and Hannah Thorpe with Sophie Scarlett the Cox. Lane number 3, Omaru 22, Millie Kirkman, Bella Ticini, Bailey Pearson, Sky Frank and Cash Loudon is the Cox. North End 1 are in lane 4. Ruby Anderson, Isla Turner, Isla Thompson, Amelia Bolstead, Sophie Palmer is the Cox. Lane number 5, Villa Maria College 1, Neve Butcher, Isla Whiteside, Victoria Talbot, Ruby Kennedy, Jade Inglis is the Cox. And lane number 6 is Timaru 41, Olivia Bartlett, Brooke Taylor, Sophia Borkowski, Mia Sutherland, Maisie Jane Chapman is the Cox. Lane number 7 is North End 3, Annabelle Webster, Jess McLeod, Harper Harricks, Evie Moore, Bryn Allison the Cox. Lane number 8, Otago Girls number 2, Millie Ramsey, Margot Milne, Isla Marshall, Kira Nicholson, Lara Cadman the Cox. Avonside are out there. Lane number 9, Avonside Girls High School 1, Neem Jones, Maya Jones, Caitlin Thwaites, Emily Ash, Gabby Chapman the Cox. Selwyn Rowing. Lane number 10, number 1 crew for them, Olivia Kershaw, Isla Merazara and Pippa Tyler with Meredith Dunbar and Chloe Creek of the Cox. Nice advantage here in this B final for the Oamaru crew down there in lane number 3, just over the top of North End number 1. Then we go out to Timaru 41, then it is North End number 3. We come back to Timaru 21, then it's Whakatipu 3. Out we go to Otago Girls number 2, right alongside the Avonside girls crew they are, and then just back from them would be Selwyn Rowing number 1. I can tell you that Aidan Bennett has won the boys under 18 single sculls in a time of 7:43. So interestingly, 7:57 was the under 17, so the under 18s about 14 seconds quicker on pretty good water. Still a little bit of current probably walking through. Now, this time yesterday we had a small southerly breeze behind us. We don't have anything at all today, and the B final are racing in perfect conditions as they are out here for the under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Running pretty well to time too, aren't we? Bang on time. The A final hasn't even gone yet. So out here we can see Oamaru just holding on to this advantage over North End. Then we go outside 2 lanes to the crew from Timaru 41. You can see the Ron Carley blades in and out of the water over there, the golden blades. Just right next to them is North End number 3. So 2 North End crews in this B final. We come back right into lane number 2, which is Timaru 21. Then it would be Avonside Girls High School, I think, out in lane number 9, would have the advantage over inside of them, Otago Girls, and then outside to Selwyn, back down to lane 1, Whakatipu 3. That is where they are at the moment. So all on now for Oamaru in this B final. They've got clear water over the rest of the field. North End are holding on to second from Timaru 41. Villa Maria just in the middle of the pack, back there in the middle of the lane. And then we go outside. Yeah, still holding the third is Timaru. Fourth now would be North End 3. I think just maybe over Timaru 21 down here in lane number 2. Actually, they might have moved past now Timaru. So Timaru holding third and fourth. No doubt about it. Oamaru now, they hit the red boys, 100 metres to go. Nice effort here from Molly, Bella, Bailey, Sky, and well coxed by Cash Loudon. She won't be able to see anybody behind her, which is what she wants. Oh, she just perched her head up like a meerkat. She meerkatted up, spun her head round to see what she could see, and she can see everybody else. So she knows they're coming down to take this win here. Well, they've earned the win. They don't take it. You earn it. And she'll be pretty happy when they come over the line. There'll be 2 boat lengths clear everybody else in the B final. So well done to Oamaru 22. They'll be pretty happy with that. They're taking out this B final from the North End crew who finished second. Third will go to Timaru 41. Then it will be North End number 3. Then we go right outside to the crew from Avonside Girls. Back we come down to lane number 2, which is Timaru 21. Then we have a look at Otago Girls. Villa Maria in the middle. Across the outside to Selwyn Rowing. Back down here into lane 1 is Whakatipu 3. Let's move to the A final. It is the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, the A final. Lots of people waiting for this. I'm sure you're all down there, mums and dads, ready to yell and scream and carry on. Lane number 1, North End number 2. Amelia McKeever, Leela Wall, Olive Robertson Gray, Emma Baskerville, and Isabel McPhelan is the Cox. Lane number 2, St Andrews College 1, Scarlett Bailey, Sarah Williams, Rebecca Buist, Anna Lewis, Sienna Curry is the Cox. Lane number 3, Marion College 1, Charlotte McLaughlin, Ava Thomas, Annabelle Carter, and Aisha Clark, with Claudia Craze the Cox. Lane number 4 is Timaru 11, Ella Metcalf, Amy De Ruyter, Heidi Harper, Mackenzie Raymond, Daisy Campbell is the Cox. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Jessie Bates, Isla Coldstone, Cinnamon Williams, Caitlin Julian, Bella Knott in the Cox. Lane number 6, Columba College 1, Charlotte Scott, Isla Petty, Lucy Earl, Livy Campbell, Jade Bogue is the Cox. In lane number 7, it's Timaru 1, Justina Courage, Paige Ellery, Paris McRae, Charlie Cooper, Matilda England is the Cox. Timaru 30 in lane number 8, Rihanna Rickard, Paige Ward, Hayley Taurua, Xanthi Nilsson, and Ashley Chard is the Cox. Second Whakatipu crew, the number 2 one, Evie Clark, Posey Manser, Kira Lightfoot, Liberty Hyde and Sophia Brown are out there in lane 9. Lane 10, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Zara Shepherd, Chloe Pollock, Lucy Irvine, Paige Battersby, and Greta Brokenshire is the Cox. Oh, this is even. Christchurch Girls High School number 1 might actually be leading from lane number 10. Then we are looking at lane 3, I think Marion College number 1, then Whakatipu. Right next to them, Columba College. We'll see what happens when they come through the 1,000. It's pretty even at this stage. Certainly coming out of the middle 3 there, Timaru, Whakatipu, Columba, but out in the outside, don't count out Christchurch Girls number 1. They've had a pretty good morning already, Christchurch Girls. Then we go back to probably St Andrews College and Marion. Marion just hit of St Andrews, I think. Then North End number 2. Back to Whakatipu 2 and Timaru 30. Through 750 they come, heading towards the 1,000 metre mark. And we can see Whakatipu in the middle of your screen there in the golden boat, just upside right in front of them still though is Columba College. Just got a nice advantage there as they come through the 1,000. Inside from them is Timaru. So it still sits with those middle lanes, Columba, Whakatipu, Timaru. Christchurch girls still out there. Through they come into the last half of the course. They've got less than what they've done to go. And then there is St Andrews College number 1 sitting there in lane number 2. Just starting to fall away, but maybe would be Marion. They'll come back until they get a chance. Then we go 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's Timaru falling behind Marion. Marion are actually up there already. So Marion just pulling up alongside the crew from Whakatipu, making it a bit more even, starting to make a run at the crew from Columba. Just a bit further back still is Christchurch Girls High School. The B final went through in 8:34. The Oamaru taking that out. 750 metres to go now for this A final, the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Thanks to Meridian. And that push since the 1,000 for Marion starting to pay dividends for them, coming back into it. So it's with Marion, Whakatipu and Columba. Those 3 crews moving ahead of everybody else. Christchurch Girls High School were in it for a bit, but they just dropped a little bit further back alongside Timaru 30, and then further back behind them would be the Whakatipu number 2 crew. We come across to St Andrews College in lane 2, then North End 2. And then just sitting in front of the umpire's boat would be the crew from Timaru 11. So they're still well within this as Columba and Whakatipu and Marion. These 3 crews pulling away from the rest of the field. There's a gap emerging between those 3 and the rest of them. And then it is that gap is now probably 2 boat lengths back to in lane number 2, St Andrews College across to Marion. We go across to Timaru 20. We go across to the crew from Christchurch Girls High School, heading up towards the 500 metres to go. Nice and even between those 3 crews now. You can't throw much across them. Still holding the advantage is Columba. Columba moving out to a boat length over Whakatipu. They've then got about half a boat length moving out to 1 over the crew from Marion College. So starting to ease out now more. They've held this nicely, have Columba College. Charlotte, Isla, Lucy and Livy with Jade Bogue the Cox, coached by Ashton White, Beth Anderson. You can see the orange caps, pretty easy to spot those Columba boats with the green bow. And now pushing through ahead of Whakatipu. Whakatipu won't give up though. Bella Naughton will have her instructions. Marion starting to go with them as well. They've pushed out even further now. Nice race this from Columba. Holding it out over Whakatipu. Can Whakatipu come again? These 2 now burning off Marion College. Then on the outside we go right out to Whakatipu number 2. Inside from them to Timaru 11. Christchurch Girls looked like they might have stalled and stopped way back in down the course. I think that might be them. Then we go back to it's Timaru 11, the Craighead crew in the middle of the course. Then to St Andrews College. Back to North End 2. Down we come, 150 metres to go, and it's with Columba. Can Columba hold off the crew from Whakatipu? Still hanging in there like a smelly old dog is the Marion College crew. They're trying to get in there and make their presence known. They're holding back the Whakatipu crew. It's still with Columba. They come down 120 metres to go. They've got out to nearly clear water over the crew from Whakatipu. Working really hard as Marion. Coming at them again, trying to down here in lane number 2 is St Andrews. Over the top of Timaru. We go out to Whakatipu number 2, back into the crew from Timaru 20, but it's all with Columba. They had the lead as they come through the 1,000 metre mark. They've got out to clear water and they've timed this nicely, looking very relaxed and comfortable. No tension in the shoulders as they come down. About 50 metres to go. They've got nearly 2 boat lengths over Whakatipu. Whakatipu have held off the Marion Challenge. They've got 2 lengths over then. And in the final of the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, congratulations to Columba. Second will go to Whakatipu number 1. Then it will be the Marion College crew. 4th will go to Whakatipu number 2 on the outside. Inside from them will be Timaru 20. Then we come down to Timaru 11. Back down on the inside here to St Andrews College. Back we go again on the outside to Timaru number 1, I think it is. And then back down on the inside lane here. And lane number 1 will be North End number 2. And maybe some mechanical issues out there for the crew that didn't compete. So well done to Columba. There'll be some very happy people with that result. Girls under 17 Cox quadruple sculls. They are into the last 1,000. So let's see where we are. Look at this lane. Lane number 1, Waihopai 2, Brooke Bartlett, Isabel Moore, Charlie O'Connor, Olive Rutledge and Austin Sanford is the Cox. And lane number 2, Marion College 1, Freya Burgess, Jenna Brennan, Kameen Harrison, Peyton Moss and Olive Burak as the Cox. In lane number 3, Oamaru 22, Indy Jones Horden, Emily Wainwright, Bridget Spittle, Tessa Wright, Isla Capely as the Cox. In lane number 4 is Villa Maria College number 1, Sarah Nicholson, Selena Climo, Sophia Taylor, Oriella Morton and Kiara Cooney. The number 2 crew is in lane 5, George Mitchell, Elizabeth Cochran, Sophia Damiani and Camelia Kauroa with Alyssa Clark the Cox. In lane number 6, Whakatipu 1, Lucia Summerfield, Caitlin Purdue, Caitlin Roberts, Ella Day, Izzy Carr is the Cox. Lane number 7 is Timaru 11, Leah Newlove, Skylar Seymour, Jasmine Payne, Kate Kidd, Olivia Moffat is the Cox. Lane number 8, Whakatipu 2, Eve Burrow, Gemma Wood, Annie Clark, Mimi Blundell, Eva McGee is the Cox. Lane number 9 is Waihopai 1, Georgia Horgan, Layla Carstensen, Anna McWilliam, Daisy McDonald, Sophie Collier is the Cox, and Casey Howard, Lily Garrett, Eliana Hay, Emma Throne and Emily Hunt. They are the Wanaka number 1 crew. They are in lane 10. Let's have a look and see where it is. It's Oamaru number 22, right out in the middle. Right next to them is Villa Maria number 1. Just in behind Villa Maria number 2, who are leading these crews down. Again, we've got 3 crews out in front and the rest chasing. And the chasing ones are Whakatipu number 1. Right next to them is Timaru 11. Then we go to Whakatipu number 2. Then we come back to lane 1, Waihopai 2. Inside from them is Marion College number 1. Right on the outside to Wanaka 1. Then we go back to the Waihopai number 1 crew. Holding on to this just now is Villa Maria number 2. Alyssa Clark the Cox. Both these crews coached by Kevin Mates and Phoebe Collier. Second, though, there's the Oamaru number 22 crew. Oamaru coaches having a good day. There's plenty of gold and black being seen at the front of the fields coming down here for this regatta. And it is a battle now between the Villa Maria crews and Oamaru. Just watching on the outside, it'll come from Whakatipu and Timaru if they can. Down we go, 120 metres to go. Looks like the Oamaru crew have taken it up a couple of ticks, moving and swinging nice. There's a crew, great example of that. If you look at them now, team, very little splash and nice finishes from these crews. Under 17 Cots, quadruple sculls, probably the 3rd year of rowing, and you can see that experience starting to show now. But Villa Maria are coming back at them. Villa Maria number 2 out there in lane number 5. In between is the number 2 crew, or number 1 crew for Villa Maria, looking to see whether they get put under pressure by Whakatipu and the Timaru 11 crew out of Craighead. Then we go to Whakatipu number 2. Anybody else is out of it. Still is with Oamaru. Villa Maria coming back at them now. Not much between these 2 crews. Villa Maria number 1 crew is going to finish 3rd, I think. Who's going to win it? Maybe they've got their run on now. Some real effort going in from Villa Maria number 2 as they come down and try to roll over the top of Oamaru, and they might have broken and they've gone past them now with 50 metres to go. Villa Maria starting to extend here in the final. The girls under 17 Cox 4. That's a nicely timed sprint by Villa Maria. The number 2 crew takes it out by 2 seats over the crew from Oamaru. Villa Maria number 1 will finish 3rd. Then it will be Whakatipu. Then it will be Timaru 11. Then we go to Whakatipu number 2. It'll be on the outside to Wanaka. Over, Wanaka will take it, but down here will be Waihopai number 2 and Marion having a little ding-dong at the end here to see if they can get themselves in front of each other. Just moving past the Waihopai number 1 crew. That's how they'll finish in the girls under 17 coxed quadruple sculls. Time for the girls under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. That was won by Columba in 8:02. Well clear of Whakatipu in 8:07.21, who finished 2nd. While that was being confirmed, we've got the men's novice Cox date making its way down the course there into the last 750 metres. Looks like St Bede's College have got this under control. We go outside of them to Christ College, and then it is Invercargill Composite and St Bede's Composite. Let's give you those crews. Invercargill Composite, this is Invercargill and Waihopai 1. Jamie Calvert, Bo Carstensen, Oliver Payne, Jake Pont, Archie Heenan, Cormac Legg, Oliver Deans, Jackson Hutton and Millie Hackett is the Cox. St Bede's College 1, Samuel Fahey, Darcy Franken, Sawyer Jenkins, Hunter Nichols, Arlo Franklin, William Blackburn, Luke Peterson, Fletcher Franklin and Lockie Manson is the Cox. Lane number 6, Christ College number 1, Corbin Donaldson, Benedict von Wolfing, Oscar Cutler, Quade Bishop, Guy Boussard and Jaden Ferry with Sam Pilbrow and Ollie Red and Pollock the Cox. In lane number 7, St Bede's College Composite 2. There's St Bede's and Shirley boys stringing a crew together. Angus Taylor, Kingy Nixon, Luca Rose, Archie Mates, Louis Yates, Billy Ryan, Connor Smitty and Jack Lawgerson with Seth Knights the Cox. Into the last piece of the course. Nice push here. Look at this. Well, they're well clear. St Bede's College continuing a good record of novice Cox dates that they have. They're out to 4 boat lengths now would be this crew from St Bede's. And they are looking like they're well under control, coached by Pat McQuinn and Flynn Hutchison-Ray. As they come down to, it's only about 120 metres to go now. No, it's not. It's 250. About twice as much as I thought. So they're out to now 5 boat lengths over the crew from Christ College. Then we come back down into lane number 4, the Invercargill Composite, and outside to the St Bede's College Composite. And this is the final of the men's novice Cox Day. Boys under 15 Cox Day. They've got themselves underway down there. They're through 500 metres. So it looks like we know what the result's going to be out here. But this is a very tidy exhibition of sweeping from the St Bede's novice Cox 8. All swinging together nicely. Good long length on their strokes. Working really hard. The Bowman's given it heaps out here for the St Bede's crew. And that Cox in there, Lockie Manson, has had a bit of a dream ride down here once they did the work. They had the lead at the 1,000. They've maintained that. And they will finish this by almost 100 metres by the time they get down there. Just to wait and see if that is. As Christ College come into the Red Boys with 100 metres to go. And it will be about that indeed. Down they come down at the line to take the buzzer, and it's well done to the St Bede's Novice Cox State, taking out the Otago Rowing Championships title for 2025. Second goes to Christ College, and then third will be, it's going to be a bit of a race down here between the composite crews. So Invercargill Composite closest to us with a couple of Waihopai boys sitting in seats 1 and 2, up against the St Bede's Composite, working really hard. Look at the effort going in from 3 seat in that St Bede's Composite. He's given it some real welly, trying to help that crew get over and take third, working really hard at both these crews. Novice racing is always a lot of fun. I'm not sure they're enjoying themselves, but they'll love the fact they've done it. They are almost tied together, these crews, and it'll be the St Bede's Composite that comes down and takes it by, maybe not, on the surge. That'll give the photographer something to work on. And then that finishes the men's novice Cox State, and they're on their way in the boys under 15 Cox State final. In lane number 2, Christ College 1, Leo Beck, Jari Juamu, Fergus McKenzie, Theo Latanarcha, Manning, Edward Christian Benj, Austin Arnold, Archie McCone, George Edgar as the Cox. Lane number 3, St Andrews College 1, Jock Taggart, Frederick Nohan, Isaac Overcomer, Louis Cooper, Harry Kempthorne, Freddie Allen, Guy Hardy, Charlie Bell, Ashton Cody as the Cox. Lane number 4 is Christchurch Boys High School 1, Soren Lowe, Sam Holdaway, Max Pont, Edward Graham, Theo Callagher, Angus Orchard, Christopher Preston, Charlie Sparrow, Cameron Palmer is the Cox. It's pretty even out there in lanes 4, 5 and 6. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Harry Manser, Tommy Carlson, Rome Lawrence, Tyler Love, Max Balasali, Finn Coddington, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown and Harrison Atwood is the Cox. Right outside of them in lane 6 is St Thomas, the Canterbury 1, Xavier Croucher, Tyson Arps, Siale Tungalavaka, Sonny Hasty, Jackson Marshall, Max Hay, Toby Greer, Ryder Horgan and Jack Clark the Cox. Christchurch Boys High School number 2 are sitting out there in lane 7, but it is all coming from Christchurch Boys, Whakatipu 1 and St Thomas of Canterbury, but that's Christchurch Boys High School number 2 crew in lane 7, Kerno Duarte, Nixon Parish, Peter Bishop, Max Greer, Eric White, Diane Sue, Alex Welsh, Owen Fife and Reg Bickley the Cox. Lane number 8, first of the 2 Shirley Boys crews. Lane number 8 is the number 1 crew, Ben Lyons, Connor Howard, Liam Bates, Charlie Paul, Callum Harris, Johan Mervo, Finn Clark, Toby Watson, Maxwell Wilson is the Cox, and completing the field out there and just a little bit further back than the rest of them is Shirley Boys number 2, Campbell Williamson, Kai Colville, Marison Crude, Alfred Gabrielson, Jackson Lilly, Ryder Smith, Lockie Soap, Xavier Vinek and Cooper Curry still sits out there with St Thomas of Canterbury. They've got clear water over Whakatipu number 1 back to the Christchurch Boys High School crew. Then we go outside to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Then it's Shirley Boys number 1 back inside to St Andrews College number 1 in lane 3, and then Christ College number 2 as they make their way through up to 500 metres. So pretty even between these 3 leading crews. That's where the places will come from. St Thomas have laid the marker down. Jack Clark the Cox, he's implementing Robbie Lang's coaching instructions. They've got clear water now. Will the challenge come from Christchurch Boys just ahead of the Whakatipu crew? Let's wait and see. In through around about 350 metres to go as they make their way up this course. Still perfect conditions, The sun's trying to get through, and don't be fooled, team. If you haven't got sunscreen on, you're going to need it. And keep that water up, and let's keep things tidy. Couple of little bits of rubbish I can see around there, so do your bit and pick it up. Help us all out here. Impressive here though from St Thomas's. Nice effort from Jack Clark. Everything's looking pretty standard in that boat. They've got a bit of pressure coming over 2 lanes from them, but I think they're pretty well under control. Nice to see the bucket hats out there. and there's virtually zero splash from those blades as they're going into the water. Nice catches, nice and clean, and the push now comes from Christchurch Boys High School. Cameron Palmer, the Cox. He's got his instructions. They're riding over the top of Whakatipu. You can just see a couple of the blades on the stroke side of Whakatipu just skying a wee bit, so they're not quite getting full purchase as they get themselves into. They're slightly down on that bow side, and running away now is St Thomas's of Canterbury. They're still coming at them, Christchurch Boys. They've moved through into first and second. Just starting to fall away now is Whakatipu, but they've still got 2 boat lengths back on the outside to the crew from Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Back we come to St Andrews, then Christ College, across to Shirley Boys number 1, and down there in lane number 9 is Shirley Boys number 2. They're extending though. Trying to extend as the crew from St Thomas, just getting a little bit dirtier now as they work harder. They're getting tighter, a little bit rougher than they were 100 metres ago. They're just starting to put on the afterburners and try and go a bit more than they were before. Here comes Christchurch Boys though, but they've done the work, St Thomas's. Nice effort here in the boys under 15 Cox State. They'll be tired, these fellas, but they've got themselves out almost to clear water. St Thomas has come down. They'll take the buzzer now in first place in the boys under 15 Cox State. Second will go to Christchurch Boys High School. Excellent effort from the Whakatipu crew to take third. 5 boat lengths back to the Christchurch Boys High School number 2 crew. Then we come back across to St Andrews. It will be Shirley Boys High School number 1. Back down on the inside to Christ College number 1. Then Shirley Boys High School number 2. Men's Open Coxless Quadruple Sculls is race 216. We keep on trucking, and it's Dunstan leading this crew down. Let's see who's in those Dunstan crews, because there's 4 of them. Lane number 2, Dunstan Arm 4, Jed McIntosh, Josh Bartlett, Oliver Hamilton, Angus Lowe. Lane number 3, Avon 2, George Johnson, William McIntosh, Charlie Poulter, and Logan Freshwater. Lane 4 is Dunstan Arm number 3. That is Lewis Mates, Matthew King, Sam Barnett, Hamish Yateman, and he's the only 4th one, so they don't have any more. Lane number 5 is Dunstan Arm 1, Harry Lightfoot, Matthew O'Meara, Henry Clatworthy, and Charlie Manser. They're leading that crew. In lane number 6, Avon 1, Jimmy Middleditch, Pao O'Sullivan, Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton. Lane number 7 is Dunstan Arm 2, Sebastian Watson, Luke Brock, Finn Allison, Harrison Thode. And Avon number 3, Toby Tregiger, George Young, Joshua Clark, Lawrence Birch. Very impressive this from Harry Lightfoot, Matthew O'Meara, Henry Clatworthy, and Charlie Manser. There's some real pedigree in that sculling crew. Remember, I mentioned yesterday, Charlie Manser picked up 3 medals at Mardi earlier this year. I think 2 of them were gold, 1 was silver. And then we've had Henry and Matthew away, and Harry all doing all sorts of wonderful things within the pathway system, but they're leading quite easily here. And look, that's very clever sculling. Looks quite nice and sharp, doesn't it? And in second position would be the crew from Dunstan Arm number 3, fighting it out with Avon number 1, Jimmy Middleditch, Pao O'Sullivan, Sam Wilson, Scott Shackleton, and just outside of them is Dunstan Arm number 2 in the 4th spot. They then move well clear of Dunstan Arm 4 and Avon 2 and Avon 3. Down they come, 50 metres to go. They're moving pretty quickly and very sharply is this crew from Dunstan. That's impressive. If you're just starting down here and you're a novice and you want to know about sculling, have a look at that. That's how you do it. They've come down to take the buzzer now. Well done to the Dunstan crew, and Avon have got through into second. Well done to Avon number 1. Jimmy, Pao, Sam and Scott, they'll be happy taking out that second over the Dunstan Arm number 3 crew. Then we go out to Dunstan Arm number 2. Finishing down here will be Avon 2, Dunstan Arm number 4, and on the outside will be the Avon number 3 crew. That's it for me. I'll take a break. We will hand you over now to Will. I think this will be probably his last shift for the day. He'll bring you the Men's Club Cox State, and then we'll be back for the last shift, take us through to 2:30 when we finish this afternoon thereabouts.
Okay, I just got a shot of the Men's Club Cox State coming past the K, and it looks like a very close lineup between 4 crews there. Anyway, in this race we have lane 1, Avon 3, lane 2, St Joseph's, Gregory Terrace, lane 3, Avon, lane 4, St Joseph's 1, lane 5, Avon 2, lane 6, Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 7, Dunstan Arm 1, lane 8, Oamaru 22, lane 9, Timaru 30, And lane 10 is a Christchurch Boys High School composite crew with St. Joseph's. So I'd say the main two contenders we're looking for is Avon 2 and Christchurch Boys High School 1. I think it was a pretty close race yesterday. I'd say they're looking to go right around that 6-10 margin would be pretty good for this point in the season for Club 8s. It's also a good look for a high school 8 if you can roll over the top of this Avon Club 8. Avon was the one to take it out last season. Christchurch Boys, I think, are just sitting a bit behind this Avon number 2 crew at the moment. And also look at, I think that's Avon 1 and lane 3's actually stepped it up. So it's the two Avon crews currently battling at the moment. But Christchurch Boys not too far behind. Also sitting in between the Avon crews is St. Joseph's Gregory Terrace 1, and they're in the mix. So it's two Avon crews currently leading it, and we're looking at Avon 1, who's currently sitting about half a length on Avon number 2. So Avon number 1 has definitely stepped it up this time. This crew, we're looking at William Curry, Jackson Evans, William Thomas, Flynn Grace, George Wilson, Bruno Dooley, Ashton Corkery, Andre Simpson, and Eliza Omega is the Cox. Avon number 2 made up of Sam McAfee, Henry Church, Theodore Thomas, Joseph Ritchie, Barney Evans, Noah Quellett, Kobe Good, Hugo Van Herel, and Grayson Faulkner is the Cox. So potentially some swaps being done here. I'm not sure because Avon 1 is putting on a bit of a heater right now. St. Joseph's also trying to roll over the top of Avon 2 in the middle of the field there. And we're also looking at Christchurch Boys to try and get up for a top 3 placing here in this men's club Cox State. But right now, it's Avon number 1. You're looking at lane 3. There's some real magic going on in that boat right now. Fireballs and sparks going on, and they're charging away from Avon number 2 in the middle of the field there. And look at St. Joseph's try and get some distance on them. Coming into the last 150 metres, it's close. It's all red and white crews at the moment, but we're looking at the red boat of Avon charging in lane number 3 there. They're just sitting about half a length up on St. Joseph's, who have taken Avon 2. St. Joseph's are taking Avon 2, and they're working on Avon 1. St. Joseph's with a big charge in these last 200 metres, and it's Balbal for Balbal between Avon 2 and St. Joseph's, and they're both closing in on Avon 1. Avon 1's only got a seat. They've only got a seat up on St. Joseph's, and it's Balbal for Balbal second and third. St. Joseph's just moving away to a canvas over Avon 2. Very close between those top 3. Then we're looking at Christchurch Boys sitting in the 4th there. St. Joseph's number 2, Dunstanarm. Back to Timaru and that Christchurch Boys composite crew, and Avon number 3 on the inside there. So that was Avon number 1 that just got that barely. St. Joseph's get the second, and Avon number 2 get the third on a very close Club 8. So that was sponsored by City Podiatry, that race, that Club 8. Next up, we've got the women's open single. So in this race, we're looking at lane 3, Avon 1, Tegan Smith. Lane 4, Dunstanarm 2, Bella Breen. Lane 5, Dunstanarm 3, Madison Neal. Lane 6, Dunstanarm 4, Isla Westlake. Lane 7, Dunstanarm number 1, Olivia Key. And lane 8, Nelson number 1, Rosa Armstrong. I'd say you're looking at lane 5 and lane 6, the two main Dunstanarm crews there, Madison Neal and Isla Westlake. They were pretty close in the heat race, so I think those are the two contenders to take out the win in the women's open single sculls. So it is a sea of green, yellow, and blue leading the field out here. The 4 Dunstan crews in lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7. Leading the way. Let's see who's got the bragging rights out of these 4. It looks to be close between 2 of them here. And I want to say on the outside, maybe Isla Westlake just has the lead over Madison Neal at the moment. Alright, so the 4 Dunstan crews competing, the others on the outside, probably just a bit off the pace, but we're looking for a 1, 2, 3 sweep of the Dunstan crews. I think it is lane 6 at the moment. Isla Westlake just barely over the top of Madison Neal, but if there's a good sprint there, I think it's really anyone's game at the moment, just less than a length in it. And these singles, anything can change pretty quickly, so I have to see what happens. Also on the inside there, I wouldn't ride off Ballabreen in lane number 4 in that red boat there. But here's the charge. Here's that last 250. They've all into the yellow, boys. So we should see a sprint, should see a wind. It is lane 6 over lane 5 at the moment. Then we go inside to Ballabreen, but I think Ballabreen might just be moving on Madison Neal there on the inside. So watch Ballabreen, the big mover in this last 250. She's definitely rating higher than the other 2 at the moment. So Isla Westlake and Madison Neal need to look out for that. And Ballabreen's walk past Madison Neal, now going for the win over Isla Westlake. So watch Ballabreen in the red boat approaching the last 100. Isla Westlake through now, Ballabreen through now, Madison Neal through now. So just dropping off is Madison Neal as Ballabreen's starting to charge for the win. I think she might run out of runway there as Isla Westlake is holding her own there, just going into the last 20 metres of the race. It is Isla Westlake just by a length over Ballabreen. Then we go a length and a quarter back to Madison Neal. So you've got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 there. Then we go outside to Olivia Key, who is sitting in front of the Avon row at Tegan Smith, who's in turn just sitting in front of that Nelson row, Rosa Armstrong. So that's the women's open single sculls done. Now just a notice here, number plate HNU 566. It's a red Ford Cougar. Please move your vehicle as some others are blocked in behind it. So red Ford Cougar with the number plate HNU 566. So if that's you need to move your car. Next up, we got the B final of the girls under 15 double sculls. We've got lane 1, Otago girls. Number 1, Duxia Grant and Ella Glover. Lane 2, Invercargill 1, Alexis Foster and Evie Randall. Lane 3, Otago 2, Lily Bovey and Stella Abbey. Lane 4, Oamaru 23, Pippa McMillan and Summer Brosnan. Lane 5, Timaru 21, Madison Berry Rankin and Xanthi Nelson. Lane 6, North End 3, Chloe Lyons and Billy O'Connor. Lane 7, Wakatipu 2, Ruby Weber and Liv Holzman. Lane 8, Timaru 1, Paige O'Leary and Paris McRae. Lane 9, Cromwell number 1, Balahoa and Penelope Stark. And then lane 10 is Otago number 1, Laura Horton and Emma Collins. So just entering the last 500 metres as the first of the under 15 doubles. Looks to be a pretty clear lead in this B final. Don't think anyone is really challenging this crew out in front. Potentially maybe those inside lanes actually looking for the second and third. Just keep quiet on that. I'm not too sure. So prepared to see some dodgy lines. This is under 15 rowing, so anything can happen. But we are looking at Oamaru in the front there. So that is Oamaru 23. We're looking at Pippa McMillan and Summer Brosnan just holding the lead there over the rest of the crews. And I do want to say, I think these inside lanes are currently battling for second and third at the moment. So that is Columba. No, it's Otago Girls 1, Darkseer Grant and Ella Glover. And Invercargill 1, Alexis Foster and Evie Randall. So potentially maybe look out for Timaru in the mix and Wakatipu. But no doubt about the leader here. Just entering that last 250 now is Oamaru. Pretty clear views now, so I think we'll see. It is Otago Girls currently sitting in second. And then we'll be looking at Invercargill potentially for the third if Timaru doesn't have anything to say about it. So Timaru is the one to watch and Invercargill for that third spot. So Otago Girls, Darkseer Grant, Ella Glover just pushing away from the Invercargill crew. They're starting to open up now, and they're even starting to maybe challenge their Oamaru crew. And they just need to watch their line. I think there could be a collision there. They need to watch out. They've done that well. They've avoided it. So Otago Girls just need to keep their line in check, and they are pushing away still from Invercargill and Timaru. Timaru just a bit behind Invercargill. Oamaru's through that last 100 metres. So Oamaru looking to take out the win here. This is in the B final of the girls under 15 double. Pippa McMillan, Summer Brosnan will take the win here. Then we're looking at Otago Girls, Darkseer Grant, Ella Glover, back outside to Invercargill, Alexis Foster and Evie Randall to take the third here. If Timaru has a charge, which I don't think they do, we're looking at Madison Berry Rankin and Xanthi Nelson to pick up that fourth there. Then we'll be looking at Wakatipu, Ruby Weber, Liv Holzman. Oh, I think Invercargill's just stopped early there. It's all right, they're done. Next up we have the A final of the girls under 15 double, charging their way down now. So they're just past the 500 metre marker there, a lot of these crews, and under 15 double composed of lane 1, Invercargill 2, Mila Sheehan and Madison Dyack. Lane 2, Marion College 2, Zane Jenkins and Amelia Kelly. Lane 3, North End 1, India Garden and Marley Hoare. Lane 4, Timaru 11, Lauren Crawford and Kelly Van Heerden. Lane 5, Timaru 20, Paige Ward and Hayley Tildua. Lane 6 is Timaru 2, Justina Courage and Charlie Cooper. Lane 7, North End 2, Ava Woodcock and Olivia Williams. Lane 8 is Wakatipu number 1, Sophie Clouston and Charlotte Galavazzi. Lane 9 is Marion College 1, Jordis Kramer and Asia Clark. And Lane 10 is Ashburn number 1, Elise Gill and Gretchen Ross. And they're into the last 250 now, and it looks to be Timaru every day of the week. So that Timaru crew, let's see which one it is. I think we're looking at the lane 5 Timaru crew. Oh, it's lane 4. So it's lane 4, Timaru 11, Lauren Crawford and Kelly Van Heerden. Currently leading the number 2 crew, who I think are sitting in third. And then we've got, that must be North End colours there. Yeah, North End number 1 currently sitting in second. India Garden and Marley Hoare. So it's a pretty clear 1, 2, 3. I think Timaru might just be challenged. So there's 3 Timaru crews there. So Timaru 11 might be challenged by Timaru number 2 in lane 6. So we're looking at Justina Courage and Charlie Cooper to challenge Lauren Crawford and Kelly Van Heerden. So Timaru 20 is moving through here into the lead. And we're looking at North End on the inside. And then these 2 Timaru crews battling. And I think that battle crew in lane 6 might just be moving forward. Justina Courage and Charlie Cooper might have just pipped Timaru 11 of Lauren Crawford and Kelly Van Heerden. So 2 Timaru crews in the top 3. And we're looking at North End, 2 North End crews. Sorry, that's actually Marion College, 2 Marion College crews. Ashburton and Wakatipu rounding out the field there, as well as Invercargill and another Marion College crew. Next up, we've got the B final of the women's intermediate double sculls. We're looking at lane 1, Dunsnam 3, Grace Weaver and Bailey Thomas. Lane 2, Oamaru 23, Georgia Newton and Evie Mitchell. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Emily Ash and Maya Jones. Lane 4, Union 2, Billy Rochford and Pagan Hay. Lane 5, Timaru 12, Ella Metcalf and Mackenzie Raymond. Lane 6 is Wakatipu 2, Eve Burr and Gemma Wood. Lane 7, Timaru 20, Tilly Sykes and Emerson Ward. Lane 8, Timaru 11, Leah Newlove and Juliet Griffin. Lane 9 is Oamaru 22, Sky Frank and Peyton Dixon. Lane 10 is Marion College 1, Freya Burgess and Olivia Walker. So those are the crews currently in this B final. And it's Timaru once again leading the field here. So Timaru 12, Ella Metcalf and Mackenzie Raymond. In lane 5 in the green boat there. Also the second of the Timaru crews potentially in second. So you'll be looking at Tilly Sykes and Emerson Ward in that second position. And might be Otago Girls also in the mix. No, that's Union. So that's Union also in the mix for a top 3 placing here. So Timaru's looking well clear. They're into the last 250. They'll start to wind it up. And now we've got Union actually sitting in that second position. So Union's gone over the top of Timaru. I think that's Timaru 20. So let's check the lanes there. We're looking at lane 7. Yep, lane 7. So we're looking at Tilly Sykes and Emerson Ward, who in turn are just leading the third Timaru crew of Leah Newlove and Juliet Griffin. So Timaru pretty dominant win in this B final through the 100 they go. They're just leading Union and another fellow Timaru crew. Also Dunsnam on the inside. They're trying to move up over Avonside Girls. So Avonside Girls and Dunsnam having a bit of a battle. And they're pretty close to that Timaru 11 crew of Leah Newlove and Juliet Griffin as well. So anything's happening here as Timaru approaches the line. Not too far apart between the second of the Timaru crews and Union. I think Union might have just about a length over Timaru. And I'd say we're probably looking at Avonside Girls, Dunsnam and Timaru in the second half of the race. But we'll move to the A final now. So this is the women's intermediate double sculls. This is the A final, and we have lane 1, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Lola Grace Wood and Millie Parsons. Lane 2, Union 3, Nina Mackey and Zelda Glass. Lane 3, Union 1, Felicity Wright and Emily Gilmore. Lane 4, Waihopai 1, Ellie Mae Boniface and Madison Stevens. Lane 5 is Dunstan 1, Maria Theresia Shrems and Gemma Mead. Lane 6 is Avon 3, Natalie Sherman and Zara Ford. Lane 7 is Dunsnam 2, Liesl Tolson and Elisa Wilson. Lane 8 is Wakatipu 3, Ariana Selleck and Mimi Blundell. Lane 9 is Wakatipu 1, Lucia Summerfield and Ella Day. And then lane 10 is Avon 1, Zara Abisikara and Nina McKay. Alright, leading the field here. I think we got Dunstan number 1, lane 5, Maria Teresa Shrems and Gemma Mead currently sitting in front, sitting comfortable there. So about 5 lengths up over the rest of the field, I'd say. Maybe looking outside to Avon, probably sitting in second there. Or maybe one of those inside crews as well, Union, and I think that's 2 Union crews in there, so Union 3 and Union 1 also in the mix. So there's 2 Union crews, Nana Mackey, Zelda Glass, and Felicity Wright and Emily Gilmore. They'll be looking for a top 3 spot, but no one's catching this Dunstan Arm crew. I can promise you that they are sitting well ahead of the rest of the field in this women's intermediate double A final. They're through the last 250, and they're not taking any chances. They are winding it up. They are starting that sprint, and they're doing it the right way. They're doing it off that drive. They're really accelerating the boat forward and letting it hang at the back. Letting that bow hang at the back. So I think they're about 7 or 8 lengths clear of the rest of the field. And then other than that, is a complete battle for the rest of those places. Potentially, we're looking at Avon and Union in a bit of a battle. So I think it might be Union in front. That Union number 1, Felicity Wright and Emily Gilmore have just shot out to second over Avon. This Avon crew is Natalie Sherman and Zara Ford sitting in third. And then Avon side as well, trying to get into the mix, as well as Union 3. So there's 2 Union crews performing well as Dunstan Arm's about to cross the line. The rest of these crews are just looking for the 100-metre mark, but it is Union in front of Avon. Avon sitting in third. Avon's watching the charge from Waihopai number 1, Ellie Mae Boniface and Madison Stevens. Union's pushing away to Clearwater. Union number 3 trying to get into the mix. I don't think Union number 3 is going to have enough runway. Avon's charging. They're just ahead of Waihopai. I think we've got a pretty clear 1, 2, 3 now. So Dunstan, Union number 1, and it looks to be Avon. Then we go to Waihopai, Union number 3, Dunstan Arm, outside to Avon number 1, inside to Christchurch Girls High School. Then the 2 Wakatipu crews, and I think that's it. So that's your A final of the women's intermediate double sculls. I think we've got a bit of time till these women's club Coxus quads catch up. This is a straight final. So we're looking at lane 1, Oamaru 22, lane 2, Dunstan Arm 3, lane 3, Canterbury 1, lane 4, Ashburton 1, lane 5, Dunstan Arm 1, lane 6, Waihopai 1, lane 7, Dunstan Arm 2, lane 8, Union Composite 1, lane 9, Avon 1, and lane 10, Dunstan Arm 4. So just coming past the 500 now is the first of the women's club Coxless quad. And another pretty decisive leader. as well as second place. Third place may be a bit more questionable here. Looks to be a tight contention between Dunstanarm and might be a Union Composite crew, but it could be Canterbury as well. But it's a Dunstanarm crew leading it, and then we've got Avon in second, so a pretty clear 1-2 there. The Dunstanarm crew, if we're looking at Dunstanarm 1, it will be Lane 5, Nevo Doherty, Katharina Hoffman, Lucy Clark, Lola Ritchie, coached by Lauren Gibb. They are really pushing away in this last 250 metres they've got to go. So sitting just about 3 lengths up on Avon, who in turn are just sitting about 2 lengths up on the rest of the field. But inside, then we're looking at Dunstanarm number 3 to put up a bit of a fight. We're looking at Dunstanarm number 3, which is Daniel Leishman, Ellie King, Micah Powell, Isla Cunningham. And I think that might actually be Waihopai that they're challenging there. The Waihopai school, well, Waihopai club, Waihopai number 1, Maya Brown, Charlotte Klein, Lila Jack, and Ella Norman. So it is Dunstan. Dunstan's charging its way through, and never mind, that's not Avon. That is a purple boat, and I think that's Ashburton actually. So we're looking at Ashburton 1, Zara McGillan, Georgia Scammell, Isla Moffat, Tegan Marriott. That's Ashburton 1, and they're sitting in second, and now they're being charged down by Waihopai. So Waihopai is trying to give as much as they can entering this last section of the race. And they have pushed away from that Dunstanarm crew on the inside. So great charge from Waihopai in this last section. They've got their rating up, and they are attacking it and trying to climb up the stern of this Ashburton crew. They're not going to catch them. Dunstanarm over the line. They get the win. Ashburton for the second and Waihopai for the third. Then we go inside to Dunstanarm number 3 for fourth. Then we're looking at Canterbury number 1. Union Waihopai Composite, Dunstanarm number 2, and Avon number 1 with Dunstanarm number 4 rounding out the field there. Next up, we've got the boys under 17 Coxed Quad. We're looking at the B final first. We've got Lane 3, Dunstanarm 1, Tuli Rule, Jetty Stewart, Kiowa O'Neill, Boston Irving Dowling. Grace Wardle is the Cox. Lane 4 is North End 1, Edward Hager, Harry Lyons, Billy Steenkamp, Gabe Scott, Isabel McFallon is the Cox. Lane 5 is Otago 1, Hardy Sweetman, Toby Hebden, Archie McDonald, Ollie O'Connell, and Jacob Moore is the Cox. Lane 6 is Timaru 30, Murphy Hoper Park, So the B final is charging down as they get to the last 100 metres. It is Otago in front, so it's looking pretty close, this one. Otago's got clear water, but it's really anyone's race for that second spot. I think we're looking at Timaru potentially and St. Thomas there. So those are the two I'd say. I think Timaru is going to shoot out for the silver here. So they're just a canvas ahead of the St. Thomas crew. St. Thomas going for third, and then we've got the St. Bede's composite crew and North End rounding it out. So that's the B final done. Now I've got the A final coming up, the boys under 17 Coxed Quad. So we're looking at lane 1, we're looking at Wakatipu 3, lane 2, St. Thomas of Canterbury 1, lane 3, Otago Boys High 1, lane 4, St. Bede's College 1, lane 5, Wakatipu 1, lane 6, Wakatipu 2, lane 7, Christ College 1, lane 8, Shirley Boys High School 1, lane 9, St. Andrews College 1, and lane 10 is St. Andrews College 2. Just about to come to that 500 metre marker there, and we're looking at the red boat of St. Bede's College 1 sitting in front by just about a length over the crew just outside of them. We're probably looking at Wakatipu number 1 in second, and then Otago Boys High School in third. But let's see what St. Thomas have to do to challenge that Otago Boys High School crew there in lane 3. So the St. Bede's College number 1 crew, we're looking at Alex Walters, Isaac Guerra, Wyatt Dent, Ryan Gardner and Theodore Gilson is the Cox. They're just leading Wakatipu number 1, made up of Louis Dela Cruz, Liam Faley, Mike Perry, Ollie Watson, and Jesse Glover is the Cox. And we're probably looking at Otago Boys High 1, Tom Coley, Jude Smiley, Ollie Scott, Leo Garden, and Hunter Ruxton is the Cox. So St. Bede's just about to enter the 250 there, and they are absolutely slinging that boat along. Also look to Christ College, not just out of it yet, but Wakatipu's through, and let's see about these other crews. Otago's through, St. Thomas through now into the last 250, Christ through now, and Shirley Boys, Wakatipu number 2 as well. So it is pretty closely bunched up here, but St. Bede's do have the lead. They've got clear water back to Otago Boys High, who I think might have just pushed ahead of this Wakatipu crew in the middle of the lanes there. So Otago Boys High, they are pumping Tom Coley, Jude Smiley, Ollie Scott, Leo Garden, and Hunter Ruxton as the Cox. 100 metres to go. It is Bowball for Bowball, and they're both chasing down St. Bede's, and watch St. Andrews on the outside as well, having a screamer as they move into 4th place. But right now, races for second. I think Otago Boys High are flying here, but Wakatipu's moving as well. Bowball for Bowball, last 20 metres. Otago Boys High, do you have the last say, or will it be Wakatipu? Wakatipu swinging the Bowballs. St. Andrews get the 4th, Christ the 5th, St. Thomas the 6th. I want to say that was Otago Boys there, but very close. I do forget how you line this up, but I want to say it was Otago Boys. Potentially still could have been Wakatipu though for that second place there. Next up, girls under 18 Cox Quad. So we're looking at lane 1, North End 1, lane 2, Villamaria College 2, lane 3, Marion College 1, lane 4, Timaru 11, lane 5, Otago Girls 1, lane 6, Villamaria College 1, lane 7, Columba College 1, lane 8, Wakatipu 1, and lane 9, Otago Girls 2. So just past the 500 now is the first of the girls under 18 quad. Again, another well spread race here. Pretty clear 1, 2, 3. We are looking at that blue tipped boat. I want to say that is, that's not Columba College, that might be Otago Girls 1. We're looking at Kira Nicholson, Ali Ryan, Millie Hoyter, Senna Nicholson, and Ruby Merriman is the cocks, coached by Peter Mitchell and Ama Nicholson. So they're currently sitting pretty comfortably in the lead there. I don't see anyone challenging for that first spot. Even that second spot might be tough, and I think that might belong to Villa Maria. Columba looking to challenge though on the outside. Also look to Timaru. I think it's just sitting a bit further back. So I think you're looking at Otago, Villa Maria, and Columba sitting at your 1, 2, 3 position. Timaru probably a bit in fourth, just sitting a bit further back there, and also outside to Otago Girls 2, looking to challenge. But here comes Otago Girls number 1. They're in the last 200 meters now, and they're just going to try and fly, tap away, and open up this lead as much as they can, as Villa Maria is currently sitting in second. They're just a bit away, maybe 2 lengths, 2.5 lengths. So that Villa Maria College crew, we're looking at Nicola Showman, Aspen Henry, Scarlett Whiteside, India Taylor, and Ruby Shepherd-Smith is the cocks. So less than 100 to go for that Otago Girls number 1 crew, and then Villa Maria now, through now, and then Columba through now. So a pretty good effort there, and then we've got Timaru coming down. This is the A final of the girls under 18 cock squad. Villa Maria just pushing out a wee bit further over Columba, so good second place here from Villa Maria, and then Columba's going to take the third, and just about 2.5 lengths back to Timaru, who in turn have a length and a quarter up on Marion. I think that's Marion, yeah. Next up, we've got the men's masters double sculls. So this will be from the K. We're looking at lane 2, Cure Boating Club number 1, Scott Berry and Jonathan King. Lane 3, Wanaka number 1, Matt Rickard and AJ Humphreys. Lane 4, there's been a scratching. Lane 5, Avon 1, Brian May and Jason Rakic. Lane 6, Otago 1, Stephen Craig Pearson and Will Sweetman. Lane 7, Invercargill 1, David Galbraith and Grant McKenzie. Then we're looking at lane 8, Dunstan Arm number 1, Andrew Jolly and Phil Newsom. And then lane number 9, Dunstan Arm number 2, Wayne Gloag and Quentin Annan. So men's masters double just coming into the last 500 meters, and it is pretty close. I think we're just seeing a bit of a walk going on with that Dunstan crew over Dunstan Arm number 2. So they did have a 7-second handicap, but Dunstan Arm number 1 is moving. Lane 8, Andrew Jolly and Phil Newsom are currently just walking Wayne Gloag and Quentin Annan in lane 9 there. So I think that's the race on the moment. It's going on the outside. I don't see anyone else really challenging them. Probably third, we're looking at the yellow boat in the middle. That is Otago 1, Stephen Craig Pearson and Will Sweetman. Have to see how they can move up here. But it does just look pretty spread out all around in this men's masters double. Just one final for this. And entering the last 250 is that Dunstan Arm number 1 crew. Dunstan Arm number 2 following shortly after. So those two crews will just be pushing off each other. Then we're just looking at third place is Otago. So that Otago one, that Stephen Craig Pearson, Will Sweetman. Then looking back at fourth, I think we're looking at Wanaka 1. Matt Rickard and AJ Humphreys have had a bit of a handicap, so they are starting to catch up. Also look to Cure Boating Club, Scott Berry and Jonathan King to move up the ranks, but it is definitely Dunstan number 1. They've really opened up some clear water here in this final 100 metres of the race. So Andrew Jolly and Phil Newsom just paddling it out now to the win in the men's masters double sculls. And then we'll have Dunstan number 2 take the second and Otago take the third. Next up, we've got the B final for the women's novice double sculls. Lane 1, Villamaria College 2, Zara Casey and Chloe Reggae. Lane 2, Wakatipu 2, Mila Walker and Gwen Baldwin. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 2, Grace Orchard and Brady Hand. Lane 4 is Timaru 11, Scarlett Moore and Evie Arthur. Lane 5 is Timaru 3, Mia Sutherland and Olivia Bartlett. Lane 6 is St Andrews College 1, Lily Parry and Sarah Williams. Lane 7 is Selwyn Rowing 2, Meredith Dunbar and Pippa Tyra. Lane 8 is North End number 2, Harper Harricks and Annabelle Webster. Lane 9 is Columba College 1, Pippa Brown and Alicia O'Connor. And then Lane 10 is Union 1, Annalise Bowden and Alana Newsom. And it looks to be a bit of a line here. This is a close one. I'm seeing 4 crews in contention. We're looking to Wakatipu, Timaru in the middle there. I think that might be another Timaru crew. So a lot of crews in contention for the win here in this B final of the novice double. So anything can happen. Doubles, anything can change pretty quickly. St Andrews actually in the mix as well. So look for St Andrews and the 2 Timaru crews. Wakatipu as well on the inside. So there's a lot of movement here in this women's novice double. St Andrews just taking a couple of rough strokes here. The variability in these novice events is quite large. So you can just see walks happen in about 2 seconds, but right now it is Timaru charging away. Also on the outside, don't write them off. We're looking to Columba and Union on the outside there. So Columba and Union are also fighting there, but I think I'd currently put Timaru 3, Mia Sutherland and Olivia Bartlett in the lead. Then I'd go second. We're looking at Timaru 11, Scarlett Moore and Evie Arthur. And then we're going to go St Andrews College number 1, Lily Parry and Sarah Williams. And probably in fourth is Wakatipu number 2, Mila Walker and Gwen Baldwin. So Timaru's storming away there. Timaru 3 is storming there, just sitting 3 lengths up on the rest of the field. St Andrews and Timaru number 2 just having a bit of a battle now for that second place as Wakatipu's also climbing. So watch Wakatipu, St Andrews and Timaru. I think Timaru is the one that's walking, so St Andrews is the one that needs to watch out here. Just need to keep an eye on that Timaru boat because Timaru's flying at the 100, but here comes St Andrews. I think they've responded. They've shortened up at St Andrews, Timaru and Wakatipu. Those are the 3 in this B final. Looking for that second place. It's definitely going to be Timaru first. Can they get a 1-2 here? St Andrews and Wakatipu are challenging that, but I think Wakatipu's had a rough couple of strokes as St Andrews steals the march away. And they've just opened up to half a length over Timaru number 2. Timaru number 2 now need to watch out for Wakatipu. So we got a first Timaru, second St Andrews, third Timaru, and fourth Wakatipu. Then we're looking at Columba and Selwyn there. Novice A final coming down now. We're looking at lane 1, Timaru 2, Rachel Roberts and Isabel Atkinson. Lane 2, Cure Boating Club 1, Meg Dunn and Neve McLean. Lane 3, Marion College 2, Shane Jenkins and Amelia Kelly. Lane 4, Avonside Girls High School 1, Eve Reese and Logan Bell. Lane 5, Oamaru 23, Charlie Burnett and Millie Patterson. Lane 6, Oamaru 22, Grace Webster and Hunter McLeay. Lane 7, Villa Maria College 1, Georgia Mitchell and Isabel Ingalls. Lane 8, Marion College 1, Jordis Kramer and Kroelmi Harrison. Lane 9, Waihopa 1, Charlie O'Connor and Olive Rutledge. And then lane 10 is Timaru 1, Annie Burnside, Charlie Cooper. So that's your lineup there, and it looks to be pretty close. Can't really pick the leader here. 300 to go. I'd say Villa Maria's looking in good form, as is Avonside Girls. Avonside Girls, Villa Maria also on the outside there, maybe just sitting a bit further back is Waihopa number 1, Charlie O'Connor and Olive Rutledge, but I'd say it's Villa Maria. But you can really cast a blanket over this top 3 here. It's really anyone's game. Villa Maria, I'd say, are currently sitting in the lead, though. Then I'd go Avonside Girls and Waihopa. So Villa Maria just leading by a length. This is the A final of the novice double sculls, and this is pretty tight competition for an A final. Look at Avonside though. Avonside's beginning to charge. They're just sitting at a slightly lower rating, but Villa Maria is sitting in the lead. Let's see how it occurs as they cross the 100-meter mark. It's Villa, Avonside. Oh, I don't know. Avonside's really moving on the inside here, and Waihopa's charging as well. So it really is anyone's game for this top 3. Villa Maria's started to really increase their rate, but I think they're just under a bit of pressure from Avonside. And look at Waihopa on the outside. Don't write off Waihopa yet. I think it might be Avonside who's got the most run on their boat at the moment. Villa Maria trying to hold on to the lead. It's a canvas. I think they've responded half a length to Villa Maria over the line. Then we go Avonside. Then we go outside to Waihopa. That's your top 3. Then we go the middle. It's Oamaru, the 2 Oamaru crews inside to Cure and Marion. Then we're looking at Columba. So 2 Columba crews finishing there. I think might actually be Timaru. So Timaru finishing, and then we've got Marion College rounding out the field there in the A final. I think there was a bit of a delay between that race and the next one. Next up, we've got the boys under 15 Coxed Quad B final, just approaching the 500 metre mark there. So we're looking at lane 3, St Thomas of Canterbury 2, lane 4, Christchurch Boys High School 1, lane 5, St Bede's College 2, lane 6, Selwyn Rowing 1, and lane 7 is Christchurch Boys High School 3. So currently in the lead in this B final. I think we're looking to the black and blue of Christchurch Boys High School 1. So they're about to hit the 500 metre marker there. And they're through now. So there goes Christchurch Boys comfortably in front in this under 15 quad. Rowing well for under 15s, especially from Christchurch Boys. I wouldn't pick them to be much of a sculling school, but they have showed some pedigree there. I'd say we're looking at maybe a St Thomas crew in second and then St Bede's number 2 in third. It's not actually St Thomas, that's somebody else. Currently sitting in second, we're looking at Selwyn College actually. So Selwyn Rowing at number 1. We're looking at Joe Creaker, Mason Jessup, Max Eberhard, Hugo Johnson, and Troy Eberhard is the Cox. So just in front, we're looking at Christchurch Boys High School 1, Owen Fife, Angus Orchard, Theo Kelleher, Sam Holdaway, and Cameron Palmer is the Cox. And they are striding into the 250. Don't even need to wind it here, but I bet they will. They will wind it just to see how much distance they can get. This might be their final race of the day. And we're looking at St Bede's still sitting in third. Just a couple of rough strokes coming from Bede's, and Selwyn will be looking to take advantage of that as they enter into the last 250 as well. Nice flat conditions, so that boat will be sitting up nicely for Christchurch Boys in this B final. And you wonder how they'd perform in the A final, maybe if they just had a better race yesterday. But they're through the 100 now. So there's Christchurch Boys. They're just dominating the rest of the field. 8 lengths up on Selwyn, who in turn maybe just sitting about 2 lengths up on Bede's, who in turn are up on Christchurch Boys High School number 3. And then we've got St Thomas likely rounding out the field there. So there's Christchurch Boys through now. So a final coming through now for the boys under 16. Cox Quadruple Skulls, lane 1, Otago Boys High 1. Lane 2, Otago 1. Lane 3, Christ College 1. Lane 4, Timaru 30. Lane 5, Wakatipu 1. Lane 6, St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Lane 7, Union 1. Lane 8, St Bede's College 1. Lane 9, Christchurch Boys High School 2, and Lane 2 is Shirley Boys High School 1. So big contenders here will be Wakatipu number 1. We're looking at Finn Coddington, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown, Baker Schmidt, and Harrison Atwood, as well as St Thomas, I think, performed quite well in the heats yesterday. So we're looking at Jackson Marshall, Ryder Horgan, Max Hay, Toby Greer, and Jack Clark is the Cox. So looks like a decently well spread event here. I think we will be seeing that yellow boat of Wakatipu attacking, and is that potentially a Union boat? Union also up into the mix, so we're looking at lane 7, Union 1, Zachary Dalton, Caleb Yates, Peter Nishwa, which is in, I might have butchered that name, my apologies. Neuhazen, all right, Peter Neuhazen, Conrad Hurst, and Eden Petty is the Cox. So we are looking at Wakatipu, Union, and inside of Wakatipu as well, potentially Timaru 30 there. So Timaru, we're looking at Jairus Dyer, George Neal, Alex Bolitho, I just hit it, and Ned Brown is the Cox of that boat. And there is a pretty clear leader here. It will be Wakatipu, and they are just fireballing their way down the course, pretty comfortable over the rest of the field as they get to that last 500 metres. I'll expect to see a wind from Wakatipu, maybe not just yet. You don't want to burn too many candles too early, but even if they burn out here, I don't think anyone's going to be catching on to their lead. Next up is Union, so Union in the white and I say that's navy blue and white. They're just on top of St Thomas of Canterbury, who might be looking for that third spot. Those are the 1, 2, 3 there. So it is Union, and I think actually somebody's walking through St Thomas. That's Timaru. So Timaru just a canvas up on St Thomas. So Ned Brown trying to push past St Thomas there. So that Timaru crew again, Darius Dyer, George Neal, Alex Belitho, I just hit it, and Ned Brown is the Cox, and they're just trying to get past the St Thomas crew. So St Thomas of Canterbury, Jackson Marshall, Ryder Horgan, Max Hay, Toby Greer, and Jack Clark is the Cox. So the battles for third, we've got a very clear 1 and also a pretty clear 2. Don't think anyone's going to be catching Union. You can see Union's stern Cox boat there. So usually Coxes in your 4s and quads will be sitting up in the bow, but sometimes they sit in the stern like you see with the Union boat. You can see the advantage that they may have. You'll be able to look out for the rest of your crews as well as see that blade work. So if you have an experienced coxswain, sometimes it can actually be better to have a stern cox boat. But right now we are just looking at Wakatipu, and they're just powering it forward. Wakatipu, Finn Coddington, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown, Baker Schmidt, and Harrison Atwood is the cox. So they'll be approaching the 100-metre mark, and they are just trying to get as much length as possible over the rest of the field. Entering the 100-metre mark now, Union just sitting about 3.5 lengths back, and Timaru, the big movers. Timaru might just be challenging Union here, so I thought that second place was clear, but Timaru has really worked in this last 500 metres. Can they catch Union? Union through the 100-metre now, Timaru now. So Timaru just sitting maybe 3/4 of a length back. Union having a couple of rough strokes here in the boys under 15 Cox Quad A final. I think Union just might hold on here. Wakatipu's through the line. Timaru just closing down to 3/4 of a length. I think Union's had a realization and held on to it. So it's going to be 3/4 of a length to Union, then to Timaru. Inside to St Thomas, St Bede's, Otago, Shirley, Otago Boys High, Christ, and Shirley Boys High will round out the field there. And I'll be handing over to Ian, who's going to take you through the last stretch of the day. That's me done.
Big thanks there to Will Tavendale for helping us out with the commentary. Great to have him in the team. And up until a couple of seasons ago, he was coxing for St Andrews, so brings a good perspective to things, and certainly dramatically lowers the average age of the commentary box, which is the main thing, the main reason we have him here. It's not, it's because he's got great insights, and it's good to have him. Righto team, we've got an hour and a bit to go here on day 2 of the Otago Rowing Championships 2025, and this has been magnificent, hasn't it, in terms of the facilities and also the conditions that we've had. This is the B final of the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls making its way down the course. Looks to me like there is maybe a couple of scratchings. We'll check them out though, I think. Just checking down there in lane number 1. I know there might be there. St Andrews College 1, Freddie Allen, Drake Triplow, Isaac Overcomer, Frederick Hewen, Samuel Terry the Cox, lane number 2, St Andrews College 2, Toby Mitchell, Ashton Cody, Harry Kempthorne, Jock Taggart and Georgia Elwood is the Cox. So I hope number 1 are in lane 3. That is Lewis Woodward, Jamie Calvert, Bo Carstensen and Austin Sanford with Josiah Klein the Cox. Invercargill are there in lane number 4, and they look to me like they are probably just sitting in second spot behind what would be the Otago Boys High School crew, I think, pretty much out there. If we look down the course, that is the case. So Invercargill 1, Archie Heenan, Cormac Legg, Oliver Deans, Jackson Hutton, Millie Hackett the Cox. Otago 1, Quinn Breen, Cornelius van der Clutten and Felix Robbins, the William Colley and Toby Ellis the Cox. Otago Boys High School number 1, they are your leaders. That is Asher Cox, Luca Jury, Jaden Clarkson, Charlie Swan, Bede Roy the Cox. Then we go to North End, just sitting a little bit further back there, which is Liam Cochrane, George Dunn, Callum Heath and Callan Heath Glynn, Elias Sampson and Alex McKeever the Cox. Ashburton 1 out there, Luke Moffat, George Robertson, Caleb Jones, George Lass and Eve Marshall as the Cox. And we should have out in lane 9 Christ College, but I don't think we have. They might be rigging their boats. They may well be. Ashburton pretty handily placed though, just flanking the Otago boys high school crew is Ashburton, so Otago boys high in the middle, blue bucket hats on, then we come to left-hand side, and it looks to me like that is Invercargill. You can see Invercargill there, they've got the yellow boat, and they've got the white and the yellow and the black trim. So those are your three leaders here in the B final of the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. A final is underway, so let's just give you the crews, because they're all pretty even actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, lane 4, Christ College and Wanaka look like they're doing the battle down there. Lane number 1 is Christ College 3, Sam Pilbrow, Henry Williams, Freddie Rolliston, Oscar Cutler and Arthur Orbell. Whakatipu 1 are in lane number 2, Henry Mansa, Max Balselli, Henry Hughes, Rome Lawrence and Izzy Carr as the Cox. Oamaru 1 in lane number 3 is Cash Loudon, Greg Dixon, Isaac Fox, Jade McMurtry and Tempe Oliver the Cox. Lane 4 is Christ College 1, Alex Innocent, Oli O'Riordan Pollitt, Gus Matheson and George Grigg, Charlie Sanders the Cox. Wanaka 1, lane 5, Finley Hughes, Travis Lee, Cooper, Jasper Lambert, Jack Jones, Emily Hunt the Cox. St Bede's College 1 are in lane number 6, Arlo Franklin, Sawyer Jenkins, William Blackburn, Fletcher Franklin and Seth Knights the Cox. Lane number 7 is Timaru 30, Oliver Wilcox, Jaeger Sims, I think he's out of Geraldine High School, Ben Murray, Miller Gaskin and Charlie Dwyer the Cox. Dunstan Arm number 1 are in lane 8, that's Jack Letts, Harry Farrell, Jedi Stewart, Tully Rule and Grace Wardell. The Composite is in lane number 9, that's St Bede's College and Timaru, Lachlan Strawn, Alfie Chapman, Connor Smitty, Billy Ryan, Lockie Manson, and then in lane number 10, Wanaka Composite, which is Wanaka and Cromwell, Bryn Sutherland, Duncan Turner, William Person, Noah Moody, and Zoe Melville. That is the A final there at the 1,000 metre mark. Out in front of us, though, you can see Otago boys are doing the job. They've got a boat length here in the B final over the Invercargill crew, who will take second, and then on the outside, it is the Ashburton crew who will pick up third. About a boat length between each of those positions. Just see the carrot on the bow of the Ashburton boat making its way down the course, but well done to Otago boys. Good job there to Quinn, Cornelius, Felix, William, and Toby coxing them. Invercargill going over behind them with Archie, Cormac, Oliver, Jackson and Millie, and then it is Ashburton finishing second. We go 4 boat lengths back to Otago number 1, then we go back down here into St Andrews College number 1, then Waihopai, then St Andrews College number 2, just in behind North End to finish that men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Race 233, which is the A final of the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. Lane 4, 5, 6, that's where it is. Christ College 1, Wanaka 1, St Bede's College, those 3. Outside of St Bede's, next with them would be Timaru 30. Then we are looking at, probably out there in lane number 10, the Wanaka Composite. Back inside to probably lane number 2, Whakatipu 1. Either side of them, Oamaru 1. On their inside, Christ College number 3. Right across we go to the St Bede's Composite then, and behind them, Dunstan Arm just ahead of them. So it is looking very much like, at this stage, Christ College, I think, out there. Just on the outside of them is Wanaka. And then they are both ducked in behind the St Bede's crew. So St Bede's doing nicely here. Just looking at lane 2, Whakatipu 1, Henry Mansa, Max, Henry and Rome. Cox by Izzy Cash. Just trying to sneak through there. But nice effort here. Charlie Saunders, the Cox for Christ College. He's got them under control. They're just trying to chase down that St Bede's crew. Seth Knights setting the tone for that crew. Those 3 crews moving well ahead now. Christ College, Wanaka and St Bede's. Whakatipu 2 is the best of the rest. Then outside of St Bede's, Timaru 30. Right on the outside, it is the Wanaka Composite. So Bryn Sutherland from Cromwell joining that Wanaka crew. So Christ College just sitting up alongside Wanaka, sitting there quite comfortable, rating 30, but these 2 are a boat length down on St Bede's. St Bede's starting to edge out a little bit further here, coached by Pat McQuinn, Flynn Hutchison Ray. Novice Cox quadruple sculls their first year, so some pretty tidy sculling for first years out there. And then just see Christ College moving ahead now of the Wanaka crew, heading out towards St Bede's. They've made a move with 500 to go, so St Bede's will have to see them off. And just on the outside, that Wanaka Composite crew haven't given up. They would be a line-up now for 4th with them. Timaru 30 and across to lane number 1, which is, sorry, lane number, that's Whakatipu in lane number 1 there. lane number 2 rather. It's Christ College number 3 down there in lane number 1. Down we go, 250 metres to go. Some Bees trying to hold off this challenge from Christ College. It is the crew from Wanaka in the middle. Outside we go to Wanaka Composite, moving past that Timaru crew, and then Whakatipu down there in lane number 2. Just looks like they might be going a little bit sideways. I'm not sure if they are or not. I'm sure that's being corrected. They've got a coxswain in there. They might be some steering issues. I'm wondering about that Whakatipu crew that is straightened up now. But some Bees trying to hold off the Christ College crew. Christ College is a little bit bigger, those boys. They look like they might have a slight run on their boat. 100 metres to go now for some Bees, now for Christ College. Third is Wanaka. They'll hold on to that. Here's the battle going on. Some Bees still in front. Are they going to hold off the Christ College crew? They haven't really cranked it up yet, Christ College. They haven't got much time to do if they're going to. It looks like some Bees might hold on to it. They've got them out to 3 seats. So in this, boys, the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls, they come down to the line now and take the buzzer, and by canvas and a person, that will be some Bees over Christ College. They'll then half a boat length back to, or boat and a half length back to Wanaka. We come down to the minors, and on the outside it'll be the Wanaka Composite battling away with Timaru 30 for that 4th spot. Timaru 30 going to take that on the line, I think. Then we'll go back to the Wanaka Composite, back down here on the inside to Whakatipu number 1. Across we go to the Dunstanam number 1 crew. Back inside we come to the crew from Oamaru, and then down on the outside it is the St Bede's Composite. And to finish the field here in the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls, it will be Christ College number 3. Women's Open Cox State, they're on their way. Rangiruru Girls School number 3. Martha Richards, Bo Crookshank, Georgia Kelso, Matilda Beresford, Jessica Skinner, Ashley Brooks, Chloe King, Toa Shee, Penelope Sutton is the Cox. Lane number 2, Avon 3, Sam Rankin, Thea Moody, Abby Higgins, Sienna Godfrey Chatterton, Kate Ryle, Emma Gardner, Olivia Studham and Kate Smith with Ella Hanson the Cox. Lane number 3, Christchurch Girls High School number 1, Sienna Cochran, Sophia Robertson, Emerson Lowe, Olive Cooper, Emily Scrimmager, Summer Smith, Greer Bauer, Millie Parsons, Georgetta Howler is the Cox. Lane number 4, Rangiruru Girls School number 1, Georgie Stalker, Alice Duffy, Isabel Wilson, Kate Oliver, Chloe Malone, Lucy Houghton, Taluda Nelson, Oliver Long, and Charlie Ward is the Cox. Lane number 5, Avon 1, Anya Leeson, Georgie Bethel, Emily Ryle, Tegan Smith, Phoebe Collier, Gemma Burrows, Jessica Tavendale, Isabel Welsh, Ashley Tarkon is the Cox. The number 2 crew from Avon's in lane 6, Isabel Williamson, Sadie Mason, Sasha Delman, Megan Boxall, Elka Thurston, Tyler Stewart, Lily Grant, Coco Flood, Timmy Heritage is the Cox. Dunstanar number 1 are out there in lane number 7. It's Millie Scott, Maggie Hepburn, Olivia Pybangos, Kiara Patterson, Isla Nicholson, Evan Spittle, Bella Breen, Ruby Smith and Fred Phillips is the Cox. Lane number 8 is Rangiruru Girls School number 2, Mania Sheed, Amelia Jones, Bo Collier, Amelia Wilkie, Charlotte Gorman, Tyler Hubbard, Phoebe Ensor, Maddie Young, Phoebe White is the Cox, and completing the field in lane number 9, St Andrews College 1, Katie Taggart, Hadissa Timo, Alana Brooke, Chloe Lowe, Charlotte Galvin, Sailor Hitchcock, Lucia Apps, Laura Bolton and Emily DeJoux is the Cox. They've got 500 metres to go. It's coming out of the middle, Avon number 1. Out there we go, 2 lanes to Dunstanarm number 1. We come back across to Rangiruru Girls School, then Christchurch Girls High School. We go out to Rangiruru, it looks like it'll be St Andrews College just ahead of Rangiruru Girls School number 2, and then looking at Avon 2 in the mix with them as well. Back down then to Rangiruru Girls School number 3, who are in lane number 1. This is your final of the Women's Open Cox State, race 234, and it's getting a little bit tight in the minors. Avon number 1 here doing a great job out in front. Ashley Tarkon's got them under control from the Cox's seat. Then we look out Rangiruru Girls School number 1 and a real pressure from Christchurch Girls High School. We go across to Dunstanarm. Dunstanarm will want to move to get back on that Avon crew. Right on the outside to St Andrews College. Then we come back to the crew from Avon 3. In the middle of the course is Avon 2 trying to push up on that Rangiruru Girls School number 2 crew. And then we go back down to the number 3 crew in lane number 1. Moving their way quickly through the red boys with 250 metres to go. Swinging nicely is the crew from Avon. Look at them being well guided down there, and perfect flat water for what they're doing out there. My word, they're not under any pressure really from anybody else. They've got themselves out to 2 boat lengths and sitting there very comfortably, rating tidily at 36. We come back to that crew from Christchurch Girls High School. Rangiruru just in behind them. Looking at Dunstanarm hanging on the outside there. They look like they're going to have to battle hard to get past again the Rangiruru and the Christchurch Girls School. And then down here in lane number 2, Avon 3 have kicked on towards the end. So Avon 3 outgunning the Avon 2 crew. It's Avon number 1 as they come down to the red boys. 120 metres to go in the final of the Women's Open Cox State. On the outside, Dunstan are going again. Christchurch Girls High School moving into third. Gone past Rangiruru. Down on the inside, Avon number 3. On the outside, we go to St Andrews College. Back inside to Rangiruru number 2. Then the Avon number 2 crew back down here to Rangiruru number 3 and Avon number 3 as well. But down we come to the line. Great effort here from the Avon number 1 crew. They come down to the buzzer. They'll take out by 3 boat lengths the Women's Open Cox State. Dunstan have moved nicely in the last 100 metres to sail up that second place. They'll get there with a boat length just or clear water over the Christchurch Girls High School crew, who finished third with 2 seats to spare over Rangiruru number 1. Then we go to St Andrews, come back inside to the Avon number 3 crew. On the outside to Rangiruru Girls School number 2, back inside to Avon number 2, and then back here to Rangiruru Girls School number 3. That's how they finished Women's Open Cox State. Men's novice Cox quadruple sculls, some beads winning that in a time of 7:38.25. They were half a second ahead of Christ College, and then Wanaka in 7:43. The men's club coxless quadruple sculls, the final is on its way. They've got a little bit left to run. They Avon number 2 are in lane number 2. They're just a bit further back there. Henry Robertson, Jamie Soper, Harvey Cross and Jack McStay. We come to Oamaru 22, Ralph Henderson, Stuart Isbister, Jacob Rohrbach, Patrick Spillane sitting there in lane 3. They're currently sitting second. Dunstan Arm, number 1, Jed Tisdale, Ben Thompson, Dylan Acton, Max Smith. Leading them down is Canterbury, number 1, out there in lane 5, Mark McDermott, Sam Clark, Liam Collins and Tim Chapman. Then we go to Christ College, number 1, Alex Richards, George Haddon, Matthew Vance, Thomas Richmond. Dunstan Arm, number 2, handily placed out there. They'll be 4th, Brennan Keane, Luca Mains, Upson, Jack McClellan, Jacob Harrison. And then out there, just a bit further back, would be Avon, number 1, Ollie Taylor, Corbin Newlands, William Thomas and Gabriel Bingham. But it is with right in the middle of the course, Canterbury having a good day out there. They're under pressure though from Oamaru 22. Those are the 2 crews. It's really just Dunstan Arm number 1 that can upset their apple cart. But just watching Christ College number 1 trying to accelerate out there in lane number 6, trying to drag off Dunstan Arm number 2 that sit out there next to them. This is the men's club coxless 4. The final, running pretty much to time now, not too much behind where we are. Looking very comfortable now, this Canterbury crew. They've just ticked up. You just see that change as they came through with about 150 metres to go. Someone's called it, the coxless, so it's probably 3 seat doing it. They've ticked up to 36. And away they go, trying to extend that distance between them and Oamaru, and they're doing that nicely. But as a line-up for that second place, Dunstan aren't giving up. Dunstan starting to move back on Oamaru. Outside of them is Christ College, sort of been rode through a little bit. Then we go to Dunstan Arm number 2. It is Canterbury going to take this out, but Oamaru holding on gamely for that second spot. Dunstan coming at them now in lane number 4. No doubt about who's going to win this final, the men's club coxless quads. That is Canterbury coming down the line between Dunstan and Oamaru. It's going to be on the surge on the line. I think we'll give that to Oamaru. I'll hang my hat on that. But the Bucket Hats might finish third there. Dunstan 4th will go to Christ College. On the outside we'll go to Dunstan Arm number 2. And then we go out on lane 8, Avon 1, back down to lane number 2, Avon 2. B final of the boys under 18 coxless pair is through 1,000 metres. I can tell you the Women's Open Cox State that Avon 1 went through in a time of 6:45. Dunstan Arm, number 1, went through in a time of 6:54 in that second position. The boys under 18 coxless pair. Brought to you by Sharon Bennett Photography, so thank you Sharon for your continuing support. Lane 3, Timaru 31, Harry Shearer, Charlie Cooper. Lane 4, Shirley Boys High School number 1, Silas Freeman, Chris Brignall. Lane number 5, Shirley Boys High School 3, Aidan Daly and Logan Skelton. Lane 6, Cure Boating Club 1, Jiong U and Shay DeLuca. Lane number 7 is Avon 1, Jack Wassell and Sam McAfee. And then lane 8, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, Ryder Townsend and Brody Newfield. Shirley Boys High, we're pretty happy to see their number 3 crew out there leading this B final down from their number 1 crew. Then we go across to Avon, it looks like to me. Just leading they are Avon from Christchurch Boys High School, and then back across from them, very little between Avon and those next place getters, which is Cure. So I think we might not have Timaru 31 out there. So the A final is underway. There looks to be a number of scratchings in that. There's just the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that I can see out there, what was supposed to be a field of 10. So I don't have the scratching specifically up here, but let's just wait and see as they come further down. We'll call them out. Nice to see here those Shirley boys. This is in lane number 4. You have got the number 1 crew, which is Silas and Chris, but they are currently sitting in second position from Aidan and Logan, who are sitting in lane number 5. And then we come back to the crew from Avon, then to Cure and across to Christchurch Boys High School. Well into the red boys now, not too long to go for these under 18 boys in their B final. So nice effort here from Shirley boys, coached by Imogen Boxall and Sam Clark. This particular pair, the second pair who are just about running second now, coached by Nathaniel Renoff and Sam Clark. Then we go across to Avon, Jack Wassall and Sam McAfee, just starting to move past the Shirley boys. Good effort from the Shirley boys though, with these slightly older rowers going through them. And then we'll go fourth will be to Cure, and we go on the outside to just easing down now is Christchurch Boys High School, Ryder Townsend and Brodie Newfield. Just a reminder to all of the clubs and schools that any food bank donations to the Secretary's office, please don't throw away good usable food. Even chilled food is okay, so don't throw it in the bins. It would stagger you, some of the food that gets thrown away here post-regatta, and most of it that gets thrown away has never been touched, and it's perfect. And particularly at this time of year, it is very, very welcomed by the Twizel Food Bank and goes to very good use. So fantastic initiative there down at the Secretary's office that Marie Maker leads on our behalf. So if you've got any food that is in good nick, any good usable food, even chilled food, please, please, please get it to the Secretary's office. We've even had big red plastic bags, rubbish bags full of individually served food portions that never even got touched. Were perfect, and they've been picked up after regattas and put to very good use. So let's make sure we can do our bit. Those crews we've got out in front of us, just trying to work out who's who. I can tell you in lane 1, it's Christchurch Boys High School. That is Toby Brook and James Chappell. Then we come across to, it's like we've got maybe 2 of the St Andrews crews that are not there. So I'm saying that's in lane number 4, St Andrews College 2, George Barclay and Cameron Sharp. I can tell you who's leading, that's easy. That's Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett from Wairoa. They're well in front, putting in a fantastic effort. Just to the right of them would be the Christ College crew of Toby Adams and Henry Jones. Come back from the left of them, there are both the Stat crew. So St Andrews College number 2, George Barclay and Cameron Sharp. Then St Andrews College number 1, Tag Maloney and George Barclay. We go across the other side from the crew from Wairoa, who are still leading this very capably. We see the crew from Christ College number 1, got those. And then one other crew out on the right-hand side there, which is from Timaru 30, Cooper Gordon and Tim Bartlett. So scratchings on the outside from lane 9 and lane 10. I think I said before there's more scratchings today than a student flat, and it still continues. This is impressive though from Zachary Jenkins and Aidan Bennett, superbly coached by Clayton Lindstrom and Glenn Marfell. One of the premier events when it comes to the Māori Cup later in the year. It'll be interesting to see where these boys end up. And this is the boys under 18 Coxless pair A final. This is a club regatta of course though, but Wairoa doing great things out here right now, and they are looking very comfortable, making that boat do all the work. Both of them leaning right into their riggers, getting a full extension, a nice connection from their foot plate right through to the fingertips, and let the boat do the work, just surging with each of those strokes. A nice squeeze out from those 2 very accomplished rowers. So they'll do down here, 4 or 5 boat lengths in front of Christ College. Toby Adams, Henry Jones, great effort from those 2 gentlemen too, and the yellow impacker to finish out second. It was the time from these 2 yesterday. We thought they'd be the favourites, and they are, and they've done this extremely well. Down they go to take the buzzer. Congratulations to them. Second will go to Christ College, then a further 6 boat lengths back to the St Andrews pair. Down here in lane number 4, which is George Barclay and Cameron Sharp, coached by Liam Parker. Then we go right on the outside to Timaru 30, which is Cooper Gordon and Tim Bartlett. And then down here to complete will be in lane number 3, Tag Maloney and Oliver Barker from St Andrews College. Boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Their B final is, there's a full flotilla out there. Lane number 1, Timaru 32, Bradley Champion, Stacey Mills, Joachim McIntosh, Idris Hudat and Ned Brown the Cox. Lane number 2, Christchurch Boys High School number 3, JD De Villiers, Ben Williamson, Billy Mason, Tim Boswell and Reg Bickley the Cox. Christ College number 2 in lane 3, Toby Glasson, Tom Wilson, Ollie Wells, Leo Acklin and Arthur Orbell is the Cox. In lane 4 is Selwyn Rowing 1, Max Korchavi, Crusoe, Craighead Marshall, Henry Bass and Dylan Eberhart with Chloe Creek of the Cox. Christchurch Boys High School number 1 are in lane 5, Lockie Honeywell, Albie Sampson, Oliver Parnham and Flynn Nimmo with Callan Faulkner the Cox. Lane number 6 is Christchurch Boys High School 2, Ben Skelton, Cooper Swale, Jonty Mason, Bruno Munn, Carter Williams the Cox. Lane number 7, Otago Boys High School 2, Lucas Nicol, George Murray, Will Chiddock, Hunter Knox and Leo Garden is the Cox. Lane number 8 is Christchurch Boys High School number 4, Nick Dampier, Crossley, Thomas Scott, Bryn Flowerday, Mason Tucker and Cameron Palmer is the Cox. Lane number 9, Shirley Boys High School 2, William Thiel, Charlie Maddock, Ethan Danielson, Luca Hartley and Maxwell Wilson coxing. And lane number 10, full field there for the B final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. St Andrews College, Sith Overcomer, Cooper Rogers, Jake Gilbert, Oscar Wilson, Lily Prophet. They're into the second half of the course well and truly. Christchurch Boys High School number 1 have the advantage across to Otago Boys High School number 2. Then we come back to Christ College number 2 there in lane 3. Those are the 3. Christchurch Boys High School number 3 down there in lane number 2, pretty handily placed, probably ahead of their number 2 crew actually in lane 6. Lane 7 is Otago Boys. Then we go out to Shirley Boys High School number 2, just out from them St Andrews number 1. Then back inside we go to Christchurch Boys High School number 4. And just back down there in lane number 1 is Timaru 32. This is the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Thank you to Breen Construction for supporting this. Event 72, race 238. This is the B final. The boys under 18 Coxless pair, Waido, Aidan Bennett and Zachary Jenkins going through in 7:17, which is pretty handy. Henry Jones and his compatriot Mr. Adams went through in 7:28.20 for Christ College. Continuing to move out here, 300 metres to go, and it is with Christchurch Boys High School over Christ College. Otago Boys High School still hanging in there in lane number 7. This is the B final. Under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Down here in lane number 2, Christchurch Boys High School 3 doing their piece to try and get up into it. They're not far off getting into third spot. They're just sitting in behind Otago Boys. Then we go across to Shirley Boys, St Andrews College, back inside to Christchurch Boys High School number 2. Still sitting in behind their number 3. Sounds like we've got a wee dog outside trying to mob sheep or herd sheep. So if we can find some sheep, that'll keep him occupied. Then we get into Christchurch Boys High School, still leading this down though. Lane number 5, Christchurch Boys High School, handy little effort this. They've been well coxed down there by Callan Faulkner. This is the final of the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls, the B final. They've got a length over Christ College. They've got half a length have Christ College over Otago Boys. Then there is 2 clear boat lengths back to the Christchurch Boys High School number 3 crew. Then we go right across to Shirley Boys High, out to St Andrews College, and back in the middle to Christchurch Boys High School number 2 over their number 4 crew, and the Timaru crew with Christchurch Boys High School number 3 completing that B final. All 10 are there for the under 16 Cox quadruple sculls A final. We'll give you the field, then we'll see where they're at. It does look like it's fairly even coming out of lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6, which would be Cure, Timaru and Whakatipu. Though in lane number 1, we've got Otago Boys High School number 1, Digby Sutton, Sam Glover, Angus Colley, Bede Perkins and Hunter Rookston. And lane number 2, it's St Bede's College 2, Jai Henderson, Rurari Wright, Jack Hannon, Conrad Van Herel and Cody Clark is the Cox. In lane number 3, Cure Boating Club 1, Marcus Laverley, Fletcher Howden, Tommy Baldwin, Xavier Laverley, Patrick Berry is the Cox. Lane number 4, Timaru 30, Murphy Hopper Park, Sterling Heffernan, Baxter Hopper Park, Josh Sadler and Charlie Dwyer is the Cox. Lane number 5, Whakatipu 1, Tom Renard, Phineas Thomas, Ruben Davis, Henry Monia and Jesse Glover is the Cox. Lane number 6, Whakatipu 2, Kaito Nakazawa, Baxter King and Zebby, Jarvis Flynn Webber, Eva McGee is the Cox. Lane number 7, Otago 1, Artie Sweetman, William Colley, Archie McDonald, Ollie O'Connell and Tony Hebden is the Cox, and Bees College 1 are in lane 8. Oliver Chum, William Arlott, Lennox Laurie, Eddie Robertson, Theodore Gilson is the Cox. Lane number 9, Shirley Boys High School 1. Sam Harmon, Fergus Walsh, Zach Brockels, Callum Skilton, Vaden Fricker is the Cox. And lane number 10, Christ College 1, Cooper Ward, Cody Rollinson, Johnny Leeson, Robbie Owens, Jeffrey Bergen is the Cox. Still sitting there with lane number 4, Timaru 30. They've got the lead over Whakatipu number 1. On the inside of Timaru is Cure Boating Club. We go across to Whakatipu number 2. Those are your 4. Then it's handily out to the Red Boat of St Bede's College. Just inside from them, Otago number 1. Outside from St Bede's to Shirley Boys High School number 1. We go back across to lane 2, St Bede's College 2. Then inside of them is Otago Boys High School number 1. And then we go right across to Christ College number 1. Out there in lane 10, 500 metres to go. Getting down there, team. Give your team a cheer. That crew will need everything they can. They're getting to the end of a long regatta, and for some of these under 16s, they'll be pretty damn tired. But lane 4 still holding it together. Charlie Dwyer, the Cox. Timaru 30, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. It's between them and Whakatipu. Will the others come? And they're starting to get clear of the rest of the field. Whakatipu number 2 with some work to do. Inside of Timaru is still Cure Boating Club 1. Those are your 4. It's St Bede's that could get into the mix if they can pull a move. 2 across from St Bede's, we go to right next to them actually, Shirley Boys High School. In between the St Bede's and Whakatipu number 2 still is the crew from Otago. But we're looking at it is now some Whakatipu now putting some real pressure on that Timaru crew as they draw up alongside them. Back we go down to lane 3, Cure Boating Club. A long way back now for St Bede's in lane number 2 and Otago Boys High in lane number 1. But it's the 2 out in front. Timaru 30, Whakatipu 1. They've drawn clear of the rest of the field. They're leaving them in their dirt. That's Cure Boating Club sitting there in lane number 3. They've got some work to do to hold on to third spot. Whakatipu number 2 are just sitting in behind them. Looks like Bede's challenges might have gone off now a bit with Otago and the Shirley Boys crew, but these 2 crews showing a bit more prowess. They're powering ahead from the rest of them. They are bigger gentlemen too. There's some big boys in that Timaru crew, and look at them go. They're just starting to power away now from Whakatipu. Will Whakatipu come back? They look like they've got some more speed to come out of that crew. They get to 100 metres to go. What will the coxswain call? It's Timaru 30 leading from Whakatipu, going up alongside the now between these 2 crews. There's next to nothing. They go back to Whakatipu 2, and on the inside to Cure Boating Club. They look like they're going to finish 4th, but it's all here between Timaru and Whakatipu. Have cranked it up. They're trying to come back at Timaru. Did they leave it a bit too late? The big boys in Timaru are getting their boat to move, but they're coming right alongside the nearest Whakatipu. But Timaru are just holding on now. They get out to a canvas and go down to the line. Congratulations to Timaru 30. They take out the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls. Second goes to Whakatipu 1. Third will go to Whakatipu 2, just burning off the Cure Boating Club. Then we go to Otago, across to St Bede's, on the outside to Shirley Boys. Back inside we come here, Otago Boys High. Then it's St Bede's number 2, and completing this field for the boys under 16 Cox quadruple sculls out there in lane 10 will be Christ College number 1. Race 240, the girls under 16 double sculls. That B final is on its way. Lane number 2, Timaru 11, Ella Metcalf, Mackenzie Raymond. Lane number 3 is Omaru 23, Molly Kirkman and Bella Ticini. Lane number 4 is Columba College 2, Devon Skivington, Trellis Mitchell. Lane 5 is Marion College 1, Charlotte McLaughlin and Ava Thomas. Lane 6 is St Andrews College 1, Rebecca Buis and Anna Lewis. Lane number 7 is North End 2, Sophie Small and Isla Turner. Lane number 8 is Selwyn Rowing 1, Olivia Kershaw and Isla Misera. And in lane number 9 is Villa Maria College 2, Isla Whiteside and Victoria Talbot. And Timaru have obviously got an appointment because they're down in lane number 1, and they've taken off. So they've left about 5 boat lengths between them and the rest of the field by the look of it, which means that it would be Columba College, I think, down there in lane number 4, currently sitting second or thereabouts. They are. So we go across from Columba 2 more to St Andrews, who would be maybe... they might be third because it looks like that North End are just ahead of them. Then we go out to Villa Maria number 2, across to Selwyn Rowing, and then back inside to Oamaru 23. So pretty handy lead here for the crew from Timaru. Not too much distance between this and the A final, which is on its way down there too. Full field of 10 in that A final of the girls under 16 double sculls. So getting a wee bit towards the end of it, team. We've got the under 17 girls double, B and A final. Under 15 Cox quadruple sculls, women's novice Cox quadruple sculls, some under 15s. And then we got the open cox state, and we'll finish the day with the women's open coxless quadruple sculls. Meantime, still holding that lead quite happily in this B final is Ella Metcalf and Mackenzie Raymond. I can tell you in the under 16 boys coxed quad that we've just seen the finish of. Timaru won that in 7:10.12, 0.7 of a second ahead of Whakatipu number 1, who were then a further 8 seconds ahead of Whakatipu number 2. So Timaru holding on to first place here still in the B final. North End moving into second past the crew from St Andrews. And then we go back to Marion, Columba on the outside to Villa Maria, back down to Oamaru and across to Selwyn Rowing. Very little between Selwyn Rowing and Villa Maria. The A final makes its way down. I'll just give you that feel. They've let the double sculls go behind it too. So girls under 16 double sculls, lane 1, the A final. They're at the 1,000 metre mark now. Christchurch Girls High School 2, Amelia DeFrays and Issy Strawn. Lane 2, Timaru 12, Oma Deruta and Heidi Harper. Lane 3 is Waihopai 1, Ellie Mae Boniface, Avril Kuma. Lane 4 is Columba College 1, Libby Campbell and Lucy Earle. Lane 5 is Whakatipu 1, Cinnamon Williams and Caitlin Julian. Lane 6 is Union 1, Felicity Wright and Ballet Roachford. Lane 7 is Invercargill 1, Trinity Duncan, Tiziana Masada Chiranen. And lane number 8 is Whakatipu 2, Kira Lightfoot, Liberty Hyde. Lane 9 is Avonside Girls High School number 2, Emily Coetzee and Ruby Clark. Lane 10, Whakatipu 3, Annie Clark, Isla Coldstone. The A final on its way down. No doubt about what's happening here. Timaru 11 out of Craighead, Isla Metcalf and Mackenzie Raymond, coached by Dee Milne. Nice solid effort from them. Second will come across the line with Sophie Small and Isla Turner from North End. I'm pretty confident that won't change. And then behind them will be Rebecca and Anna from St Andrews College, coached by Kendall Everest and Tyler Stewart. Then we come back to Marion College, across the outside to Villa Maria, back down to Columba number 2. Then it will be Selwyn. Looks like they might just finish ahead of Oamaru. They'll have a little of a battle of their own to get past each other as they go through their last 150 metres now. Some of the 8 starting to make their way up. That's cool. Let's go back and check out the A final. Full field of 10 and the girls under 16 double sculls. Brought to you by Promo X. We thank them for their support. And we look out there and we can see that there's some action coming out of lane 4, which is Columba College, Libby Campbell, Lucy Earle. Go 2 across from there to Union 1, Felicity Wright and Billy Rochford. Another 2 across to Whakatipu 2, Kira Lightfoot and Liberty Hyde. Those are your 3. Back inside of Columba is Whakatipu number 1. So we're looking at Columba. We go across to Union, back into Whakatipu, right across to, looks like Whakatipu number 2. As well. So they're starting to pull them back in again, I think. Waihopai in lane number 3, a bit of work to do. We go out to Avonside Girls High School in lane number 9. Just outside them in lane 10 is Whakatipu number 3. Right across to Invercargill in lane 7. Then back to Christchurch Girls High School number 2. And in lane 2, it's Timaru 12. We're into the last, well, probably 300 metres of this race. Columba College just got some work to do to get in front of that Union crew, I think now. Union and Columba College right alongside each other. Then it's Whakatipu 1. We go right on the outside to Whakatipu 2, poking their nose in the middle of it. Then it's Invercargill, or is it Waihopai? I think it's Waihopai down in lane number 3. So it's Union and Columba. Whakatipu could upset the apple cart here. We go right outside to Whakatipu 2. Waihopai just going through there in lane number 3. Those separation between those 5 crews and the rest of the field. The best the rest would be Avonside Girls. Inside from them, Invercargill. Outside to Whakatipu 3. back inside to Christchurch Girls, then Timaru 12. But it's all out here with Columba College, Levi Campbell and Lucy Earle. We go two across to Union, still trying to hold them off. They're sitting pretty comfortably there, Union. Are they going to take it up a couple of ticks? Is Columba going to take it up a couple of ticks? These are the two crews. One's going to have to go if they want to own this race. Whakatipu number 1 are on the inside of them, Cinnamon Williams and Caitlin Julian. On the outside, Whakatipu 2 now trying to chase down their teammates. Then there's Daylight back to Waihopai, but a Union have made the move. They've gone through Columba. Columba coming back at them. They're going to have to go fast though. Columba Union seem to have the march on them. They've got a boat length now, almost out to 3/4 of a boat length, and Columba not quite going to get there. They're going to grab a very good second though. Winning this will be Union. Congratulations to Felicity and Billy. They take the title in the girls under 16 double sculls. Second goes to Columba College. Third will go to the crew from Whakatipu number 1. Then we go to Whakatipu 2. Back inside we come to Waihopai. Across on the outside now to the Avonside Girls High School number 2 crew. Inside from them in Invercargill. Then Whakatipu number 3 back down here to Christchurch Girls High School in lane 1. And then it will be Timaru 12 completing the field in the girls under 16 double sculls. Girls under 17 double sculls. Thank you to the New Zealand Community Trust. Lane 1, Villa Maria. This is the B final. Villa Maria College 1, Elizabeth Cochran, Selena Climo. Lane number 2, Wanaka 1, Eliana Hay and Lily Garrett. Lane number 3, Timaru 41, Mia Sutherland, Maisie Jane Chapman. Lane number 4, Columba College 1, Ruby Hefford, Charlie Smith. Lane number 5 is Whakatipu 3, Aladay Lucia Summerfield. Lane number 6, Marion College 1, Peyton Moss and Jenna Brennan. Lane number 7 is Whakatipu 2, Eve Burra and Gemma Wood. Lane number 8 is North End 1, Libby Clifton and Olivia Adam. Lane number 9 is Marion College 2, Annabelle Carter and Olivia Walker. Lane 10 is Villa Maria College 2, Camilla Tauroa and Aurelia Moreton. They are in the B final. They are about 500 metres to go now. I think nice there from Timaru 41 in lane number 3. Look right across on the outside though. You can see Marion in lane number 9. So Marion College showing pretty strongly. Right into the middle of the field is Whakatipu 3. So Marion, Whakatipu 3, not much between them. Wanaka and Timaru 41. Time for the girls under 16 double sculls. Union going through an 8:20.41 and Columba second in 8:22.50. Little bit of a line up here with Marion coming across to Timaru. Then it's Columba and then back inside to Wanaka. That's the B final. The A final is just hitting the 1,000 metre mark. Crews there. Lane 1, Otago Girls 2, Kira Nicholson, Isla Marshall. Lane 2, Otago Girls 1, Jamie Stive and Harriet Rowe. Lane 3, Avonside Girls High School 1, Kate Orchard, Kate Burgess. Slapped myself. Lane number 4, Whakatipu 1, Caitlin Purdue and Caitlin Roberts. Lane number 5, Cashmere High School 2, Lucy O'Connor and Marley Lloyd. Lane number 6 is Timaru 11, Jasmine Payne and Kate Caird. Lane number 7, Ashburton 1, Isla Moffat, Tegan Marriott. Lane number 8, Waihopai 1, Anna McWilliam and Madison Stevens. And lane number 9 is Georgia Scammell and Zara McGillan from Ashburton. Lane number 10 is St Andrews College 1, Nina Freya and Sophia Lagas. They are all pretty even down there. We'll pick them up a bit later on, but it is very even coming out of lane 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Timaru. 7 actually, Ashburton. You'll be happy now, Robbie, and pleased that Tegan wasn't eating that pie you were before. So the B final, the under 17 double sculls. Nice to see Timaru out in front here. They got Wanaka just inside, and then we go across to Whakatipu number 3. Then we go right. Oh no, we don't. Look on the outside there. Goodness me, Marion still. I missed them. Got them earlier though. Marion are going to lead this and take over as Timaru have a look. So Marion College will take out the B final from Timaru, from Wanaka, from Whakatipu. Then we will go to North End. Then Marion number 2 and across to Villa Maria, back inside to the crew from over here. That is Villa Maria number 1, and then it is Columba College completing that B final for the girls under 17 double sculls. A final is going to be a cracker, I think. We look out there, Ashburton are still leading. Then we go to lane 5, Cashmere High School number 2, Lucy and Marley, back inside from them. Those are the two crews leading them. We're looking at Whakatipu number 1, right next to Avonside, right next to Otago Girls number 1. We'll line up in there for third if they're going to drag back these other crews. Just to the right of Cashmere is Timaru number 11. Then we go outside to the crew from Ashburton 2, right ahead of just St Andrews College, and back from them is Waihopai. This is the final of the girls under 17 double sculls. And the Ashburton crew well out in front there from Cashmere, just by probably a boat length, I would think, over Cashmere. We go across to Whakatipu. Avonside girls aren't out of it, neither Otago girls down there in lane number 2 with the red caps on. Just back from that Cashmere crew is Timaru 11. They could all close back up again. Let's wait and see. We go right across then to the crew from Ashburton number 2, St Andrews College still, and Waihopai number 1. Up they come now, 300 metres to go. Ashburton moving nicely, these two ladies, Georgia, Isla Moffat and Tegan Marriott. Tegan picking up a gold at Mardi earlier on this year. They rode well in the school grades last season, so back into this they go again. And looking well groomed out there in the Ashburton colours, green and gold. They've got themselves about a boat length over Cashmere. Cashmere just taking up a couple of notches there. You can just see the hand speed change. We come inside from the Cashmere crew to Whakatipu. Right alongside them and not letting them go is Kate from Avonside Girls High School. 4 crews. They're chasing down Ashburton though. Ashburton to me look like they've got this pretty well under control. They've just continued to extend. Then we come back down into lane number 2, Otago Girls High School number 1. And across to Timaru 11. Outside still to Ashburton number 2. The rest of them are a fair way out of it now. Back we come now. 100 metres to go now for Ashburton. They've got themselves 2 boat lengths clear of Cashmere. Good effort here from this Ashburton crew, expertly coached by Justin Wall and Mary Hefford. Third will be Whakatipu number 1. Avonside girls going to try and chase them down, but they've done the job early, have Ashburton. Fantastic effort this. Girls under 17 double sculls. 3 more strokes, or maybe another one after that, will take them down to the line. They'll pick up the title here in the Otago Championships for 2025. Well done to them. 3 more boat lengths back to Cashmere. Congratulations to Lucy and Marley picking up second, and then taking third position will be Whakatipu number 1, Caitlin Purdue and Caitlin Roberts, and then we will get Waihopai gamely finishing in the 4th. Across we go to Timaru, back inside to the Otago girls, sitting down here in lane number 2, right across to Ashburton number 2, back to Otago number 2 down here in lane 1. We go out to St Andrews and then back to Waihopai out there in lane number 8. Just a reminder, team, if you have got any unused food and it's in good nick, please get it to the Secretary's office. Much appreciated. You can make someone's Christmas with a bit of a gift like that. Lane number 1 in the girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls final is Villa Maria College 1. Kiara Cooney, Maeve Malone, Amy Henley, India Reid and Ruby Kennedy is the Cox. Lane number 2 is Timaru 20, Madison Berry Rankin, Paige Ward, Hayley Taurua, Xanthi Nelson and Sophie Scarlett is the Cox. Lane number 3, Oamaru 22, Sasha Wright, Ava Goodall, Isabel Wainwright, Amelia Tartone and Isla Capely is the Cox. Lane number 4, North End 1, Ava Woodcock, India Garden, Marley Hoare, Olivia Williams, Bryn Ellison is the Cox. Lane number 5, Timaru 11, Maisie Hayward, Lauren Crawford, Kelly Van Heerden, Pippa Raymond, Bella Westgarth Coxing. Lane number 6 is Whakatipu number 1, Geneva Moran, Sienna Reid, Pippa Julian, Evie Clark, Sophia Brown Coxing. And lane number 7, Timaru 1, Justina Courage, Paige Ellery, Annie Burnside, Paris McRae, Matilda England Coxing. Lane number 8 is Invercargill 1, Alexis Foster, Evie Randall, Piper Marshall, Emma Davis, Valerie Munez is the Cox. In lane number 9, it's the second Whakatipu crew, Milan Matua Corisa, Sophie Clouston, Charlotte Galavasi and Gwyn Baldwin with Mila Walker the Cox. And Otago 1 are out there in lane number 10. Just a little bit further back too by the look of it, Georgia Gilkinson, Laura Horton, Emma Collins, Stella Aby and Malachi Bovey. Pretty even though in the early lanes though, lane number 2, it is with there between Timaru, Oamaru, North End. We go across to Timaru and Whakatipu. Those are 5 crews lined up. There's a bit of a gap for the rest of them though. So it's sitting out there with Whakatipu back to across to North End, then Timaru. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then we go to Oamaru and Timaru. That's Oamaru 22 and Oamaru 20. Right on the outside we have a look then we can see Invercargill just ahead of Whakatipu 2 and Timaru 1, then back again to Otago number 1. Time for the girls under 17 double sculls. Ashburton 8:12.68 for the girls under 17s. Cashmere second in 8:19.22, and then Whakatipu 1 back there at 8:25. Girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. Thank you again to Breens for their support. And a nice effort here. Bryn Ellison's coxing this North End crew. They're just pushing into second now. having a crack at Whakatipu. You can see that Whakatipu crew with their white caps. It's them in North End, and between them is Timaru 11. Moving away, they have since the 1500 metres mark, and now to about 350 metres to go. Down there in lane number one is lane number two. Is Timaru 20 just moving past the Oamaru 22 crew, and they're looking to have a crack at that Timaru crew in the middle of the field to try and take that third spot. Whakatipu and North End moving away now, away from Timaru 11 and Timaru 20. We go right outside to Invercargill, back in from Invercargill to the Timaru number one crew, then outside to Whakatipu. Wee way out of it now. They are ahead in Otago number one, and then back down in lane number one is Villa Maria College, but they've got this fairly well under control. These two crews out the front, it's just a matter of who's going to win. Just saw a nice run coming down here in lane number two from Timaru. Sophie Scarlett, the Cox, is trying to get that crew moving, see if they can pick up third, and they're going past that other Timaru crew now. They are lane number 5, which is the Craighead crew, and Timaru 11. They've moved into third, have Timaru 20 now looking to chase down North End. It's a drag race out front though between North End and the crew from Whakatipu. North End just look to have a little bit more run on their boat, slightly more together as that crew. Their coxswain out there is Bryn Allison. He'll be giving them what for out there, getting them to move as quick as they can, but nice and tidily. Whakatipu now starting to crank up as well. The North End are holding on to it. These two crews now clear of the rest of the field. Timaru 20 have timed their run nicely to move into third, moving past Timaru 11 in lane 5. It still is between North End. They've now got their nose in front of the crew from Whakatipu, trying to hold it there. The coxswain looks across, so we've got this team keep moving. Back coming at them now is Whakatipu. North End have been holding on, but Whakatipu having a dab down the outside. Are they going to get there on the line? They come back half a canvas to North End. North End will take it from Whakatipu. We'll go 3 lengths back to Timaru in lane number 2. Timaru 20 over the top of Timaru 11 in lane 5. Then we go to the crew from Oamaru on the outside to Invercargill, back inside to Timaru 1. Out we go to Whakatipu number 2. Down here to Villa Maria College. Have moved through in the last couple hundred metres to run through the Otago number 1 crew out there in lane 10. Full field for the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls B final. We've got all 10 lanes being used here. In lane number 1, North End 1, Zoe Cleghorn, Lucinda McNally, Abby McGibbon, Isabel Frost, Sophie Palmer is the Cox. In lane number 2, Cure Boating Club 1, Ashlyn Abernethy, Daisy Morrow, Molly Brown and Macy Wellsby with Sophia Rattray guiding them down. Lane number 3 is Oamaru 23, Annabelle King, Kia Rawson, Hunter McClay, Millie Patterson and Georgia Guy is the Cox. Lane number 4 is Timaru 11, Sylvie Campbell, Scarlett Moyer, Penny Bell, Evie Arthur, Amelia Murdoch Coxing. Lane number 5, Avonside Girls High School number 1, Grace Orchard, Evie Rees, Bridie Hand, Logan Bell, Brooke Sykes the Cox. Ashburton number 1 are in lane number 6 with Kazami Kozumi, Elise Gill, Georgia Gill, Sienna Hart, Kate Shepherd is in the driver's seat. Lane number 7 is Otago Girls number 1, Margot Milne, Eva Gardner, Daxia Grant, Ella Glover, Ruby Merriman Coxing. Lane number 8, North End 2, Adi Tahuna, Ruby Bolger, Chloe Lyons, Billy O'Connor, Sienna Impey is the Cox. Lane number 9, Timaru 20, Mary Thorpe, Rihanna Rickard, Zara Rawcliffe, Emma Gardner, Hannah Thorpe is the Cox. Lane number 10, Cure Boating Club 2, Molly McGregor, Jacqueline King, Evie Moletta, Lacey Stewart, Patrick Berry is the Cox. It's looking very much like it is Otago Girls. It is Otago Girls out there in lane number 7, leading them down. They've got probably 3 boat links on the rest of the field. Cure Boating Club number 1 are in lane 2. Then we come across to Timaru 11. Right next to them is Avonside Girls High School and Ashburton College. So nice line up there in lanes 2, 3, 4 and 5. Even 6. Ashburton just in behind there, across, still leading though as Otago Girls. We go outside of them to North End, sitting alongside Cure Boating Club, and then back probably, actually it's Timaru, isn't it? And Cure Boating Club might be the ones that are just back in the pack there a bit. They are. This is the B final. The girls under 15 Cox Quadruple Sculls. North End going through 8:24.41. Whakatipu 8:24.89. And Timaru through an 8:34.31. So Otago still leading them down here in this B final, out there in lane number 7. They look like they've got this well under control. A little bit of movement back there from Cure number 1 in lane 2, just ducking ahead of, on the inside of them, Oamaru 23. But that second spot is being held out there by Avonside Girls High School. Just inside from them is the Ashburton crew. So Avonside currently second, with a bit of pressure coming on them from that Cure Boating Club. We'll just give you the field for the A final because they're on their way. They've just gone through 500 metres, and that's the A final, the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls in lane 1, Union 1. Alana Newsom, Annalise Bowden, Macy Rochford, Rada Smith, and Jemima Nola, the Cox. Lane number 2, Christchurch Girls High School 1, Ava Bryant, Isla McGregor, Chloe Wally, Zoe Dunning, Holly Jensen, the Cox. Lane number 3, Marion College 1, San Jenkins, Comey Harrison, Amelia Kelly, and Jordis Kramer with Lexi Fukuri House is the Cox. Lane number 4, Avon 1, Bree Shaw, Bennett Prenslow, Zara Ford, Isabella Galvin, Ella Hansen is the Cox. Lane number 5 in the A final is Oamaru 22, Pippa McMillan, Matilda Ispista, Summer Brosnan, Grace Webster, Greer Dixon, the Cox. And then we just lane number 6, I Hope I Won, Brooke Bartlett, Amelia Duffel, Charlie O'Connor, Olive Rutledge is the Cox. That's lane number 6. Still watching this great effort out here from Otago. They're going to take out this B final, Otago Girls number 1, by about 4 boat lengths from Avonside Girls, who are emerging through the sunlight to take second in the B final, and third will be, it looks like at this stage, it's Oamaru, putting in a nice big effort down here in lane number 3. Ashburton looking to move past them though with 100 metres to go. Right on the outside though too. Nice finish coming in here with Timaru out there, I think it is. Yes, it is too. A Cure Boating Club have come to a bit of a standstill out there back in lane number 10. And then it will be North End down here in lane number 1. So first gets taken out by Otago Girls, then it will be Waihopai, and it looks like Ashburton just going to go ahead of that Timaru crew on the outside. They have to take third. So Timaru 4th, 5th will be to Oamaru. Back we go to the A final, Waihopai right in the middle of the field. It's being led down by Avon 1 and Oamaru 22. Villa Maria College number 1 are in lane number 7, Zara Casey, Chloe Reggae, Isabel Ingalls, Georgia Mitchell, Ruby Shepherd Smith. Lane number 8, Columba College out there. That's Amelia Garside, Pippa Brown, Emily North, Alicia O'Connor, and Chloe Byrne. Lane number 9 is Timaru 1, Isabel Atkinson, Rachel Roberts, Madison Cooper, Tirili Guildford, Charlie Cooper. And lane number 10 out there is Invercargill 1, Lola Dean, Georgia Webster, Keely Templeton, Katie Gray, and Madison Dyack is doing the coxing. A little separation out there though, coming out of lane 4, which is Avon number 1. Oamaru just outside of them in the yellow holding on to second. Then we come back inside to lane 1, which is Union 1. Then we go across to outside Oamaru, Waihopai number 1. Right outside of them, next best, they would be Villa Maria. Then we go to Timaru number 1. Then we'll come back to Marion 1, then Christchurch Girls High School number 1. This is the A final of the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls. Running right on time pretty much, just 4 more races to go team. We've got the Men's Open Cox State, but after this we'll have the Boys Under 15 Cox Octies. In fact, they'll be getting themselves, and in fact they've already gone. Goodness me, we'll get to that as soon as we can. Let's just turn our attention to the the Women's Novice Cox Quadruple Sculls A final. Sharon Bennett Photography giving us their support. And we can see down the course that it is still coming out of Avon. They've got the advantage over the crew from Oamaru. Avon look like they've still borrowed a Rangiruru boat. I think they were one short, they had a few issues with some gear. They're holding on to first just from Oamaru. We go down into lane 1, it's Union. Then we come outside of Oamaru still to Waihopai. Back down we go to the Marion College crew in lane number 3. Right across the top we go to the crew from Timaru. Number 1, and then we have a look outside. Then we can see Invercargill. Back from them is Villa Maria, and then further back would be the crew from Columba College. Further back to lane number 2, Christchurch Girls High School number 1. So Boys Under 15 Cox Octables for those of you looking at it, see where your boys are at. Lane 3, Shirley Boys High School 1. Lane 4 is St Thomas of Canterbury 1. Lane 5 is Whakatipu 1. Lane 6, Christ College 1. Lane 7 is Otago Boys High School number 1. Looks like Whakatipu are leading them. Whakatipu from St Thomas's across to Otago Boys, back to Shirley Boys and Christ College just a bit further back as they hit the 1,000 metre mark. Outside here though, in front of us is the women's novice Cox Quadruple Sculls A final, and Avon still holding on to this. Ella Hansen doing the coxing. She's sitting in the bow seat trying to the bow side coxing, trying to keep the advantage they've got over Oamaru at this stage. They've got half a boat length, and there's 3 boat lengths back to Waihopai, well clear of the rest of them, back to Villa Maria, back we go to Union, and then it is to Marion College, and the rest to come. But they've held on to their lead here with 100 metres to go, have the Avon crew just sitting there nicely, not looking under too much stress really, it'd have to be said. They're just doing their thing, sticking to their rating, ticking over at a very comfortable 33, and just doing enough to hold off Oamaru, who are going to take second. So they've still got 1 seat now, have the Avon crew as they come down the line. Bree Shaw, Manette Prinslow, Zara Ford, Isabella Galvin, and stroking away there, and Ella Hansen is the Cox. They win the women's novice Cox Quadruple Sculls here at the Otago Championships for 2025. Second goes to Oamaru. Third will be Waihopai. Then it will be Villa Maria. Across on the outside to the crew from Timaru, back down here to Union, then Marion. Across we go to Invercargill, back inside to Columba College, and then it will be the crew from Marion College down here in lane number 1. So Whakatipu number 1 are leading the boys under 15 Cox Docty as they come up towards 750 to go. That's Tommy Carlson, Rome Lawrence, Tyler Love, Max Balacelli, Finn Codlington, Oliver Glover, Angus Brown, Baker Schmitz and Harrison Atwell. So they're well under control. They have 2 boat lengths over in second position would be St Thomas's of Canterbury, Flynn Hansford, Tyson Arps, Siali Tolangabaka, Sonny Hasty, Jackson Marshall, Max Hay, Toby Greer, Ryder Horgan and Sam McGuigan's coxing. Good effort for them holding into second. They've got some work to do to hold off on the inside of them though. Shirley Boys High School, Connor Howard, Xavier Wanig, Liam Bates, Ben Lyons, Kai Colville, Lockie Soper, Louis Bevan, Ryder Smith and James Watson, the Cox. Then it's on the other side of them is Otago Boys High School number 1, Isaac Bain, Luca Jury, Eli Hellier, Asher Knox, Archie McNabb, Bede Roy, Hunter Wimwell, Nate Latter and Charlie Swan as the Cox. And then between the Otago Boys and just a bit further back from them and Whakatipu is Christ College 1, Archie McCone, Jaden Ferrier, Austin Arnold, Theo Litton, Edward Christensen Benj, Freddie Rolliston, Henry Williams, Alex Innes and George Edgar. Final of the boys under 15 Cox Docty. Well under control here is the crew from Whakatipu. They had them at the 1,000 and they've just extended now. They have 4 boat lengths on the rest of the field. Always a great sight to see these Octies doing their thing. And if you feel so inclined, you can Google Octable Sculls on YouTube and you'll see some ridiculously big boats with adults having a crack at even up to 16s I've seen, but they could be AI, so who knows. But these guys sitting there very comfortably, but they're rattling away. They're rating at 40 coming down here, so Harrison Atwood's got them working. Brent Jarvis, the Cox. Down to 36 they go. They'll still be tied when they're finished. Second is with the crew from the outside still, Otago Boys High School. Back inside we come to St Thomas's and then Shirley Boys, and it will be Christ College who will complete this field, and the boys under 15 Cox Docties. Well done, gents. Great way for the newer rowers to learn, and always a good sight when we get the Octies going down here. So congratulations to Whakatipu. They will take out the boys under 15 Cox Doctable Sculls. Second will go to Otago Boys High School. Then it will be the crew from St Thomas's, and we go across to Shirley Boys High School. On the outside it will then be Christ College. Men's Open Cox Day making its way through the first quarter of the course for them. One of the big races here to finish off. We've got 2 more to go, team, so bear with. Let's go and get these fields out and we'll see where they're at. It's all fairly even across the field. They're coming out of lanes 3, 4, 5 and 6 at this stage. In lane number 1, St Bede's College 1, Wyatt Dent, Carter Connolly, Isaac Guerra, Alex Walters, James Franken, Brody Clements, Cooper Tiddlin Leakey, Ryan Garner and Matthew Casey the Cox. Lane number 2, St Andrews College 1, Cameron Sharp, George Barclay, Oliver Barker, George Flanagan, Logan Scott, Tag Maloney, Noah Hunter, Hugo Millabell and George Rankin the Cox. Lane number 3 is Dunstan Arm 2, Sebastian Watson, Angus Lowe, Winslow, Roland Ozarm, Sam Barnett, Josh Bartlett, Harrison Thode, Oliver Hamilton, Jed McIntosh, Fred Phillips is the Cox. Lane number 4 is Dunstan Arm 1, Charlie Manser, Harry Lightfoot, Hamish Yateman, Luke Brock, Finn Allison, Lewis Mates, Henry Clackworthy, Matthew O'Meara, Kate Baskerville is the Cox. Avon Wonder in the middle, then lane number 5. And Sam Wilson, Lawrence Birch, Payo O'Sullivan, Barney Evans, Henry Kirk, Ted May, George Johnson, Luke Tompkins, Annabelle Williams is the Cox. Lane number 6, Avon 3. Toby Robinson, Joshua Clark, Jake Burrows, Fergus Johnson, Charlie Poltner, Ben Allen, B. Guerra, Scott Shackleton, Grayson Faulkner, the Cox. We've got a composite in lane 7. Avon and Wairo, Jimmy Middleditch, Reuben Cook, George Young, William McIntosh, Josh Syme, Matthew Glenn, Harry Golvin, Logan Freshwater, Eliza Omar is the Cox. Lane number 8, St Thomas's over Canterbury, Marcus Fisher, Declan Ducey, Seth Trander, Calix Manahera, Ben Morrison, Kyden Barrow, Cairo Horgan, James Lotter, Jack Dunn is the Cox. And lane number 9, Christchurch Boys High School number 1, Danaka Doyle, Freddie Sampson, Patrick O'Regan, Reuben Fifield, Matthew Barnes, Charlie Greenslade, Hugo Parnham, Romy Johnson, Cooper Dean is the Cox. And then completing the field, our visitors, St John's, Gregory Terrace, John Costi, William Andreski, Owen Penfold, Daniel Derbyshire, William Ritchie, Oliver Jacks, Mitchell Bishop, Ben Gertzmer is the Cox, Ben Gertzmer and Maximilian Fallon is the Cox. Right across the field they go. Dunstan Arm number 2 sitting there in lane number 3 would be ahead of the number 1 crew. Then we go to Avon number 1. Outside there we go to the Avon Composite. Back from Avon Composite we go to Avon 3 as they make their way down with 500 metres to go. Into lane number 1 is St Bede's College in the middle of it with its open field. Then we go across to Christchurch Boys High School, back inside to St Thomas's. Out we go to St Joseph's, feeling the punch, a little bit too tough for them there. Up we go, 500 metres to go. Dunstan Arm number 2, right alongside the Avon number 1 crew. Then we go the composite crews ahead of Avon number 1. And between them is Avon number 3. We come back to Dunstan Arm number 1. The Dunstan Arm number 2 crew seems to have the wood on the number 1 crew as they head up towards 350 metres to go. It's with the composite crew sitting out there. Avon and Wairo are running ahead of the Avon number 1 crew. Dunstan Arm number 2 sitting in there as well. Then we come back to Avon number 3. Down on the inside now is still St Bede's College. Then we go right across the outside to Christchurch Boys, back inside to St Thomas's of Canterbury. Down there in lane number 2 is St Andrew's College, and out the back door is St Joseph's. Up we go, 300 metres to go, team. It's the Avon Composite running out there in lane number 7. Coming at them is Avon number 1. Dunstan number 2 have got some work to do. In the middle of them is Avon number 3, and then Dunstan number 2. This is the final of the men's Open Cox Day. We go right outside to Christchurch Boys High School. Further back inside to St Thomas's. Back we go to St Bede's, and then it is St Andrews. Still holding on though is the Avon Composite 2, but under real pressure from Avon number 1. Avon number 1 starting to get their groove on now. The Annabelle Wynne Williams, the Cox will have some instructions for them. Avon number 3 trying to come back in between them. Dunstan Arm number 2 aren't out of it yet, and they're coming back at that Avon number 1 crew. Dunstan Arm number 1 have got some work to do too. We've got a line-up starting to form. Dunstan number 2 have got some wheels going in the inside lane. On the outside it's Avon Composite coming back inside Avon number 1. Dunstan trying to come at them. Avon 3 in the middle. The Composite have gone again. They're holding on. Wairau sitting in 2 seat, guiding them home. And right through the middle now comes Avon number 3. They might roll over the top of Avon number 1. The Composite are coming down the line. They'll take the buzzer. It is between 3 and 1 on the inside. Avon 1 just holding on. 3 take third. Dunstan Arm number 2 will hold on to fourth. We come back to Dunstan Arm number 1. On the outside we go to Christchurch Boys High School, just ahead of St Bede's down here, finishing fast in lane 1, ahead of St Thomas of Canterbury. Then we go to the St Andrews College crew, and completing the field in the men's Open Cox 8 will be the St Joseph's Gregory Terrace crew from Brisbane. I hope they have enjoyed their time on the water. Just give you a time for the Octi. Under 15 Octi went through in 7:35.50. Final races on the course, team. Thank you very much for your engagement. Make sure that you please do take everything you need to take with you, and don't forget to drop that food off to the food bank. We would appreciate it. This is the final race for the day. Big thank you to all the volunteers that have helped deliver what has been probably one of the most successful and best days, 2 days weather we've had at the Otago Rowing Championships for many years. This is the Women's Open Cox's Quadruple Sculls. In lane 2, Avon 4, Emily Ryle, Isabel Williamson, Imogen Boxall and Sam Rankin. Lane number 3 is Avon 1, Gemma Burrows, Jessica Tavendale, Phoebe Collier and Georgie Bethel. Lane number 4 is Avon 2, Tyler Stewart, Lily Grant, Higgins Smith and Sadie Mason. Lane number 5, Dunstan Arm 1, Millie Scott, Olivia Pybangua, Olivia Key, Emma Spittle. And then lane number 6 is Dunstan Arm 2, Ruby Smith, Maggie Hepburn, Madison Neal, Bella Breen. Lane number 7 is Avon 3, Coco Flood, Thea Moody and Abby Higgins with Isabel Welsh. And then completing this field for our final race today, race 249, Dunstan Arm Composite 3, Rosa Armstrong, Macy Barnes, Isla Nicholson, Kiara Patterson, again coached by Simon Smith. It is with the Avon number 1 crew as they make their way through 500 metres to go. Outside of them is the Avon number 2 crew. Then we go probably clear water back to Dunstan Arm number 1. Then it will be Dunstan Arm 2 back to Avon 4, out to Avon 3, and Dunstan Arm Composite number 3. Big thanks to the key sponsors for this regatta, which has been the Otago Community Trust, the Lion Foundation, Grassroots Trust, Meridian, the New Zealand Community Trust, but most importantly, the Bobby Foundation and the Aotearoa Gaming Trust. Without the support of them and CNR Insurance, Breens, Promo X, and Sharon Bennett and City Podiatry, we wouldn't be able to bring you this regatta. Dunstan now starting to make a move. Dunstan Arm 1 on Avon 2. Looks like Dunstan Arm might have just drawn alongside that Avon 2 crew. In fact, there's only 2 Avon crews out there, so I'm not sure which one it is. I think it is, might not have Avon 4, I think. I'll just say Avon, that's easy, eh? So we've got Dunstan Arm 1 ahead of Avon. Pretty sure that's the Avon 2 crew. Avon 1 just further inside from them, and then we go across to a Dunstan Arm number 2, Avon 3, and then the Dunstan Arm Composite. Into the last 300 or about 400 metres they are through the middle of the Red Boys, and this Dunstan Arm crew of Millie Scott, Olivia Paibangwa and Olivia Key and Emma Spittle, coached by Simon Smith, looking very tidy as they come up through the last part of the course for them. They've now got clear water over the Avon crew. And moving well away from them they are now. So Dunstan Arm number 1 out there with Avon number 2, the Avon number 1 crew just behind them. But that might be Avon 4 either way. Dunstan Arm number 2 is sitting in there, probably just sitting in 3rd position. So Dunstan looking nice here. The yellow bucket hats, and again, fantastic conditions. It hasn't even kicked up at all. And look how cleanly these scullers are getting to use this water. Very little backslash, just a nice V, tiny V slash as those catches go into the water, and they're holding their rating, early 30s, and over the top of this Avon crew they go. And this is the final of the Women's Open Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Avon number 2 will hold on to 2nd here. So congratulations to Dunstan Arm number 1, Millie, Olivia, and Emma taking out the Women's Open Coxless Quadruple Sculls. 2nd will be from Avon 2, Tyler, Lily, Tegan and Sadie. No, I don't think it is. I think that's a different crew. That's them finishing 3rd. So it might be Gemma, Jessica, Phoebe and Georgie taking it over. In fact, it doesn't even, yes it is. That's Phoebe Collier in the stroke seat. So that's actually the Avon number 1 crew that's won it from Avon number, gone 2nd from number 2, and the Dunstan Arm crew number 2 finishing 3rd. Now we see Avon 3 going over the line, and then Dunstan Arm Composite. Can tell you that the men's Open Cox State, Avon number 1 went through in a time of 6:05. That's the number 2 crew. Number 1 went through in 6:07, and the number 3 crew through in 6:08. So that is the composite crew that won in 6:05. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attendance and for all that you have done to help deliver a great regatta. Big thanks to the volunteers led by our Chief Umpire, Rob Bruce. Have a very Merry Christmas. Stay safe. Look after each other. We will see you all back here for the Canterbury Championships into the 2nd weekend of January. In the meantime, travel safe, and whatever you packed in, pack it out.